Coming to you live from twitch.tv/Footacular. It's the Foonight Show with your host, Jimmy Tacular. All right. I believe we're live. Hi, everybody. Let me throw this back up here. I think I might turn this down a little bit. And in the other chair, I was like, yeah, the Foogies are just big enough for the. I was like, the Foogies are just big enough for the first chair, and like that's where the guest always goes. I think I don't watch that much Tonight Show, but hi. Wait. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Why? Why does updating my computer result in? Oh, record. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay, my PC updated, and so for whatever reason, when I update my PC, my OBS decides I'm going to set all of my audio inputs to default.
Yes, I just dealt with that last week, and then it also did it in my Discord too. So that was fun. I was joining calls and couldn't hear anyone.
Oh, this is a lovely drink, but it's shit colored. It actually looks like poop water. It's not a very appealing looking drink, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, welcome in on everybody. For those of you who are new, who are old, we're back with Jimmy Tacular.
Oh, yeah.
The one and only Twitch late night talk show. Yes, you heard it here. The one and only Twitch late night talk show. Well, yeah, today we're back. Episode 3. We have the lovely Darkhood with us today. It's not carbonated poop water. It's not carbonated poop water. Don't call it carbonated poop water.
Is that Dr. Pepper? Yes, that Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. What do you? I mean, I already know, and I'm sure a lot of the chat already knows. But what are you indulging in this fine night, my dear co-host?
I just refilled my Sonic Dr. Pepper with a can of Dr. Pepper.
Stop that! No, not the trauma dumping. It's too early in the night for that.
Janae, we just started. Yeah, Janae. Also, what you text me about? Yeah.
But yeah, why don't you introduce yourself to the fine audience? I'm sure they're dying. They're dying to meet you.
Hi, I'm the resident demon PNG tuber. I came to this world searching for Choco Tacos, and now I'm stuck here. Here we are. That's it.
You just kind of stumbled your way into the studio. You're like,
yeah. Well, the way I got to this talk show was, that's a funny story. I met this guy named Footacular. He was building, I think, factories or something.
Sounds like a devilish young lad.
Yeah, amazing dude. Immediate was like, this guy's funny as fuck. And fuck, what, 6 months later, here we are.
If only. Oh no, did I just? Oh.
Oh god.
Don't worry, the poop water drink totally didn't just get watered down by a bunch of residual poop water. Well, it didn't fit in the glass, and then I shook it, and oh. Damn. Well, anyways, we're back. I'm
in chat.
I do apologize for it being a little late, but I foolishly double booked. I was literally like, hey Hood, wanna be on the show? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay, cool, let's do it this Friday. Let's do it Friday the 28th. And he's like, sure, I'm open then. I was like, cool. And then I realized as soon as I sent that, I was like, wait a second, I have plans I've agreed to prior on the 28th, like 2 days ago. And I'm like, ugh. But here we are.
I'm here all night, so
I only broke several. I may or may not have done 60 in a school zone to get here. Don't worry about it.
You've never ran from the police before?
No.
Shit. Womp womp. Anyway.
Only time I've ever been pulled over I was driving home from when I was a younger lad in high school. I was driving home from my fast food job.
Fuck. Uh-huh.
I was in my outfit driving home at closing time because I had to close that day because I was one of the high schoolers that was old enough to stay late.
Mm-hmm.
And I was literally like a block from my home, and the only one of the road, block from my home, fucking lights flash by me. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Damn.
Fuck. I should also mention this was in the middle of the winter, so it was like 10 out. Fahrenheit.
Fuck.
Fahrenheit for Celsius users. That's like what, negative something in Celsius? Like -5, 6 in Celsius?
Yeah, something. That's cold as fuck.
So I'm sitting there, I'm this like 17-year-old in a fucking little old car, shivering, covered in like grease and fucking bullshit from the fast food job, and the I rolled down on this cop's like license and registration.
Ooh, immediately. You know you're getting a ticket.
Want to guess whose registration was that day? My insurance, I'd forgotten to swap the card out.
Oh god.
So it was expired. And he's like, he looks at me, I'm shivering, I'm in a t-shirt and like soaked, I'm in like a t-shirt and pants, and they're soaked with water from cleaning, and I'm sitting there shivering, and he looks at me, he's like, you know your insurance is expired, right? And I was like, yeah, I forgot to change it out today. And he's like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna let you off on a warning. You know why I pulled you over? And I was like, why? He's like, your windows are too tinted, I can't see through them.
What?
Bitch,
it's nighttime.
It was midnight. Even if they weren't tinted, you weren't gonna see through them. Fucking the other thing, like the other kicker. This was my first car, and so I bought it. I went out with my parents and I bought it. I went out with my parents and they bought it for me as a 16th birthday. And fucking, I shit you not, my parents asked the dude. He's like, hey, these windows are pretty dark. Are you sure they're legal? And the dude's like, yeah, my dad's a cop. He said they're legal.
Oh my god.
Bitch, they were not legal. They were not legal.
Oh.
But sorry, I know that's already a bit of a a bit of a long story for the night, but yeah, welcome on in, everybody.
That's great. I've been pulled over twice. The first time, me and my brother Glads decided to go. We were living together, and we were like, I think we were staying up playing Terraria because we used to take that game way too seriously. And I think I was 18 at the time. Yeah.
What's up?
Wait, was I? I was 18
Heyo.
or 19. But we go to McDonald's 2 a.m. run.
And
on the way back, I had turned my headlights off because we ordered on the app, and so when I parked, my lights were shining at people in traffic, so I turned it off. Never turned it back on.
Oh.
The street was lit well. I get pulled over, cop walks up because I literally go, okay, let me throw my blinker on. I look down, I was like, okay, I'm going the speed limit. I was in like my new car. I had just gotten.
Yep.
And I was like, I know for a fact I followed every law. He's like, do you know why I pulled you over? But first he walks up, gun unfucking clipped, hand on gun.
No.
Yeah, because my lights are off. And I'm like, hello? And he goes, you know why I pulled you over? I was like, actually, I have no fucking clue. And he looks in and sees me and Glads, our fat asses with fucking just a shit ton of McDonald's. And he goes, your headlights are off. Turn them on. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. And then he's like, all right, bye. The second time I got pulled over, I was driving out to my uncle's house to get my new insurance card because I was on his insurance.
Yeah.
Because I was about to take a trip to California.
Yeah.
And I needed that card because I was like, oh shit, this one just expired 2 days ago. Well, my car has smart cruise control where I can like match the speed of the person, so I set it to like 75, and then it slows down and matches the person in front of me.
Yeah.
Well, that person turned, and I wasn't paying attention, so my car just sped up to 75, and I see this. Yeah, I know. I see this wall of cars coming over the fucking peak of this hill on the highway, and I go, "Why are there so many cars grouped together?" And in the very front was a cop. I looked down. I said, "Oh shit! I'm going 75 and a 60."
Oh.
Fucking yeah! I'm gonna slow down. He clocked me going to 72. Walked up. It was February 28th of this a couple years ago.
It's the anniversary.
And yeah, exact. Oh, it is. It is the anniversary of my first ticket. And this
Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you. I know it was a money thing because he immediately walks up. He's like, license registration. Didn't even go, I pulled you over. None of that. And then he goes, hey, by the way, I wrote it for the minimum amount so it doesn't hit your points or it doesn't put points on your record. But yeah, just call and pay. It was like $150. I was like, oh fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, but also
yeah, I was going fast. But I was like, again, first time technically on like paper being pulled over.
Yeah.
They were like, come on, give me a break.
Give
me a break.
The motherfucker pulling a gun on your burger fisted hands is insane.
Like I just look in the fucking mirror because his flashlight's bright as fuck, and all I see is him unclip it and put his hand on it. I was like, bruh, if we were doing something scandalous, I wouldn't have pulled over.
Only thing scandalous you were doing is whatever you were doing to that burger.
Yeah, I was gonna. my what is it? We were living together, and fuck, we didn't have that much money, so I probably got like 2 double cheeseburgers and a large fry. Oh, I was ready to fuck that shit up.
I'm not gonna lie, whenever I eat fast food in a car, it's always significant. I know it's like
it tastes better.
It's not even that. It's in your brain. You're like, I can't eat this sloppily. I can't eat this messily. I gotta eat this cleanly. And it ends up being the worst like tornado storm of like onions and lettuce and mayo.
Yeah. So my rule now is just fries. Just fries if I'm in my car. They taste better in the car anyway. And 2, I just can't really. If I drop a French fry, I can find it later. Vacuum it up or something.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say, despite that, I feel like I actually have a pretty clean car. How's your car game? How's your car game?
Well, so my last job, where I worked as a mechanic, we were also a car wash. So we had to go and help car wash when we were slow. So I keep my car rather clean.
You had the VIP access.
Yeah, well now I don't, but but I don't know. The most thing you'll find in my car are receipts or like the bank paper envelopes that they give you when you get cash. That's it.
Basically just straight papers.
I don't know if fucking Mega is still in chat, but that motherfucker, I was driving, I was like, what's that noise? There's 2 water bottles on my floorboard. I don't drink water. So it was his little punk ass who left him in my car last weekend.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. If I had to say I had a pet peeve, it's when people leave like water bottles or soda bottles in my car, because they'll leave them in like, I'm never in like the back seat of my own car.
Yeah, exactly.
So I never noticed them, and they'll be like wedged in the like the little cup holders in the doors by like the ankles. They'll be wedged in those and be like, oh.
Yeah. That's where one of the bottles are. The other one's on the floorboard in front of the passenger seat. And I'm like,
I'm of the doctor, and this actually is a good. I was gonna say this at the beginning, but I have a few. I don't know if I want to call them doctrines or sayings, whatever, mantras. I'm of the belief that everyone keeps their clutter somewhere in their life. I'm not talking like emotional. I'm talking like physical clutter. Yeah. Like somebody everywhere they can be immaculate. They will have a messy place somewhere in their life.
Oh yeah. Mine currently, other than my closet, I don't like throwing boxes away when I buy shit. I just, they're stacked in my closet. But my drawer of my desk right now, I pull it, I open it. There's the receipts to my, what are these? My cash, whatever they're called. I got a unopened pack of Scotch tape. some John Deere leather gloves, a bottle opener that's unopened, a pair of brass knuckles, a kid's toy kitchen knife, uh, not a tape recorder, a tape measure, check stubs, bracelets. It's full of all kinds of shit.
Brother, I wish I rigged this model better because the faces I just made. What the fuck? Why does you're like a freaking JoJo's character? You're like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventures character. What's a freaking what's your stand? What are you hiding from me?
I have a handle that goes to one of my shields in here too. And I got a couple pocket knives. Ooh, I have an unopened, unrecorded on cassette tape. I have a soldering iron, a battery pack. I have a birthday boy thing. I have police issued handcuffs.
Isn't that a felony to have those?
I don't know if they're police issued, but they're Smith & Wesson. I don't know. I got them for garage sale.
I see. Oh, Silky. You already put it in your... I was like, Silky, you should definitely put the flash drive in your computer. There's no viruses on that.
I also have a flash drive. It is right here. It's a SanDisk, black and red, Cruiser Glide, 32 gigabytes.
I will
have
say
some batteries. Oh, keep going.
Hold on, no. I want to keep this going. What type are they?
They're specifically for Game Boy cartridges.
You know what? I kind of wouldn't expect any less from you.
Yeah, that's why I also have a soldering iron.
Do you have solder to go with it?
Yeah, well, I did. I just gave it away to a friend a couple months ago who needed it. He's rewiring his car, and he was adding a bunch of stereo systems. I have the whatever it's called, the game cartridge leader for original NES in here. So all kinds of shit. Anyway.
Okay. My brain's going crazy right now. Between yesterday, I got blue screen. Well, you saw I got blue screen by the KSI heads. My ass is breaking right now. This is mind break. Okay. Fucking. First of all, let's say, I mean, we got a few highs from the Coco hosts. I'm gonna have to scroll way back for this, but we got a high from Schrodinger's bear, resident quantumly entangled bear. Damn, no high from Dark Hood.
Oh, you know what? I got first. I wasn't thinking about it. My bad.
Brother got first. He's like, I started streaming. He's like, why can't I get first? He's like, why can't I get first? I was like, did you try restarting your stream or restarting or reloading the thing? We got a hello from Cray. Hi Cray, welcome on in.
Welcome in.
Oh, we're getting we got a hi from, oh shit, I skipped over Silky. Stop it! Cease! I'm being booed. I'm being booed.
Yeah, I can see Janae's. Wow.
Frick you, that's why. We got a hello from Silky. We got a hello from Rel. Hi, Rel. Hi, Silky.
Hello. Hi, Silky. Hi, Rel.
I think that's all of them. Oh, shit.
I think so.
All right, I'm gonna have to do the pickle. When ads first roll around, I'll go get my pickles. I got a jar of pickled carrots from... I'm not gonna lie, I probably actually shouldn't eat them. They're several weeks old. I think I'll just grab what's left of my pickled ginger. I'm gonna be making some pickled carrots next.
You said pickle and it might instantly throw it out.
Instantly throw it out?
Instantly. And then Silky says, yet again, I request pickled beef jerky.
Speaking of I am once again going to deny your pickled beef jerky requests.
Thank God.
I will only do pickled fruits and vegetables. Because I'm scared of pickled meats. Those are going to go bad and give me botulism and the curse of raw and everything under the sun. However, speaking of throwing out pickles, I think I will have to throw out the pickled lemons.
Ugh.
I saw some shit growing in them.
Ah!
Unfortunately, I was like, I went to go do. That's why I've been doing pickled ginger as of late. Pickled onions were on the list actually. Hi, Gerva. Pickled
Hello,
onions were
Gerva.
on the list. I was gonna see if I could find some like, oh, I forgot what the small like baby onions are called. They're like really small and really sweet.
I just call them baby onions. I don't...
Yeah, I was like, there's a name for them, but yeah, I was like, there's some really small onions I was thinking about getting because that would work well. If not, I would probably just do like sliced onion.
Have we gone over the pickle story yet? No, I was gonna shift into that here shortly.
Uh-oh, we got a pickle story?
Yeah, it's the story I think is gonna prevent a lot of people from wanting to eat pickles.
I'll be the judge of that.
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready for it? And mind you, this is at the very top of my list I have.
Brother, I'm good for it. I'm pretty
Okay.
difficult to get grossed out by food and just stuff in general.
All right, so I know this old guy. I have lunch with him or breakfast with him every Saturday. I'm not gonna say his name, but this man fought in Nam. He's from fucking Brooklyn. He's like 73, and he told me he not only swears on his children's life, but the time he fought in Nam on this, he worked at a pickle factory in his youth after Nam, and his manager, if you had to go to the bathroom more than once a day, the bathroom was on the other side of the factory, and he would not let them waste that time and made them piss in the pickle vats and said it would help with breaking it down.
Pistols!
That's fucking disgusting.
Pistols!
Pistols. So yeah, him and everyone else he worked with, if you had to use the bathroom more than once, they pissed in the vat.
Yes!
Yeah.
Pistols!
So,
did you know that piss is sterile?
Yeah, still not gonna eat something that's been soaking in fucking piss.
Clearly, you've never read Upton Sinclair's The Jungle.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Also, first of all, I got two things from co-host chat. First of all, Stebio, no, I do know what shallots are called, and shallots are not what I'm referring to. Although I could pickle green onion in shallots. Also, that would be no, these are like, I think Cray was right. Cray mentioned, I think they're, what was it? Where is it?
Is it a pearl onion?
Yes, pearl onions. I think it's pearl onions.
I totally did not just Google that.
And secondly, hashtag butt chugger. Ray, have you forgotten about the Futacular specific hashtag bussy gulpin? I'm hurt. It's been so long since I've uttered the words bussy gulpin on this channel. I was starting to think I was going soft.
Sorry.
No, let it out, this is much like a therapy session. We're here to let it out.
Anyway, I don't know why that string of words is so funny.
Bussy gulpin?
Yeah.
Oh, hashtag
shit.
pussy cancer. That's been another one. My God. That one's been also, we haven't said that one in a while. Smells like Badussy.
Badussy. Oh my God.
Chad, I miss the Foonight Show. It's been so long. We got a little the first two episodes we got a little too silly, and the FooBC decided that we might have to go off air for a little bit, but we're back and they can never take us off the air.
They can never take us off.
The Bussy Sugar Champ.
Oh shit.
Anyways.
Let me mark this off my list now.
I'm kind of glad. I'm always intrigued by how my guest stars decide to prep for this, because I should preface this. Chatters who are unfamiliar with the show, the Foonight Show is literally, it is an amount of time anywhere between 3 to 5 hours, where I just have people I want to talk to on stream.
Yeah,
and
I got it.
Shenanigans. We have anywhere from random ass chat topics to things we brought up before, questions the chat has for us, things I have to ask my my guest star,
Hello.
random ass fucking people breaking into the studio, wink wink nudge nudge, and disrupting the show.
Who would ever do that?
Who would ever do that?
do that?
I had to alert what was it? I had to alert security. I was like, yeah, you gotta let this guy in this time. He's here as a guest this time.
Yeah, I'm actually, that's why I actually got invited.
There is no way I can turn "Do you not know I'm the Bussy Chugger champ" into a tag. That is way too long.
Oh, that's a new you just gotta make that at the end of all your tweets for the next week.
Exclamation quitter talk.
That's crazy.
Brother, mama food didn't raise no quitter. Unless it's with the pickled lemons. I'm quitting on those.
I'll try not to trauma dump on hood stories. Yeah, my bad, Janae. A good amount of them don't involve you, so it'll be fine.
I should mention, like, I was talking, I forget who I was talking to. When I was talking to people, I was like, I'm so goddamn excited for Hood because you lead such an amazing, like, and I don't know if it's just a matter of I am like vanilla. I live a very vanilla life, or you're just that batshit insane.
Nah, my shit. You want to hear something crazy that happened yesterday? My fucking
Fire.
childhood home burnt down.
Can we get a pog in chat?
Yeah, my fucking childhood home burnt down, and they suspect it was fucking arson.
Yeah. You burned my house down! Pikmin!
Yeah.
My whole family's dead! Pikmin!
Yeah, thankfully, so old man that I was just telling you all about almost dropped his name.
Please do not do that.
I mean, it'd just be first name, and it wouldn't matter. He's a very but
it would be, but yeah.
So my uncle lives out on the old property that I grew up on. And because we lived next to my grandma, he lives where my grandma lived, and our old house was used as like storage and stuff. It was shitty. We destroyed that trailer. Also, it wasn't a house; it was a fucking trailer.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, still tragic, but
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. But it was just full of a bunch of shit. Like by the door, there's like 2 engines sitting on tire. Like it was used for storage. And yeah, they suspect someone started the fire, tried to burn the houses down. They did not know that old man was there, and he stopped the fire from reaching that other house, the one that they actually live in.
Based?
Yeah, but it fucking took out the trailer I grew up in, and what sucks is old man's RV and snake shed, because he breeds snakes, are right next to that, and I have not been updated on if his RV and shed are okay. So
brother,
I'm kind of worried.
Brother, you can't do this to me. You can't just like mention offhand and this old guy that like caught the dude that lit my childhood home on fire also breeds snakes.
Oh yeah. He at one point, I'm not gonna say what it is because but he bred a specific type of snake. Like he made it. He was the first person to make this specific type of ball python. And his girlfriend at the time wanted to do something really nice for him and deep cleaned his house. She used a lot of chemicals and didn't towel off the bottom of his door. And when he got home from work, all his snakes were dead.
Damn.
Yeah.
I do not dabble a ton in snakes, but I like probably a lot of people have probably gotten the occasional YouTube short and or TikTok about like snake sales. And that is not a cheap like your entire thing. No, that's like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Something that he recently got into was the green tree pythons. And the very, very first time trying it, I think he got like 6 or 7 babies, which is like, if you know anything about green tree pythons, they're super fucking difficult to like take care of and especially survive when they're young. Like one of them, he literally just had to force feed because it didn't want to eat. And it's kicking to the day and eats fine now.
OMG,
but as a baby,
me.
Yeah, exactly. He literally, dude. And that's the same. That's the same guy. That's the Vietnam vet pickle pisser.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Everyone around you is like, I think I just live a really boring life because everyone around you is so fucking interesting, you included.
You know what state I live in? Okay, crackheads everywhere.
I mean, I don't actually, but I'll take your word that you live in crackhead state. The 51st state of America, crackhead state.
Yeah, crackhead state. But this man though, oh my god, talking about I just thought about this. This man was in he was in the Air Force, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
he
nice.
then got kicked out of so he had got switched over to a different battalion, whatever you call it.
Mm-hmm.
And his old lieutenant or whatever, boot camp sergeant, got moved there too, and the dude started talking shit and he hit him with a wrench. So then he got kicked out to he had to start from Nam. He did the dog training.
Oh.
And so he trained the dogs, and he wasn't actually a handler, but then they said, "Hey, you've been doing this so long, we're going to give you the status of honorary handler." It's basically the same thing, just minus all the responsibilities. 2 days later, 2 days after he gets that title, they go, "Hey, some shit just hit the fan, and even if you're honorary, you got to go." Wakes him up in the middle of the night to go drop dogs off in a plane in Nam. The first plane, dog plane to get shot down in the war. Yeah. Then they kept his ass. Yeah, they kept his ass instead of sending him back like they were supposed to, because he's a very small guy. He's very small and skinny, and so they made him a trench rat. So he went from oh, I'm gonna be in the Air Force to, oh, I'm gonna train these dogs, to now I'm fucking going through tunnels, stabbing Vietnamese people to death. Yeah, and then he started pissing in pickle vats.
But I'm not gonna lie, I almost feel a little bad for having you on here, because have you ever done a just chatting stream?
No.
Brother.
What's up?
Something tells me this would be the average Darkhood just chatting stream. Holy shit! I feel bad, I'm fucking taking this shit. Alright, well, Jesus Christ. Anyway, every word that leaves your mouth, my jaw drops more and more.
I'm a certified yapper, man. Listen.
You're a certified yapper, and you have the insane stories to... You, unlike... We're both kind of yappers, but you, unlike me, have the stories to back it up. I got hey guys. So I was walking up the stairs because the elevator didn't work in the parking ramp I park in, and I found a jar of peanut butter with a hole in it. I also should mention it was -10, so that jar was frozen.
Oh god.
For those who know, I guarantee that could not have felt good.
Oh. Oh. Sorry,
I'm not divulging what brand it was.
I saw this story a couple days ago and then read an article about it. This dude got this dude got trapped in I think it was a not a stampede. What the fuck am I thinking of? Where it's snow, whatever, an avalanche.
Avalanche.
Yeah, blizzard, and dude was trapped and it iced over, and so he was he could not break the ice of the snow he was trapped in.
Yeah,
it started making his hands bleed. So I'm apologizing to chat before I say this. The dude escaped because he made a shit sickle and chipped through the ice.
Based. That's
yeah.
That's Alaskan type behavior.
Yeah, dude literally made a chisel and then let it freeze and then used it to break out. That's insane. Also, not one but two of co-host chatters wanted to know if it was chunky or smooth, which I will not divulge because I'm an enjoyer of peanut butter and I want other people to be an enjoyer of peanut butter, and I will not ruin one of those two. Yeah. I'm a crunchy guy myself. I like crunchy peanut butter. Not for that purposes, but on a sandwich. The idea, the concept of crunchy is the concept of crunchy is very appealing to me, but I don't know. I always buy creamy. Yeah, I get it.
I'm
I
not
get it.
really one or the other, but like the idea of crunchy is like, ooh, that's really appetizing. Especially considering I'm gonna ask you this, but I'm a purveyor of I eat spoons of peanut butter.
100%.
Okay.
100%. Nah, nah. That sometimes that would be like we'd have like these nights called whatcha nights, right? Because my mom was like, "Hey, I'm not cooking or whatever. Y'all figure it out." And I know Janae would do this too. The biggest fucking spoonful of peanut butter you could get, and just that's it. You're gonna eat that, and then like maybe a snack here and there. But I would just eat that shit right out the giant ass jar. The great value, big ass. Oh
Oh,
hell yeah.
oh.
Oh hell yeah.
There's a lot of times after stream or after like a long ass gaming session, I would, yeah, that's the
Oh,
go-to.
I fucking love it. Also, have you ever had a PB&J but on a tortilla instead?
I haven't done that. I have done just the
Fire.
plain peanut butter on the tortilla.
Nah, fire. PB&J, especially if you grill it too, like a quesadilla. Oh my
Oh,
god. Oh my god. Ugh. If y'all
I'm
can't tell, I like PB&Js.
it's a solid sandwich, and it's not like
It is.
it's like ham and cheese, because like peanut butter and jelly keep forever as well, so you don't have to like, you can just buy a big ass
Yeah.
jar of each and just put it in there, where it's like if you get like a deli meat like ham or turkey,
Mhm.
um if you get like a deli meat like ham or turkey, it's like that goes bad after you open it. You have like, you open it and you have like a week and a half to eat it.
Yeah.
The
I
cheese is over under, but honestly the cheese always goes before the meat, because let's be honest, you always sneak a slice here and there.
100%. Dude, fuck that. Shredded cheese does not last in my fridge. I will eat 2 a.m. I will go get a handful of shredded cheese. I do not give a fuck.
I don't actually, I always go for the block and shred it.
Ugh.
Because
Ugh.
it's
No, I
because
get it. I get it.
I go for the block and shred it because it also enables my worst habit, because shredded you end up eating less because
Mhm,
it's shredded. If you buy a
mhm.
block and you cut off a chunk and eat it,
Oh yeah. I used to do that as a kid. I would walk
it's
around with a block of pepper jack just munching on that shit.
my
Ugh.
recent fixation has been, it's expensive, but Parmesan off the block is incredible.
Mm.
There's
Mm.
a I went on vacation, and there was an Italian place that was their like, sometimes they bring on free appetizers. That was their,
Yeah.
they brought out like a little taste testing plate, and it was cubes of Parmesan, Kalamata olives, and bread with olive oil.
Ugh. Oh, I fucking love Italian food. I love cheese. I love pasta. All that. Fucking give me more. Spectacular. Give me 14 of them.
Pasta is a wonderful. I know that was a while digging deep in the food recesses, my wrinkles. I remember I got drunk one stream. This is back before, this was like probably within my first year of
Mhm.
streaming. I got drunk and I remember talking about like, one of the reasons why I love pasta so much is because of the simple like, a lot of pasta boils down to, or pasta science, I'm putting on my nerd glasses for this one, boils down to, you have your type of pasta, your sauce, and then
Mhm.
typically an addition to add texture to the thing. It doesn't have to be, but
Um,
it's a lot of times an addition.
I used to make my own like red sauce, I guess you could call it.
Hmm.
But I lost. I cannot remember recipes to save my life. I've been making the same mac and cheese for like 8 years, and I can't remember it. I have it written down. But when I updated my phone, it didn't save my notes like it was supposed to. So I
Mm.
lost my my recipe for my sauce. But I used to cook over like a pot a bunch of steam peeled tomatoes,
Yep.
and I just let that simmer down with a bunch of seasonings, and I would cook it all fucking day. Ugh, I don't remember everything in it that's in it though, and it sucks because I know it was fucking delicious. It's
I
gone though, out the noggin. Bye.
I live by my, okay, I gotta ask. Have you ever, which you can choose to pass. Any question I ask you, you can choose to pass on. I'm not gonna judge you. Chat.
Yeah,
If
I
you
stand on
judge my
business.
guest for passing on a question, I will ban you. This
I
isn't a
stand on
timeout. I will
business.
ban you. Um, have you ever lived alone?
Oh, I live alone right now.
Okay. Okay.
Been living alone for shit a while now. Fuck, think about it.
Yeah, I lived alone
Get,
for a little bit, and then I'm currently living with the parents.
Yeah, I think I've been alone for like 5 years.
Mm, okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was, yeah, I want to say I was by myself for 3 to 4.
yeah. I just live in a 1 bedroom,
hmm
so
Craig makes a good point. If you live alone, the only judgment comes from yourself. And
damn straight, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I'm in a wife beater and goddamn boxers. Like,
brother, you're
fuck.
clothed?
Yeah,
Damn!
and damn, my bad, my
You have
bad.
more control than I do.
Yeah, no, bro. I get home. I live alone. Get home. I walk my dog, Miss B, and I get back inside, and boom, shirt, pants, socks, gone. It is not comfy. Why would I want to wear these in the comfort of my own home?
I shit you not. The only time I generally clothe pretty heavily, but I'm also the type of motherfucker that wears like I'm the type of motherfucker that sleeps with, I shit you not, 4 blankets.
Bro, that's a mood.
I need to get a weighted blanket or some shit because I have a feeling I would really like that. But when I was living by myself, my fucking apartment, something the heating, they would do it really funkily. And so
Yep.
this was I am a college student, for those of you who do not know. Near the end of, I do not wear socks to sleep. I don't like it.
I used to fucking sleep in jeans, bro, when I was a kid.
We're
I would
gonna get to that.
home.
Actually, no,
Yeah,
no, let's
when
do this. Let's do this now. Let's do this now.
Okay, when I get home, when I would get home as a kid, whatever I wore that day is what I went to sleep in. And
Damn.
unless I showered, right? But usually it was like in the morning. But yeah, it didn't matter. Dude, I used to be able to come home and just fall asleep, even shoes on. The longest I ever slept, I got home from Friday school on a Friday, woke up on the couch Sunday morning. I slept through a whole fucking day.
Damn. I've gotten close to
Mhm.
that. I've gotten close to that. I think the most I've slept is, I want to say 16 hours.
Whew.
But no, I can't do like jeans or khakis.
Mm-mm.
If I'm sleeping, it's gotta be, I'm not gonna lie, I can't even do like athletic shorts. I know that people wear like athletic shorts as bad.
No,
I gotta
I'm
wear
a boxers.
I gotta wear sweatpants or like pajama bottoms.
I get too hot in my sleep, dude. It'll be like 30 degrees outside. I have my window open.
No, I can't. I don't like sleeping cold because
No.
I always wake up and I feel like I'm like, my
Yeah.
body's fine, but my head's like, huh.
No, I'm the other way. My head's fine and my body's like, your joints ache. Your joints ache. I was actually late. I think it was not last week, but the week before to work because it was so cold here. It was like, I think it was like 2 degrees, which is cold
Yeah.
for my state.
Yeah.
And for my state, okay, I have arthritis. Let's point that
He
out
knows.
too.
He knows I'm about to whip it out.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna subject you to it this time.
No, but I had to go start the shower. I had to get up and go turn the shower on and get in the shower to warm my joints up enough because it was so cold.
I do resonate with like the I gotta go in the shower to warm up, but yeah.
Yeah. It was, oh my god, it was so bad. But like, I cannot sleep if it's hot. If it's cold, I can always put another blanket on. But if it is hot, dude, nope.
I'm fine with it being cold, but like I cannot make it cold. I got a buddy. I'm gonna out him. Zulu. I don't think he's in chat right now, but because he's a fucking old man. But Zulu fucking that bitch would sleep in the winter with his window open.
Yeah.
It gets pretty damn cold here. We're talking on the order of like pretty consistently winter 0 to like -10.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd physically be able to handle that. Mentally, I'm perfectly fine with that. But the second I try to get up, nah. Nope. No.
Bear, it's not like 0. It's relatively warm out right now.
I only closed my window a couple minutes ago because I'm a loud motherfucker. I don't need someone walking by going, what the fuck?
What the fuck is he talking about? Pistols? Bussy gulping? I don't got no windows. I don't got no windows because I'm I'm streaming from a basement right now,
Yeah. I
which
just stream from my bedroom, so
it's cold as hell. It gets cold as hell down here. It's been nice because it's not been like I've been walking down here and there's not been freezicles hanging. Wait, freezicles,
Freezicles?
icicles hanging from the ceiling. I think it's not been
Uh,
frozen and there's icicles hanging from the ceiling. Um, I got a little space heater in the back corner. And it's I think it's several years old. It's probably getting close to a decade old, and it's chugging, but it's been bringing me through the winter.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, my okay, so my apartments go off like a temperature switch when it goes to like the ACs and stuff,
Yes,
which
yes.
they yeah. Well, the AC stopped working, and so they just gave everyone window units. So
Mm,
like my window unit isn't in my window because it's been cold,
hmm.
but I've been waking up and it's in like the high 30s, and by the time I get home, it's almost 80. And so like I'm just like,
Oh,
am I gonna thug it out? Like, because for me to open my window, take the screen back out, which is a bitch. I'm on the second story, put the window unit in, make sure it's in there secure, open up, plug it in, let it run for what, like 5, 6 hours, and then I'm gonna wake up. It's gonna be in the 30s, 40s again, and I'm gonna have to take it out, close the like. I'm so until it is just consistently hot, I'm gonna have to thug out every fucking afternoon. It's gonna suck.
bro, I was about to. I was like, that was where I was going. With the AC switch. It gets unreasonably hot in the apartments I lived in
Yeah.
for like the last like few weeks of the semester, and it was like fucking. It probably got to 80, 85 degrees, which I'm saying, and it's like for me, it's literally like now you can be like, oh, that's not hot. 85 degrees.
Yeah.
85
Yeah.
degrees is pretty bad indoors though.
Yes. Because when I finally got my window unit for my, because the first one I got was for my bedroom. Because I,
Mm,
dude, it's so hot, like I can't breathe.
yeah,
I think my room was like clocking like 98. I was like, oh my fucking god, I need
you're
a
literally like
fucking
you're melting into a puddle at that
yeah.
point.
Like I'm yeah. There's nothing I could do. I remember at one point I got so fucking hot and it was so hot outside. I drove down the Sonic and got like a like the big, I think it was a Route 44 slushie, and just ate. I just ate on it, dude. I ate
You
on
could,
it all night. I did not sleep, and it's the only thing that got me through that. And I also got like a shit ton of ice, and I
yeah,
was kept just putting it in my dog's bowl because it was so fucking hot.
hell yeah.
Yeah,
He
it
puts
was
ice in
bad.
his dog's bowl.
I also give my dog bottled water because I don't trust the water in the city I live in.
That's kind of fair, honestly.
Yeah,
Put it
it's
on his.
not. Ugh.
Yeah, yeah. Did you say?
Janae, you're a mod. Read my rules. Read. You know what? You know what?
Mod didn't
You know
read the
what?
rules. Mod didn't read the rules.
Huh, you know what? Oh,
But
I'm in the
yeah,
wrong. Wow.
I definitely on my end, it probably, it was bad just because it's like nobody likes, when it's 80, you're definitely like sweating and nobody likes to go indoors and just like sit on a couch and sweat.
Yeah.
Cause then
Terrible.
it's like, it feels terrible because you're like, oh, it was even worse because it was the end of the semester. So I'd have to like study for finals and write a bunch of papers.
Ugh.
And I'm sitting there at my freaking laptop and it's like that, which is also hot. And I'm like, ugh, which was miserable, but I guarantee it definitely gets warmer. I guarantee,
Yeah.
much
Oh,
like it
dude.
definitely gets colder where I am, it definitely gets warmer where you are.
Yeah, dude. It fucking sucks.
We have our woes.
It's hard out here for a pimp. That's all I gotta say.
I will say I've been
Also,
quite. Oh,
did it do it?
did you imagine it?
No. I was just trying to delete their message, but it won't let me.
I will say I'm gonna do one
Anyway,
quick tirade here. I got ads in 2:30. I'm assuming you got
yeah,
ads relatively soon.
yeah. I'm just gonna. How long are your ads?
My ads are 3 minutes. I do the 3 minutes every
Same.
hour.
So tell me when yours goes off, and I'll force run mine.
Okay. And then we, in theory, should be linked up then. But
Yeah, and
when that
then
happens, I'm
we'll
gonna
be
go
good.
get my pickles here so I can.
Oh yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh man, I got a list of shit.
But yeah, I'm gonna say I was like the weather's been good. I know this is like, oh, we talk about the weather, but I will say I've been seasonal depression is a bitch. No matter where
Oh
you
yeah.
are, it sucks even more. I feel like it sucks a lot in the north because in the north it gets really snowy and like every day is gray
Yeah.
clouds.
Yeah. And it's just miserable all the time and cold, which I like the cold, but
Yeah.
I think might be too much.
I the cold is fine. Winter is wonderful when you don't have to leave your home.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's kind of like people who talk about how much they love rain, but then they go to Seattle and they're like, okay, this is too much.
I do actually like, well, it's literally like rain and winter and all of those are like, I'm like, I love them, but like if I have to work in them, not even that, if I have to drive in them, I'm
Mhm.
like, oh.
I wish it was just a nice like 65 all year round.
Even, well, actually, no, I actually kind of retract that about anything because like the rain makes me want to do things, but just not like go into, even like working from home, I'm fine
Mhm.
with, but actually going into like an office, I'm like,
Yeah.
but like I'd be fine going out and like grocery shopping and buying something to
Mhm.
make, like a soup or a stew or like bread that day.
Rainy days are the best days for like soups and breads, carbs, and just like staying at home watching a movie or
Yeah.
reading a book. I sound like what is it, Phyllis from fucking Oh, thank you for the
Oh,
stretch.
stretch.
Oh, that felt good.
Make
Oh,
sure you're.
my back just cracked. Oh my god.
I've been lucky. I've been sleeping relatively good. But before I go on another tangent, I got ads in 10.
Okay, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
No, you got this. You got
3,
this.
2, 1. I'm running my ads.
Yep. So, non-subs, we'll be right back. Subs, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go clean my stuff up real quick. I might make myself another cocktail.
I'm gonna
Ooh.
just
I'll be
I'm
right
gonna
back.
entertain everyone.
If you would kindly entertain my subs and your subs.
I got you. I got it. All right, guys. What do you guys want to talk about? Is Bear still here? Because I want to talk about flatworms. Okay. Flatworms, as I learned in my high school zoology class. Hello. Um, if I remember this correctly, they were also the very first, I think, species to develop like a nervous system and like the very first form of the brain. So based, also the first to do the bilateral symmetry. Flatworms are just that guy. Flatworms are the goat. Um, yeah, I learned a lot about flatworms in Zoe because obviously we're learning about that stuff. But we had like a whole like chapter on just flatworms. I fucking love it, and they're so pretty. They are so pretty. Oh, 79% evil. Oof, oof. Let's let's hit Foo with it. Evil at Footacular. Oh, he's not in my chat. It's fine. What if I just type it out? Now I got hiccups. Excuse me. 79 as well. Oh, you guys are twins. And Foo's 95% evil. They are so pretty. Um, okay, I told Foo I would do this if this happened. So it should be updated real time in his stream as well. There we go. I have officially been balded. Thank you. Thank you. What is this? Oh god. Oh, you made it oh, you're perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Bear. Let me just sign in real quick. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh god, it's texting me a code. Minute. DJ, welcome in. Foo ran to go get, I think he said pickles. Something.
Hello.
But yeah, let's add this to my 7TV. That should be part of my 7TV now. I fucking love the flatworms.
Hello.
If it wants to load. Bear, stop flirting with my wife. Listen, man. Oh shit. Thank you for the shout out. Hell yeah. The wave. The wave. Also, can we appreciate the emotes that Foo made me? My first and only animated one as well. There's a version too where my eyes are purple. I just didn't do it, and then after I uploaded, I realized. Unless they are, I don't know. Don't. Let's go, W Foo. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Is my bald? No, my bald's still gone. The second it's done, though, I'm gonna switch back all my Fugi. What else can we talk about? We already talked about worms. We already talked about what else? Oh, I didn't set up 7TV on my stuff as an extension. Fuck. Welcome back, y'all. Anyway, so now followers should be here. I am now about to unbald myself again. There we go. Hair is back on Foo's side as well. L L L. Also, love that Bear cursed us with the curse of Ra. Thank you for that. Which I don't know. I'm a big mythology person. Greek, Roman specifically, but also Norse, but dude, I fucking love Egyptian mythology. I fucking love it, dude.
Fuck, ads are done. God damn it.
Yeah, they just ended. And you missed me getting balded too. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 sec, chat. I'm gonna let me see. Hold on.
Oh, welcome in. Welcome in.
Oh, that does eat it, huh? All right, give me 1 sec. We're mixing a cocktail live here.
Oh shit.
Oh, that does pick it up. Shit.
I'm trying to be quiet so I can listen to Foo.
Hi. Nice and pumping. For those of you who are wondering what I am drinking tonight, I am drinking I recently made, okay, story time. Sorry, Hood. It's my time. I have the talking stick.
Hey, it's your time over there, and it's my time right here. So take your time.
I have the talking stick, aka alcohol.
Oh shit, my bad.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know.
I already told Hood before stream what I'm drinking. Tonight I'm drinking. Well, I'm away from the mic. Tonight I'm drinking a brown butter infused rye sour, which is fancy bartender speak for okay, let me it's fancy bartender speak, meaning I took rye, which is a form of whiskey, which is a corn, I believe. Or is it, oh fuck, I forget if rye is a form of excuse me, whiskey, which I'm not too my ass is not versed in whiskeys. I can talk the fuck out of gin, I cannot talk whiskey. Is right? Don't look at me like that! Don't look at me like that! I never drink rye! I only have this bottle because I needed it to make a Thanksgiving dinner thing. Fuck you! Anyways, I'm drinking a rye sour. The rye entails, I don't know, fucking the rye. You also misspelled rye, dingus. Point invalid. Minor spelling mistake.
Oh shit.
A sour is a drink that is made typically with you'll take your base spirit, in this case it's a rye, and you will combine it with a sweetener, which is usually simple syrup. And then you'll take those and you'll combine it with a sour mixture, which sometimes is lemon, sometimes is lime, sometimes is a mixture of them, depending on the bartender, depending on the spirit, depending on the time of day or the weather. You'll mix it and shake it. Typically, this drink is also shaken with an egg white. What the egg white does is whenever you have an egg white in a drink, it gives it a nice foamy head. It gives it a nice foamy head, and it also slightly modifies the drink's texture to be a little bit more creamy. It's more akin to drinking kind of, I don't want to say milk, but it does give you a creamier mouthfeel. And it is very nice.
I pressed the wrong thing. Oh God.
I recently did an experiment because I've been wanting to experiment more. There's a
Oh my God.
priest turned bartender on YouTube. I forget what his name is. I got the idea from him, in which he did a fat washed bourbon, specifically using brown butter. Oh God, my tangents are leading into tangents. But yeah,
no,
so
this is great. Keep going.
the idea behind fat washing alcohols. So alcohols, depending, I'm assuming everybody here is familiar with like quality of alcohols, even if you aren't necessarily drinkers. Like, i.e., if you pay more for an alcohol or like a top shelf alcohol, you'll get a better alcohol in air quotes, which
yeah, I think a
generally
lot of people like. I was gonna say I think a lot of people would know when it comes to like wine, right? Because that's all you ever hear. But like, oh, this is this aged fine wine, or oh, box wine, so forth, so forth.
Mm-hmm. Typically, it depends on the spirit you get. Like, if payment necessarily means quality per se. The general like rule of thumb is whenever you drink alcohol, you will get a burn. When you drink alcohol, you will often feel a burn. Like, it's, I mean, the closest equivalent I can think of is like if you ever get like a cut and you sanitize it with antibacterial stuff. It's like that, but for your throat, kind of.
Someone masked me, so I had to change my fugi.
Higher, technically that's affected by both the proof and the quality. Typically higher quality alcohols, ones that are more expensive, things like Grey Goose. Your Grey Gooses will be a lot smoother, which means when you drink them, they won't burn as much, or they won't burn at all.
What's a Grey Goose?
Grey Goose is in America, it is a French imported vodka that is pretty expensive. It's a top shelf vodka.
That makes sense.
But yeah, that's where people are like, whoa, why would you? I mean, vodka doesn't make a ton of sense to buy like necessarily top shelf, because vodka doesn't have flavor really, because of the nature of the spirit.
Most people I know, they drink Amsterdam.
And it's like, the other thing that quality boils down to is how you feel the day after. Typically, if you're buying really, really cheap spirits, because obviously they're cheap, in the process when they're making it, a lot of yucky stuff gets mixed in. I'm not gonna get into the fulls of this because it goes into distilling sciences and things like that. But basically, when you make alcohol, there's 3 parts of the process when you're like separating out the alcohol from everything, and it's the first part is bad stuff. It's bad chemicals you don't want in there because they taste bad and they make you feel like shit. The middle stuff is the stuff you want. It's the good stuff. For a lot of people, think of it like an Oreo. A lot of people like the cream in Oreos.
Yeah.
But they don't like the cookies. That's essentially what it is. The cookies, in this case, the cookies taste bad and they make you feel bad. But cheaper alcohols, for the sake of speed, they will typically end up including more of the beginning and the end, which typically makes it taste not as good, and it makes you feel worse, which is where you get people being like, oh, I drank a ton of tequila and I felt really bad after. And it's like, yeah, probably because you got a like bottom shelf tequila, a really cheap tequila, and drink a shit ton of it.
It kind of reminds me of like tea, how like you're supposed to, like actual tea, you're supposed to the first like couple whatever it's called, pours, you're supposed to toss it out.
Oh, you know about that?
Yeah, I watched this dude specifically who has tea pets, and like he's like, here's this Chinese tea that I have that's like super expensive, or you know, this or that, or it was only sold for this much time, and he does that, a steeping, the first couple steeps.
Yep. You do washes.
Yeah, and you pour it on your tea pets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know something. I know something.
I'm gonna get into that. Let me quick finish my little. Let me quick finish the thing. So fat washing. I'm a bit of a chemist by interest, hobby,
Hey,
whatever
yo,
you want to
Mr.
call it.
White.
Hey, you Mr. Magnets, bitch. Um, washing your alcohols with fats. So, if any of you are wine heads, or even if you've heard a little bit about wine, I don't know if there's like wine TikTok or something, you probably are familiar with the word tannins. Tannins are a naturally occurring molecule, not polymer. Tannins are a naturally occurring molecule which to humans taste very bitter. Overall, this group of chemicals, tannins, taste very bitter. They're most known for being
Yeah.
in wines. They give wines their different tastes.
Aren't they? Isn't it in dark chocolate too?
Yes. It's typically things that are bitter or astringent tasting have tannins.
Which I love dark chocolate.
Technically speaking, they are poisonous, but in very large amounts.
Oh,
It's the reason why
hey,
you
you know what?
shouldn't. It's fine to, generally speaking, unless you're eating like actually unhealthy amounts of dark chocolate or drinking unhealthy, like literally tannins in wine. If you're drinking enough wine that the tannins will kill you, the alcohol will kill you much faster.
It's kind of like the cyanide in apple seeds.
Yes.
But if you ate enough of them, it could actually happen. But you would have to eat such an insane amount that it's like, oh, you were doing this on purpose.
Yes. Where it does come into issues is like people who live off like natural, they do like foraging and things like that, like acorns. Acorns have a lot of tannins in them, and so that's why if you've ever gone like seen like survival videos or gone surviving and you've wanted to eat acorns, that's why people, when they say that, they suggest you boil the shit out of them, because that's what you're doing is you're, much like tea leaves, you put them in boiling water to pull the flavor out. You put acorns in this boiling clean water and it pulls the tannins out. It doesn't get rid of them completely, but it pulls the tannins out, and so you can eat the acorns.
Yeah, so you're not gonna fucking die.
But these tannins are often very bitter and astringent. They don't taste very great. In wines, it's a different story. I'm not going to get into it because that's a tangent for another time. In regular alcohols, a lot of these astringent and bitter chemicals, I think they're called oh fuck, I need to get my book for it. They're just called olefins. Polysaccharides is the other thing. But basically, bad tasting chemicals in your stuff. If you introduce a fat, something like an oil or a butter or a cream, or even like milk, into your alcohol, and then you will introduce, if it's not a high enough, so typically alcohol will curdle a lot of milks depending on the alcohol content. If there is not enough alcohol, you can add like lemon juice, and that will curdle the milk. Have you ever seen like curdled milk and things like that? Or like where it kind
Remember
of forms...
I told you that lady who only drinks vodka with milk? Yeah. Yeah. Disgusting.
Yeah. Basically what happens, and you can imagine, is when your fat curdles, which it depends on what you're using. If you're using a cream-based fat like butter or milk, milk or cream, that will form these little fluffy, not necessarily crystals. I'm going to call them cheese curds, for lack of a better term. These cheese curds effectively act as sponges for those yucky chemicals. And so if you introduce that into your liquor and then you curdle it and you let it sit for an amount of time, depending on if you're using butter, if you're using milk, if you're using cream, and depending on the liquor and things like that, you stir it, you let it sit, and then you will filter it out. It can improve the quality. It can, not always, it can improve the quality of your liquors. And depending on, it can also impart flavors. So like I used brown butter with a rye. The idea was to get some, maybe it wasn't necessarily leach flavor out as much as I wanted to put the brown butter flavor into it, because I was like, oh, that could be really nice. Don't worry, the story's almost at an end. We can get it. I know I've been yapping for a while.
Bro, keep yapping. What are you talking about?
But the idea was I wanted to put the brown butter in because it would, I don't know, I think it would taste good. It kind of has a, you can help me out if you can help me out with this, but I feel like brown butter has kind of like a caramely-ish
Yeah.
taste to it. I know it's been told like a rich nutty flavor.
Yeah. I think caramely kind of fits better because I don't know. I think that fits more than like a rich nutty flavor.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, I didn't know what brown butter tasted like, and I was like, I'm gonna try this once, and then I tried it once, and I was like, wait, this is insane.
Yeah, delicious.
It takes
Absolutely phenomenal.
It takes time, and it's like if you just want to have like butter on bread, it's like, but like if you have the time and you want to give it a shot, there's plenty of brown butter tutorials out there that aren't too difficult to follow. And you can make it in small batches and just like try it yourself. It's an interesting experience.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, it had to do. I don't know. I think to me it just definitely tastes more. Excuse me, I had to burp. Caramely because like you caramelize it.
That is, yes. Yes, you do caramelize it.
I've never actually gotten like a nutty flavor from it. It's always been like a caramely flavor. So I'm like, you know.
It was almost, now that I'm thinking about it, almost kind of reminds me of like a butter flavor, but intensified.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like Butter's really, really like, it's like Butter's brother if Butter's brother like lifted like 300 and squatted 500.
Oh shit.
I don't lift and squat, so I don't know how big those numbers are, but
I mean that's it. 500 pounds is a lot.
It's a very, to me, it's like a very rich, very like buttery butter. And ultimately the flavor will depend on where you get your butter and what quality is and such, yada yada. But it's very good on just like bread with salt. It's very good like that.
Have you ever had it in brownies?
I've never had it in brownies. Oh, that reminds me of the thing I want to talk to you about.
It's pretty good.
I can imagine.
It's pretty good.
I feel like for most intents and purposes, brown butter is just like butter's better version. The difference is you have to, you know, make it. But
yeah, I've also had it on a pasta before.
I've done like
delicious.
Like a sage. I know the one that everybody does is the sage and butternut squash, like ravioli.
Now I'm getting hungry.
You should have eaten. You should have eaten before coming out of the show. I make everybody hungry.
I did. I had hungry. Well, I went to Sonic, but oh shit. What's going on?
Whoa.
Oh, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
Can we get some pogs, chat? Pogs in the chat?
3-month gift subscription has entered. Oh, hell yeah. It just entered its second month because I forgot she gifted Pastel 3 months. So it just renewed. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Hell yeah. W. But yeah, I am kind of upset with Sonic actually because.
Oh, what do they do?
Okay. This part isn't the bad part about it. They officially made the smash burgers part of their menu, which I'm fine with. It was good. It's good.
Wait, was Sonic not smash burgers before? I don't have many Sonics around me, so I don't know.
It's like a car hop place, right? Like go to old American Burger. Like I remember when they used to fucking come to your car in like roller skates and shit. Car hopping and stuff. But no, they just do regular. Sonic has a very specific taste to me, and that's why I go to it because I crave that specific taste.
Yeah.
But so they added the smash burgers, the double and triple. But instead of putting it at the end of the menu, they said, "Nah, fuck it. We're gonna make it number 1 and 2." So it threw off my whole shit. I went to order the number 3, which was a supersonic bacon double cheeseburger, and that is because it comes with no pickles. This is the only burger on their menu that comes automatically with no pickles.
The pickles.
Yeah, I went to order it, and I look over, and as I say, "Can I get a number?" I go, "What the fuck?" And that was just the regular Sonic cheeseburger, and I'm like, "No, I want the supersonic bacon double cheeseburger. It doesn't come with fucking pickles. It's the only one that doesn't come with pickles." So I'm a little salty about that because now I gotta remember to say the number 5. And I know that seems very stupid because it's just the number 5 number instead of the number 3. But I've been saying the number 3 for years. I sound like an old person right now. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there is that, but there's also, I kind of resonate with like if you have like a daily regimen and like
Mhm.
I don't mean to say like you get burger every day, but like if you have
Yeah,
something that
no,
you're
no, no.
used to doing and you like suddenly have to change it because of something outside your control, it's like, yeah, that's
Yeah.
irritating.
Well, it's also like it's a new item, so add them to the fucking list, like the end of the list. Don't
Yeah.
fuck up the menu, man. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I will say I can't agree with, I do like pickles on my burgers.
No. Oh.
The pickle, because I will say that's the thing. I did the pickles as a joke. Oh, speaking of which, real quick tangent. The pickle today is pickled ginger that I've had for
Months.
at least 2 months.
Yeah.
At least since
Did you-
January. We're near the end. I only have like 2 nubs left.
I thought you created that in December.
Maybe. Well, I might have done late December, but it wasn't ready till January.
Yeah, you're right.
I was
think that's
literally
what it was.
eating raw ginger the last like month and a half.
Yeah.
Or week and a half of December.
Yeah, I remember that. I felt really bad every time you did it.
Nah. It was my own fault because I
yeah.
didn't prep the pickle soon enough. That's my own. Don't feel
You didn't
bad for
piss
me.
in it.
I didn't
You
piss
didn't
in the
piss in
pickle.
it.
I didn't piss in
You
the ginger
didn't
pickle.
piss in it. If you would have pissed in it, it would have broken down faster. All right.
It would have been salty too.
Uh,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't actually know what it would have been like because I've never tasted my own piss.
I don't know. I feel like mine probably tastes like Dr. Pepper.
Yours probably does taste like Dr. Pepper.
Fucking love Dr. Pepper shit.
Can that shit. Sell it as hood soda.
Gamer boy piss soda.
Dr. Pissber.
Oh shit.
All right.
Oh, I am technically a doctor, so I could say that.
You can be Dr. Pissber.
Yeah. Like I can sell a drink.
Licensed physician. Totally not snake oil.
Yeah, I totally my PhD totally is not honorary. Wink, wink.
Speaking of PhD, I want to air some laundry out here. I got a personal problem with you.
Okay, what's up?
I've definitely talked about this on stream before, but motherfucker, I'll come into your stream and you'll be like, I'll say some shit and be like, "Foo, oh my god, you're so smart," and I'll be like, "I am," but also you'd be like, "I'm so dumb," and I'm like, "No, you're not dumb, motherfucker."
I don't know. I feel like the last however many years my brain cells have been decaying.
That's the case with everybody, but intelligence is more of the way I view it, which you can say like, "Oh, man, this is like a smart person viewing intelligence," because it's. I feel like everyone's intelligent. Intelligence is less a matter of like, oh, overall, and more like a matter of subject. It's more or less an interest, a measurement of interest in a subject.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. A big part of it too is like, I don't know. I peaked in school, and then like, my mom didn't allow me to take any of the avenues that like would have stimulated that, so I just crashed the fuck out in high school. Like I stopped giving a fuck. I crashed out. That's why I graduated early, because I was like, I cannot continue being in this school. Like,
that's fair.
It was like 7th grade. The school contacted my mother and said, we want him to not only skip a grade or 2, we want him to drive all the way down to Texas and be part of the summer program to take the ACT and the SAT.
Oh.
And she was like, no.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, you didn't miss out much on that.
No, but like,
yeah.
It was very exciting to hear that in a 7th grade stance, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm in 7th grade and they're wanting me to skip a grade or 2 and go take like this summer course and like take these tests that
Mhm.
like my eldest sibling just took in high school, you know?
Mhm.
And I don't know, I just didn't get that avenue. And like the closest thing I got was like the gifted and talented program. And we didn't do shit besides like egg drops and like
Hey, don't
like
knock the egg drops.
random
Those are kind of
reports.
fun though.
I love them, but I don't know. It wasn't. I was like, dude, the last one I did, I won with a box and a do-rag because I took the do-rag and I twisted it tightly, put holes on each side of the box,
Mhm.
and tied knots, and then you just put the eggs in them.
Yeah.
And so when it lands, easy one. That's all. That's all it took. A fucking box and a do-rag.
It is, but it's like, I don't know. But it's
It was fun. It was fun regardless. But I don't know. I was just like, it was that program was hyped to me, I should say. And it took a lot of no, what are you saying?
that I was like, I enjoy hearing that because it's like it's all. I know I'm nearing the end of my academic career is what I'm gonna say.
Mhm.
And I'm entering a professional career, but like, I don't know. I personally really do enjoy learning. Like when I learn something new about something I'm interested in, whether it be engineering, whether it be alcohol, whether it be food, I'm like, oh, it's a fun fact. And I'm like, oh, that's actually really cool. And it's like, whenever I hear people say, oh, that's like, I really enjoyed like talking about, whenever I see people like talking about things that they enjoy about or like talking about things they like enjoy learning about or things they learned about something they enjoy, it brings a smile to my face.
I get that. I don't know. I just the GT program really like was a disappointment.
Yeah.
It was so overhyped to me, and I had to do so much work to convince my mom to let me be part of it. And then I was like, dude, I ain't do shit because we had 2 GT teachers, and I had the one that never had done it before.
Mm-hmm.
So the other class was like building robots, and my class was like reading.
Oh, yeah. There's very
I don't know.
much. That's the other thing is like, I also love to see people like going outside of school and learning per se, because there's
Yeah.
it's not wrong to think that, oh, I mean, schools are places of learning, but schools aren't the only place like learning can occur.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the whole
100%.
street knowledge versus school knowledge thing. It's like it technically like a common sense thing, but I don't know. I feel like if you're interested in the thing, you'll learn about it and you'll want to grow your quote unquote intelligence on it. And
Yeah.
I do not think anyone around me is stupid, even if they may say, "Oh, I'm stupid." It's literally, I guess I got lucky because I'm interested in the things that everyone else views as like, oh, if you know this, you're smart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I was trying to stifle my fucking giggles at my prof saying hot and floppy in a lecture a few days ago.
Hot and floppy.
Yeah, we were talking about melted
Oh
plastic,
shit.
which
Hot and floppy.
when plastic is hot, it gets floppy. Looks at your username, bro. All right. Now hold on, Ray. That's not fair. That's not fair. Also, I've never
It's
said
not.
once that I agree with your username, Ray. Oh. Oh, fuck. Baking, brownies, Dr. Pepper. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
Did
My
I ever
bad.
send you the Dr. Pepper brownie video?
I don't think you did.
There's a recipe for Dr. Pepper brownies. I wouldn't advise making it.
Oh god, is it that bad?
Well, it's basically just a boxed brownie mix with an amount of Dr. Pepper poured into it, and then you bake it.
Dr. Pepper ribs are good.
They are good. Well, but
Yeah.
but like that makes
It's a
sense
meat.
though.
Yeah,
It's
it like makes them so tender.
Yeah, because it's acidic, so it breaks down the meats.
Yeah, I could see why the brownie wouldn't work.
The brownie just gets really weird.
Yeah, maybe if you put like a flat Dr. Pepper in there.
Maybe. It's more or less just like the Dr. Pepper and chocolate combo. I mean, I guess it kind of works, but I'm like, I don't know.
Dr. Pepper ribs is. You've never heard of Dr. Pepper ribs? People do Coke ribs, but
Yeah.
like, I convinced my mom. I was like, do Dr. Pepper instead. And it just was sweeter. It tasted better than Coke ribs. It was them 23 flavors.
Yeah, Grandpappy Foo is a Coke Rib subscriber.
When the mask come on. Oh,
It's been on for a while.
someone redeemed it, and then a couple minutes ago, Ray redeemed no mask, and then Pastel re-redeemed mask.
Who mixes soda with ribs? Sane people, that's who,
Yeah,
Pastel.
it makes the one. It helps flavor it, but it tenderizes it. It makes it so fucking melts in your mouth if you mix, especially if you do like our crock pot ribs with fucking soda.
I'm about to get violent.
Hi.
I'm bald. I'm bald.
Damn. Just like
There
that.
we go.
Chat giveth and chat taketh away.
Damn. Just remind me when bald disappears to go back to the mask, because it doesn't. It resets to with no mask.
I love how you didn't need to do this. You didn't need to like update the Fugi, but you decided to.
Yeah. I have its own window ready for when my stuff gets redeemed.
The
I can just click.
dedication.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
dedication.
I want to give it everyone. I want to give everyone the experience.
The
I'll put
mask off for cheaper. Oh, DJ's gaming the system.
Oh, you know what? You know what? Oh, I don't have that one saved. I have a bald mask.
Oh, you do?
I do have a bald mask. I did not ask for it.
You thought of
Ray
everything.
gifted it to me. No. I didn't ask for it. Ray gifted it to me.
Ray thought of
yeah.
everything.
Spectacular.
Yeah.
Mask on, fucking mask off.
But I don't know. I couldn't. I need to figure out how to make a thing on Mix It Up that goes, okay, if bald's been redeemed, if masks has been redeemed, and then someone redeems bald, do this instead. And I just haven't. Yeah.
I've got three. I commissioned Ray for 3 hats, and I've had 2 hats collecting dust because I've been trying to get it to work automatically, and for whatever reason, I have to sit down again at some point and just work it out and try to get it to work, but like, oh my lord, it's not. It just isn't.
Yeah. No, I feel that.
I definitely need to to be fair, I got 3 hats. Let me see if I can. We got Return of they're a little funky. I gotta mess with them a bit. We do have the good old headphones. Oh, why is my head oh
Oh god.
I'm missing a chunk of my head.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. The aliens have beamed up a wedge of my head to study. We're gonna maybe wait. Oh, because of the we're gonna be over here. I forget I messed up my hat, so it's gonna be on this side. But no, if those of you who are wondering, oh, Foo, why don't you have... I do have other hats prepped, and the redeems, I actually have them, but if you redeem them, shit gets fucky.
Yeah. Oh, no mask. Oh, cool.
The other unfortunate part... Yeah, the other unfortunate part is with the hats, they fuck with the clown redeem.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
I can't make if I have the other hats out and the clown redeem gets redeemed, it gets weird. Stuff gets weird.
It gets weird, man.
I don't know what the solution is to it. I gotta figure out how to do it, or else I can't automate the clown redeem. I can't automate any of the hat redeems, and it's like, that's no fun.
Yeah, and that's my struggle with just this, but like, I don't know. As the it's harder, I feel like, as the PNG, because like, I don't know. I'm assuming you used like a VTubing software.
It's the VTubing I used. Well, the VTubing was all done through OBS.
Gotcha. Okay. I see.
I
I
did
use
the.
what are
Go
you
ahead.
saying?
No. You go first.
Not okay.
We're not
I
doing
use
this.
video tube mini, and it just like I can have like keybind set up, and that's how
Mhm.
I make it switch. Pulling back the curtain here, in the commands, it does a keybind or whatever. It just
Mm.
presses those for me to switch between the layers, but I I quite literally cannot figure out how to make it where it goes. Okay, like I think I just said this, but if bald is active and someone uses mask or vice versa, it does this instead of the plain one. It's just too much coding and getting it figured out, and I was like, fuck that.
Where's Cal?
I'm
Where's
done.
the old geezer? We
Yeah,
gotta get him in
yeah.
here.
Need him to get in my fucking mix it up and do that, because I was like, oh my god. And then I was watching videos and they're like, okay, well, you have it where if 1 = 1, this is said or this is done. And I'm like, okay, but how do I make that actually work with my stuff? And no one ever explains it. It's just if 1 = 1, this happens. Now
Yeah.
see, if I put a 2 here, it does not happen. And I'm like, this does not help at all.
That I was like, yeah, I would help you, but I don't use Mix It Up. I use Sammy, which is a bit of a different one. I probably could try and see, but I will say,
Calling over, mix it up. It cow.
how do we
Oh,
summon Cal?
IT.
This has gone from Jimmy Tacular to this is now tech support for Dark Hood.
Electricity, electricity, electricity. He should be here any moment.
Me when I summon my basic charge. Time to just press Q in chat for a little bit.
That's crazy. Oh fuck. Oh, my
Oh,
hair is getting too long.
gotta
Oh, I
get a
just want
haircut,
this.
brother.
I don't like people touching my head.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn, I'm of the
yeah.
opposite. I'm of
The
the opposite camp.
No, well, okay, correction. If I'm in a relationship with someone, I don't care. But like someone cutting my hair and touching my head, or someone I'm not in a relationship with, it like makes my skin crawl. Like, do not touch me or my head. Um,
Nah, that
the
shit's
last
great.
the last time I cut my hair, I'd gotten home from a long day at work. My cousin, redacted, was sleeping on my
Redacted.
couch with his girlfriend. He was supposed to be there for like a couple weeks. It ended up
Yeah.
being longer. And I was pissed off, and I was moving something around in my room, and he had already pissed me off. And I went to move something, and it kept falling and getting in my face. It was hot as fuck, and it just got in my eye one last time. I said, okay, stood up, walked to the bathroom, and just shaved my head. And that was like 2 years ago.
I can understand that, which is why that's why I keep my hair short. It's like I know when I need to cut it because when it starts like annoying me.
Yeah. Now I've kind of gotten used to it, but like it's easier now that it's long enough to get put back and it doesn't like fall out of
Hmm.
like the bun or whatever. Yeah, I rock a man bun.
Based.
Yeah. It's too long. And I especially like working or eating or doing anything, it just gets in the way. I have to put it back. I have to. But it's never been this long before. So I was sitting back and I go to move my head up and I fucking get caught and my head gets yanked because my back is pressing my hair to the chair. It's gonna be pretty with warm hands. I set aside my personal boat. No.
Yeah.
No. No.
There's
Don't
I'm
touch me.
I really like it. The only thing I don't like is the razor on the neck. It does the I think it's whatever the fucking ASMR shit is, it makes my like spine like I want to like scrunch it. It gives me like a like spine cramp.
Ugh.
But I
I
bear
don't
and
know.
grin. I grin and bear
I
it.
just think of I don't know. I can't think of a barber cutting my facial hair. I just think of Sweeney Todd.
They're gonna cut your neck?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Which, fun fact, Dark Hood used to only shave with a straight razor.
Damn. Nah, I electric razor that shit. I mean,
Yeah. No.
I don't really grow that much facial hair, but like I just
Mhm.
electric razor it.
No, that was like 16, 17-year-old me. And I
Uh,
was like, I don't know, I just it like I get really bad ingrown hairs and I just
ah.
felt like it was better. But now my hair is just too thick and so I take it off with an electric razor, and then if I want it smooth, I hit it with a fucking Dave brand or whatever.
Dave brand razor.
I
That
think
might
I
also
think it's called Dave.
it might be that might also be like shaving technique.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I
That makes a
say
lot of
that
sense.
I say it with confidence, so you know it must be true.
Mm-hmm. No, I
Foodtacular
also
totally has hair. Food totally has hair-tacular.
yeah, I have to use the fucking like the aloe sensitive skin shaving cream too.
Hmm.
I just my facial hair is super curly. So when it grows in, that's why I hate shaving because I just instantly start getting fucking ingrown hairs and I cannot stand it.
You're actually bald. You may think, and it may look like it. However, I have a very thin peach fuzz all over my body.
When they get to the back of the neck, fight or flight kicks in. Yeah, ugh. I can no, you're not gonna ever catch me getting my haircut out of place. Nope. If you see Dark Hood at a fucking place getting his haircut, that's not him.
That's not
That's a
him.
clone.
That's a
That
clone.
nope. That's a clone, not me. That's an alien.
Good to know.
Nope.
Putting that in my notes for cloning Dark Hood.
Yeah.
Make sure they hate getting haircuts
Yeah.
at hair salons.
Yeah. Yeah. That and pickles, you're good.
Razor burn does suck, but you don't
Awful
get as
food.
much razor burn if you properly like sanitize and things like that.
Yeah. I don't ever get razor burn. It just the second my facial hair starts growing in again,
Mm-hmm.
fucking ingrown hairs. It fucking sucks. Hood, if we meet IRL, would you let me cut your hair? No. No.
Shit, I would. I'd
Please.
fucking that'd be a free haircut, and I'd get to fucking
I'm sorry. Do not
tell
touch me.
DJ. I'd get to tell DJ to do something. Yeah, shit, I'd fucking do that for free. That's a win-win situation.
I ripped the hair out with my teeth. Now what? I cry.
I also would probably cry. That shit would hurt. That shit would hurt.
Ow. Like, ow, holy shit. My razor and shaving cream would still give me really bad razor burn even when cleaning really well. Electric razor helps me though. Yeah, I just feel like the electric just doesn't make it as baby smooth.
Well, it doesn't,
I don't
but
know.
yeah. You're trading
Yeah, but
you're trading like the close shave for I'm literally not risking like slicing my face open.
yeah, you're right. I don't know. The most time I shave is for a specific thing. Like the last time I ordained a wedding, I shaved. I kept my mustache and goatee because I'm not gonna try to look like a big ass 12-year-old. But yeah, I shave the sideburns. I'm doxing myself. I naturally grow mutton chops. It's terrible.
Yes, you're doxing yourself. The
Yeah.
mutton chops. Only
Yeah.
one human being on all of Earth has mutton chops.
Yeah, yep, exactly. And it's terrible. And it naturally grows that way. And my dad one day goes, "Wait, you don't cut it like that?" And I go, "No. Why the fuck would I purposely cut it this way?" Oh, anyway.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been cursed with the genes of not being able to grow a beard. Brotacular technically has grown a beard. However, it's pretty spotty. Well, it's not pretty spotty, but like it's taken him years. But I'm like, I've not been given the genes to grow a beard, which I'm like upset at because I fucking love the aesthetic of a beard, like a well-kept beard.
I've always wanted a lumberjack beard, but that's just not how my facial hair is.
No,
It's just
I don't think I'd go that far.
I've had sideburns since I was like 12
Mm.
and started growing like actual like chin and lip hair at like I think like 18.
Oh.
18, 19. And then it just now just grows. It grows all white trash like. My
insane.
Yeah, my sideburns, my mustache and goatee are very full and grow very well. And then there's the mutton chops. Ugh.
The mutton chops.
Yeah, but I have these two spots on each side of my goatee that hair just does not grow in.
Yeah.
And my father just started being able to grow hair there like 4 years ago. And this man's 40 something. So I'm not going to be able to get that beard that I want until I'm fucking in my 40s. So that's going to be fun.
Can you stop speaking? Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty tall order.
Yeah. I'm talking about facial hair. Okay. It's facial hair. All right. Is Joe Dirt a real person? Looks like me.
Pretty close. Oh, it was like,
Yeah.
is Joe doing real close? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. No,
Also, Cray, waxing waxing your face, waxing in general. I get it. However, holy shit, that shit's painful as hell.
nah, according to my mom, I got a mustache.
My mom says I am a handsome young lad.
Have you considered fighting your mother? I'm kidding. That was a joke.
I would never. She's a lovely woman.
I was talking to Pastel. But that was a joke. Please do not fight your mom.
Oh. Do not fight your mother.
Do not fight your mother. I also naturally like when my hair's shorter than it is now because you can't tell since it's all long. I naturally grow a mullet and I hate it.
Oh, that I do understand.
Yeah. The back of my hair grows significantly faster than the rest. And some more lore hood. My dad as a child wanted me to have the hairstyles he used to have. So like I remember one time he shaved my head except for my bangs and I cried and was like, dude, shave these off.
What?
He did, thankfully. Yeah.
Whoa, that's not even like a personal choice. That's an all-around bad look.
Yeah, I know. Well, because of said thing though, from like kindergarten to like second grade, I had a rat tail, and it curled up, and so it was just this big old curl on the back of my head. But if I uncurled it, it went down to my ass, and I don't know if this is why, but where it used to be, that part of my hair grows so much faster than the rest. So like I have a mullet with a little rat tail at the end. But now my hair's long enough, it just looks like I have a mane. But
I gotta ask.
So
I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long is the rat tail?
It went down to my ass.
Okay. I've never had hair that long. I gotta ask. Allegedly, from other sources, is pulling that hair out your crack satisfying?
Okay, 2 things. I did not have to deal with that as a child because it curled up. 2, my hair is very long now. I would not call anything near my butt fucking satisfying. I'm just gonna point that out right now. No. Hell no.
The sample size grows.
Yeah, no, no.
I've been told from some sources I will not name that allegedly pulling hair from your crack is satisfying. We have one that fights against that now.
No. Nope. I hate finding hair where it's not supposed to be. Nope. The other day, actually, my fucking goatee, I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Because I had this one hair that was just sticking out. I start pulling it and it just keeps going. One of my fucking hairs from my head got tangled up and it was just so fucking long and mixed in and it was such a pain in the ass to get out. No. Yes, it is satisfying. Low
Can I
key.
get him for real, not pin? Wait, what?
What are you trying to pin?
What are you trying to pin?
I can pin.
I mean, I can also pin and my mods can pin. We got people here.
Pulling hair out your ass doesn't feel right. Exactly.
It's not satisfying. Why the fuck do you have someone else's hair in your ass cheeks? What the fuck is going on there? What the? I don't think that's satisfying anyone pulling someone else's hair out the ass cheeks.
I'm good, fam. No,
I'm good on that one. I don't think there's a single. No, I don't want to say there's a single human, but I think the majority of people will agree that pulling someone else's hair out the ass cheeks is not satisfying.
If I pull hair from anywhere and it's not my own, immediately disgusted. No.
Huh? The fuck you mean it happens when you live with other women?
Oh, laundry? Or I don't know. I'm assuming that's what
maybe? I
I don't
never
know.
lived with another
Correction.
woman.
I shouldn't say like anybody else's hair and like anything, but like I lived with a mom who sheds. I'm just gonna say sheds a lot and never put her hair up. And you know how many times I fucking swallowed food and then started choking
Yeah, but that's
because it was
different.
wrapped in hair and I had to pull it out. So I just don't. I don't know.
But the, but the,
I'm not. I don't know.
that's
I'm
different.
not, it is. It is. But like, I'm
How the
also
fuck?
not. No, not my ass crack either. I'm good.
How the fuck does it get your ass cracked?
God
What
damn
kind
it.
of quantum tunneling does that shit do?
I'm bald.
I refuse to believe. I
Communal
refuse to
ass hair. Ugh.
believe that it's like an extremely common thing that other people's hair gets in your ass crack and like a
No,
common thing. Ain't no way
that's
communal ass
crazy.
hair is a thing.
Y'all need to fucking do something about your clothes or something. If y'all do laundry and you're getting their hair in your fucking laundry to the point that you have to pull their fucking hair out of your ass crack, there's something wrong. I've
For
never like I grew up with 3 sisters and my mom. I never had to pull some of their hair out of my ass.
Bear, real homies shave they ass hair. I don't know what you're on about.
Ugh. Bear
But
speaking of it, y'all just ain't real homies.
day one communal ass hair, day two communal dingleberries.
Ugh. Ugh. What the rank and rank things Foo said on stream?
You
That's a
ain't
fucking 10.
you ain't
What
real
the
homies
fuck?
unless you sharing dingleberries.
Bear and I share locks of hair as gifts when we see each other. That's insane.
You two are great friends.
Bear, it's a trap. They're trying to make a voodoo doll of you. Stop doing it.
Cray, I'm not gonna lie, my roommate left halfway through the semester and never came back, and I was like, where'd they go? I got a double-sized room for free. Well, I got a double-sized room for the price of a or technically I got a single room for the price of a double, which is cheaper.
I have one roommate. It's my dog, and she has very short hair. It does get everywhere, but I'm not having to pull it out my ass crack.
Stabbing pain in your spine. What are you guys making voodoo dolls of each other?
Yeah,
That's adorable.
that's what I'm saying. I think Ray is taking Bear's hair and making a voodoo doll. It's a
That's
trap.
a trap.
It's a
That says it.
trap.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Nah. Oh,
What do you
actually,
mean?
you know what? You know what? Make a voodoo doll of me and like crack my back.
That's actually a smart idea.
Cause like I can pop my upper back like somewhat, but like my muscles are just too tensed.
I'm
I need
starting
to
to
go see like a chiropractor or something.
I've never
I
gotten
wonder if
hair
I can.
splinters. I've gotten fiberglass splinters, and that shit sucks.
I'm warning y'all. I'm about to crack my back. I'll see if it gets picked up on mic.
Please.
It totally didn't.
Fuck.
It. Yeah, I cracked it a couple minutes ago too. So,
Fuck.
but I can do my knuckles. Ooh.
Fiberglass splinters suck because they make it through gloves. I got a pair of gloves that are cursed. I know I should throw them out and get
Fiberglass
new ones,
splinters.
but because I worked at a, I encountered a lot of fiberglass at a location
Yeah.
that I will not mention.
Oof.
And I
Oof.
was wearing gloves for other reasons. And the fiberglass got caught in the gloves, so like even now if I put them on, the gloves have been through hell and back because I use them for water jetting steel as well. And so they smell like rusty iron.
Ugh. Ugh.
It's like wet dog and rusty iron.
The closest thing I can describe to what fiberglass feels like is the time I caught myself falling into a fucking pile of cacti.
Ooh.
That's what fiberglass feels like, because it was like those cacti with the like super fine,
Yeah.
very small needles. And when I lived with my uncle out in the country, the house that just burnt down, we were moving the steps from my grandma's back porch to her front because it was the same. It was the
Yeah.
same steps, just the back ones were fine because no one used them, and
Uh-huh.
the front ones caved in.
Yep.
All fiberglass. They were just fiberglass stairs. That shit sucked for like weeks. My hands, my arms. Oh my fucking god.
I was
Can't stand it.
thinking when I was handed the fiberglass, I was like, huh, maybe I should be wearing a mask while I'm doing this.
Probably.
There was a lot of things that I should have been. The funny thing about chemists, we talk a lot about lab safety, and we do technically enact lab safety. However, we also handle very hazardous chemicals with a laissez-faire attitude.
Yeah, I get that.
Like, typically, I mean, you worked in a.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say that. Well, because I don't know if I'm not gonna share any information. But
No,
like flame
you're good.
cabinets.
I've been open about the places I work.
Flame cabinets where you'll have like paint, like old paint cans or like WD-40 or things like that at work stops.
Yeah.
Where have you've opened that and you've gotten like the whiff?
Yeah.
It like knocks you back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was working. There was that would happen, and I was like, yeah, I should definitely not stand so close when I open these things. But there's also like whole cans of. I worked a lot with acetone, which in layman's is a lot of people know it as nail polish remover.
Yeah.
This is a little bit different because it was a lot higher concentration, so it packed a lot more of an oomph. There were times where I had to like. I've worked a lot with chemicals, and so I'm pretty like. I have a quote unquote resistance is what I'm going to call it. There were times when I had to like, I was even in a fume hood and I had to like stop and like step out the room. And I was like, I'm spinning right now.
Oh shit.
It was bad. And I was like, I probably should be wearing masks for this, but oh well.
Nah, me getting sprayed with fuel as I do a fuel filter change,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, that shit sucked. But I also knew an old man when I worked there who would taste the fucking coolant to see if it was good. He'd dip his pinky in it and then like lick it and go, "Yep, still sweet." Which coolant does have a sweet smell to it, and that's why it's easy to know if you have a coolant leak because it will smell sweet. But this motherfucker would taste it, and I'll tell you what. Every single time he said it was bad, it tested bad. Every single time he said it was bad, it tested bad. And every single time he said it was good, it tested good. Don't do that, by the way.
Do not consume refrigerant in any manner.
But this man would dip his pinky in and just go, "Yep, that's good." Or,
no. Oh,
nope.
That's so bad, actually. That is so bad.
I know. Terrible. And I would then take our tester and test it. And he 10 out of 10 times this motherfucker got it right.
I said, like, literally just test it. You have the tester.
Yeah. No, it's literally right next to us. Like like the cars pull in and the podiums are right next to the car. Like it's like arm's length from where he's standing. Like he just dipped his pinky in. Nope.
Same. I was
yummy,
like,
yummy.
Yeah. There was, I mean, even in that job, this technically was fine because it was well ventilated, but it still didn't feel fine. Fucking, just so I gotta get to Ray's comment here at some point, but one of the things I did, it's FTIR, which is a fancy word for saying it's this machine, you put your chemical on it, and it shoots a laser into it, and then it measures. It measures the laser before and after, and then it tells you this is the chemical composition of the thing you put on it.
Oh, shit.
They're called standards and libraries, which basically what you do is you put known chemicals on the thing and you scan them, and then you have them for like, because these machines are very sensitive to like the environments. And so what you do is you take these known chemicals and you scan them with the machines, and then you save them, and it says, okay, this is what this chemical is like on this machine in this environment. And so when you scan an unknown one, you can say like, oh, this is what that looks like.
I see.
That will depend. The graph you get will depend on if it's wet or dry, i.e. if it's a liquid or if it's like a
dust.
or if
Like a
it's like
dust?
dried, like I don't know if you've ever had like dishwasher stuff that's like it's dried but it's not completely rinsed off and you get like kind of this
Yes.
like film or
The
like
white,
this,
yeah,
yeah,
film.
yeah,
Yeah.
kind of that. Those will measure differently. And
I
so
see.
I was in charge of making some of these libraries, and that means you need both wet and dry.
Mm.
The wet process is simple. You just put the solution on the thing and you measure it, and Bob's your uncle, there's the wet. The dry, you need to evaporate off the solvent, which is the liquid part of the thing.
Oh, lovely.
You do this by, technically speaking, you can do it by just letting it sit there, and eventually it'll by the power of chemistry, it'll dry. You can accelerate it by blowing it with compressed air.
But
It should also be noted that when you blow with compressed air, it goes into the air a lot quicker. One of the things I had to library was styrene, which probably sounds familiar to a lot of people because a lot of people know the chemical polystyrene.
uh-huh.
Polystyrene is a polymer of styrene, i.e., you take a lot of styrene molecules and you jam them together into a really long spaghetti string and you get polystyrene.
Okay.
Styrene is very toxic and a well-known carcinogen, meaning it causes cancer.
You just got so loud.
I got very close to my mic.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah, polystyrene is a lot safer. Typically, that's the general thing with a lot of plastics. A lot of plastics are significantly safer than the polymers. The plastics are safer than the monomers, the individual building blocks.
Kind of like table salt, because sodium chloride's fine, but when you use sodium and chloride,
that's a good way to think about it. Yeah, basically, but polystyrene or styrene was one of the chemicals I had to deal with. I had to dry it out. Styrene, that was an interesting one. Because styrene is at room temperature a liquid. It's not like a solution of like, oh, it's styrene in water. It's like, no, this is styrene. And so drying it out was an interesting time because if I dried it out and I didn't get a reading on the monitor, I would have to do another drop and dry it out until I got a reading.
Ugh. Sounds tedious.
It's tedious, but it was also one of those chemicals that like I would grab the box and like the jar. It would not be a big jar. It'd be like I don't even know how big it was. Like, you know, the smaller jars of Vaseline? If you took and stacked 2 of those, that's roughly the size of it.
Okay.
That's how big it was. I would have to put it in a fume hood, which is like a well-ventilated area.
God damn. Yeah.
Because if it wasn't, and I just had it on like a counter behind me, I would start like, my head would start spinning. It was that bad.
God damn.
Styrene, you do not fuck with styrene.
It's like fentanyl. Just a little bit.
Also, this is in regards to the fiberglass thing, but Ray's saying my old job, I had to clean those out, and afterwards, I had to clean, I believe it's, the quote is, my old job, I had to clean those out, and hoo-ha, my hands would start itching afterwards. I'm not gonna lie, Ray, when I originally read that, I said, I had to clean those out, and my hoo-ha and hands started itching afterwards. I was like, Ray!
Not after Ray. You know how funny that would have been? Because Ray is the one who just typed up all my rules the other day. and then if they went and fucking broke them, that would be kind of funny.
Ladies and gents, if your hoo-ha is itchy after playing with fiberglass, I would advise washing your hands and wearing gloves before going to the bathroom. No, I do. I was like, I had to read it again. And I didn't understand.
Stop.
Me after cutting hot peppers without wearing gloves.
Oh my god.
Always wear gloves. Always wear gloves when working with chemicals and or materials that are irritating to the skin.
Yes.
Please do yourself a
Yes.
favor.
Even if you work as a mechanic, dude, you need to wear gloves when you're changing oil. I don't care what your fucking buddies say or your boss says. You're gonna get cancer if you don't. Like, I'm sorry. It's just the place I worked with was so toxic. If you wore any
Mhm.
type of PPE, it was just like the biggest deal in the world. It was the biggest deal in the world. And I'm like, bro, I put burn sleeves on because the last time this car was in here, it was the oil filter is literally in the middle. Okay. Okay. Little side rant.
No, keep going, keep going.
Engineers who build cars don't know how to work on them. Okay. Because tell me why it would be smart to run your exhaust pipe, and then instead of making it go just like around the oil filter, for whatever reason the oil filter's like halfway down the fucking car and the oil pan's not even close to it, they made an exhaust pipe and it split into two and then reconnected after a little bit, because guess what was in the middle of that hole? The fucking oil filter.
The
And so trying to get this oil filter off right after the car pulls in on a hot fucking day, and they drove 30 miles to get here. That thing is so fucking hot. So I put a fucking burn sleeve on. Yeah.
yeah.
I never heard of the end of that to the day I quit. I still was hearing about that. I was like, bro, my hand is one of my hands has right like below my thumb is scarred from me burning myself on a car.
Yeah, no,
Like,
that's nah. Don't let anyone make fun of you for wearing PPE. If
yeah, bro.
motherfuckers at your work make fun of you for wearing PPE, they're fucking toxic.
Yeah, me doing labs with highly radioactive materials with minimal PPE.
Barry, you know that's a lie. We both know that's a fucking lie. Highly radioactive, my ass.
I heard
Bitch, bitch.
uranium is sweet and tastes like
Polonium.
candy. Oh, yeah, that one. I almost said
Or is it
plutonium.
plutonium? It might be plutonium. I think it's actually plutonium.
Yeah,
It's
one of them.
plutonium or polonium.
I had a rad badge, but that's it.
Bear, rad badge is standard. The dosimeter is standard when working with radioactive equipment. That's even with X-rays, you have to use a dosimeter. Sorry, a dosimeter is it's a special little badge that tells you, basically you wear it. It can vary from like a ring to a badge, that you wear on your chest, and it basically tells the feds this is how much radiation the users have been exposed to from the machine over this month. And it basically ultimately is used for like, oh, is there a leak in the machine?
That makes sense.
Jerktonium tastes like fruitcake. Let me at it.
Let me at it. Don't tell me you actually eat fruitcake.
I haven't had fruitcake. I forget. Oh, is it German or Italian?
All I know is I had it one time.
Or is it English?
That shit was so bad.
There's well, that's radiation in general, but there's I forget if it's German or Italian fruitcake. I think it might be stolen. Is it stolen? Hold on, Google search. It is stolen. So stolen is a German. Yeah, there's a German fruitcake called stolen. And it uses very candied fruits, but it's a pain in the ass to make. And it's every so often the family gets it, and I'm excited for it. I've been thinking about buying it myself because I'm like, I have money, I can buy it.
So it's a high quality one though. It's not that shit that you see at Walmart during Christmas and makes you vomit smelling it.
Oh, probably. It's like it's kind of reminds me almost like a it's like a fluffy croissant, not like a crispy croissant. Is kind of what the texture of the bread reminds me of.
Completely different than what I've had. So I would try that.
Stolen's very good. I like it, but it's very hard to come by. And Stolen's one of the few things I probably wouldn't make more than once.
That makes sense. Oh man, I just got a random memory. My mom used to make homemade monkey bread That shit's
Ooh,
so fucking good. I haven't had that in years.
monkey bread is good.
Oh fuck.
I feel like
Now I
there's
want some monkey
always,
bread.
I feel like there's always the baked like. I feel like there's always like at least one baked good that everyone's like, this is my childhood baked good, even if it's not like, what is it? Like
Even if it's
everyone,
like
a lot of
chocolate
people
chip
have had,
cookies.
yeah, it's like a lot of people have had monkey bread, but like, I'm trying to think. Mine's probably Papa Foo's rum cake,
Mmm.
which isn't technically his own recipe, but like he makes it a lot for like work and things like that, and it's become
Yeah.
I've sort of turned it into a food family tradition because the last two jobs I've worked, on my last day in, I brought in rum cake.
Mmm.
It's just like
Mm.
it's a boxed like vanilla cake that you make a like rum glaze, a spiced rum
Ooh.
glaze, and then you pour it over the cake and let it sit.
I feel like that would go good on like a pineapple cake.
It's pretty good. It's a pretty good cake. I mean, you have to like the
I'm
taste of rum to, like it, but
uh I feel like I've had rum like pastries before. So I feel like I'd probably like it.
out of all the alcohols, I feel like rum is probably the most versatile baking one. I know
That makes
whiskeys are
sense.
also
Well,
common, or whiskeys and
there's
bourbons are commonly
wine.
used, but
I guess wine isn't really baking, it's cooking, but
yeah, wine is used. I feel like wine's used a lot more in cooking. I love cooking with
you know what's
wine.
really good? Beer battered stuff. Ooh,
Beer better.
I love me a
Beer's
beer
also good.
battered.
Beer's goated
Mm.
in stews. I fucking love
Ooh.
gumbo with beer.
Ooh. Oh yeah, good gumbo. Ugh. Ugh.
I didn't make
Now
one
I'm
this
sorry, I'm just
summer.
thinking about food. What? You gotta do it. You gotta
I
do it
al-
this year.
I always make one in the summer, and I just forgot to make it this summer.
Ugh. Beer. Now I'm just thinking about beer battery because we had it when I worked at Long John Silver's. That's when they started doing beer battered cod,
Mm.
and so many of our customers became regulars getting that when Long John Silver's told us like, hey, we're not doing this anymore, turn the rest of it into crumbs, we said fuck that, and all the stores in our state, we traded them for all their beer batter,
Huh.
and we continued to sell it for months until the GM came by, or no, the DM, the district manager, and one saw that we still had it, and two saw the custom like the banner that we had for it, a box that our cook built on the wall that was around the dumpster for the
Yeah.
banner to display that we still had it. And
Ah.
yeah, shit was delicious.
They shut that
I
shit
fucking
down
love beer
then,
batter.
I'm
Oh
assuming.
yeah, she immediately made us get rid of all of it. Um she also threw me a pizza party when I quit because she didn't want me to quit. I'm like, you have a 16-year-old doing all this shit. Like, check yourself. Reevaluate what you're doing right now. You threw a Little Caesars pizza party to convince a 16-year-old to not quit this shitty ass job.
I mean,
Like,
what else are you supposed to do?
let me leave in peace, man.
You got a pizza party out of it though, so
I did. I got free pizza. And I was like, cause this lady pulled me into the walk-in to ask me why and to try to talk me into staying. I'm like, ma'am, I am trying to graduate high school. Every day I'm off, y'all call me in. And if I can't get a ride because I didn't drive, y'all will send a manager to come pick me up. I was like, every day I'm scheduled to come in later, I get called in when we open because you guys keep scheduling a bunch of new people and a manager, and
damn.
they need someone else that's experienced. I was like, you guys have already gotten in trouble with corporate for me hitting overtime. Like,
Oh.
yeah, more than once, by the way, more than once. Because I closed a lot
Mm,
before I went to night school, and I would be there till like 1 a.m. sometimes. Go home, do any homework I had. Sometimes just wouldn't sleep, get up and go to school.
man.
Yeah, that shit sucked. I knew I was like fully out of it. One day I'm walking in the hallway and I'm next to my friend who actually happened to also work at Long John's, funny enough. Um we're walking and I heard the drive-through like go Like if you're wearing the headset for the
Yeah.
drive-through and a car pulls up, it makes a beeping sound.
Bing!
I heard it, stopped in the hallway, clicked on my ear, and said, "Hi, welcome to Long John Silver's. My name
Oh.
is blank. Take your time to browse the board and order whenever you're ready." And then I was just standing there waiting for an order.
Oh, you're
And my friend
cooked.
goes, "Bro, are you okay?" I was like, "What?"
Oh, you were
What?
cooked.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was probably micro sleeping in this time, but I think that was like 9 days straight. I never actually like fully slept. It was so bad. It was so fucking bad. I hate that job. I hated that job.
It was at
That and I was
this.
making minimum wage.
It was at this age that Darkhood learned he has an amount of workers' rights to tell his
Yeah.
to tell his freaking employer, fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, they got so upset when I said I was moving to night school and I couldn't close anymore. Because they're like, "But
It's-
you're our closer." I said, "Deal with it, dude."
I just deal with it. You got yourself into this situation. You can't
And this
put
is
all your eggs in one basket.
yeah. I'm sorry that you told me you had me train the last 2 managers to be managers, but then tell me I'm too young to be a manager. Fuck you. And I'm making $7.25 an hour. Fucking suck it, dude.
Yeah, it's
Fuck
like,
out of here.
nah.
And that's why I have the handicap sign hanging on my wall.
The fucking signs.
Oh my god.
I
I
want
love
to.
it.
I want to say the closest I ever got to like that pizza party was technically it wasn't nearly as bad as yours. Basically, it was a really really busy day. It was around Thanksgiving, and it was really busy, and nobody got breaks, and so the manager was like, "All right, it died down really quickly, and so we had gotten started early on cleaning and like closing stuff, and like the manager was
Mhm.
should have started on that, and they were like, okay." Because you guys didn't get a break, like get started on cleaning now. We're gonna just do like halfway into closing, we're gonna do a communal break. And
Oh hell yeah.
basically it was a communal break, i.e. like a Thanksgiving dinner per se, that was the manager paid for. But like the manager
Oh, that's nice.
gave us like the free food for, and they're like, anybody want anything? And it's like, ring it up and then it'll be free. I was like, that was cool. And then
That's cool.
what's up?
What are you saying? No. You keep going. I'll add at the end.
I had funnily enough, my friends had come in because the fast food, because they weren't waiting for me. They just come in because they were like wanted fast food near close. And they
That
were
makes
just
sense.
sitting and doing stuff. And they witnessed this. This like we pushed like 3 to 4 tables together and just like sat out these like massive like smorgasbord of food. And for this Thanksgiving feast, and they're like, don't tell anybody you saw this. And they're like, we're not bothering you, right? And I was like, nah, you're fine.
Yeah, as long as you don't fucking say anything to anyone about this, you're good.
Nah, my friends were like, they stopped in a few
Oh.
times out there, and they saw me in some interesting positions. I think the worst one was, they stopped by, and I was literally like, I was working a ice cream station. I don't know why. I was working the ice cream station. There's the blender, and I just had not had time to clean myself off. And so it had gotten so busy that we were literally just like handing it to we were like, normally the ice cream station runs their own stuff. It had gotten so
Mhm.
busy that it was literally just like handed off to the runners and they'll do it. And I had like a second layer of skin
Oh.
from my wrist to my elbow of melted and semi-dried ice cream, both arms, and the apron I was wearing probably from my nips down to my mid-thighs. It was a smorgasbord of pinks and whites and browns and greens. Sprinkles and brownie bits and cake bits and Reese's Pieces.
That's crazy. Creamtacular. That's insane.
Creamtacular. But normally it's not, it's like, yeah, you get ice cream on your stuff because you're blending it and it gets everywhere. It's like, okay, you just go wash your hands. But like literally it was like, I could not wash my hands.
Ugh. Rank and rank shit, Foo has said. What the fuck? That's at least an 8.
That's not that bad. No, on the rank
No,
shit I've
that's
said,
not.
that's like
That's
a
not.
4.
No, that's not. I mean, honestly, that's just what happens when you work at a food place. Like, dude, so I got hired for Lent. That's how I got hired for Long John Silver's.
Oh
Because,
no.
yeah, so many people give up red meat that,
Yeah.
that's why I got hired. And then they were like, hey, you're good. And they kept me on. So, yeah, we had to make double batches of coleslaw and stuff. So we had to put on these gloves that go up to our elbows.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just constantly busy. And you were talking about your boss buying you guys dinner and all that. You know what my boss did to keep us going? Tubs of, like the big old variety bags of chocolates where it's like the Mr. Good bars and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, a bunch of those and 5-hour energy drinks for us. So we're good, like we could work longer for Lent. That was his gift to us.
This, I
So
can
I'm
get through this. I just
16.
need another cigarette and an energy drink. I can get through this. I
Yeah.
just need another cigarette and an energy drink.
Yeah. Joke's on him. It made me crash the fuck out and made me tired as fuck. So joke's on him. But yeah, and yeah, that was one of my first run-ins with corporate greed.
Yeah. That's how you knew
Good
the
night,
ice.
Janae.
Yeah, have a good night, Janae. I was gonna say that's how you knew the ice cream was going slow that day when the manager, there was one particular manager, but that would always do this, but generally speaking, when the ice cream was slow, we would have to like cycle it every so often because like if you let it sit, it gets nasty.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when it it was a slow one because they'd be like, all right, they'd be like, here, so in certain runner, here's a bunch of ice cream samples, go and ask people if they want them. And then coincidentally, there would always be enough at the end of it for like everybody else to be like, hey, have some of the ice cream.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It was always the special flavor as well.
Nah. I wish, dude. My boss, right before I started working there, and he stopped this because he got in trouble with corporate, at the end of the shift, would make people empty the trash cans in the back and count the fish and chicken and shrimp they wasted.
Oh, ew. Oh, that's annoying. Well, technically you, but that's more annoying.
Well, yeah, because guess what? You'll know the numbers because you know how much you have in stock and you know how much was sold.
Yeah.
And then you take inventory at the end of the night. So that number specifically tells you.
Yeah.
But he would make them count it.
It's like there's literally better ways to do this that don't involve sitting around for 20 minutes and counting the garbage.
Yeah. I think it was also him trying to make sure nobody was eating it.
Man, fuck that guy.
And I'm like, that's so shitty. That is so shibby. That's so shitty. But yeah, in conclusion, fuck fast food jobs. Now, do I have respect for fast food workers? 100%. Because of that job, but I would never work there again. I could not.
Yeah.
Mentally, I couldn't handle it.
Mine, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't mind mine wasn't actually that bad. It was given what could have been. I don't think mine was actually that bad. It was an enjoyable experience. But I can see where it would be. I could be like, yeah, okay, I can see where this is bad.
Yeah, shit sucked ass. Yep, and now I'm an accountant.
It's an upgrade.
I went from Long John Silver's to a mechanic to an accountant.
You're a professional test taker now.
Yeah, and what's crazy is I almost went to college to be a blood splatter analyst. And I didn't. So here we are now. Yeah.
Oh.
I love anatomy and like zoology and stuff, and I do like to show Dexter. I'm not gonna lie.
But, yeah, I was like, bro, this is about to be the next Dexter.
Yeah, but like, no, I legit was like looking into colleges and all that. I'm happy I didn't because basically the dude who made that science up was like, yeah, I made it up. So I'd have a degree I couldn't use. Well, I'd be able to do like the CSI stuff.
Forensics analysis, yeah. It'd be I want
to be able to do the specific thing I wanted to do. Would I be able to do the rest? Yes, but no. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I feel like that's
it's like training though to be like a racing motorcycles, and it's like, hey, instead you're gonna race bicycles.
Yeah, yeah. It's whenever that's like the big thing. People like college is a scam and things like that. And it's like, yeah, it depends. It depends on how you look at it. I will say mine was very expensive. My education was very expensive. There were things I do note that I'm like, the lectures themselves, no, they're not that expensive. It's mostly for me, it's the labs and the equipment I use is very expensive.
Sense.
I forget if I've told you here. Go on, because this is a story.
Oh, okay. Mine actually wasn't a money thing. I just like crashed. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Type. Is kind of what happened.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I crashed out at the end of my school years. I crashed out.
Everybody has. I feel like everybody has one of those in their college life. Anybody who goes to college has one of those.
Well, this is high school.
Oh, it was high school?
Yeah, I didn't even go to college. Like I was going to go to college. I could have gotten scholarships, and I was like, fuck this, dude. Like, hell nah. And then it never happened. And here I am now.
You're lucky for that, because it's like college isn't, and you always hear college isn't for everybody, but it's more the fact of like, college isn't the only, you hear college isn't for everybody and college isn't the only path, and it's, I mean, technically true, but it's like, it should be more like, instead of saying it isn't for everybody and it's like, oh, it isn't the only path, it's like, I don't know, it's, instead of saying like isn't, it's more, I don't know, positive to just say like, choose the path that you want to do, and like try, just play around and see what you enjoy. And it's like, if you can see yourself doing like every aspect of this, like, go for it. That's how you know you want to do things. But it's like, if with forensics, it's like, okay, you enjoyed blood splatter and the biology aspects of it, but like, you didn't, I'm assuming you did research or something like that, and you found out, wait a second.
Yeah. It kind of just like, I genuinely crashed the fuck out in like my personal life and didn't go to college. And then it kind of worked out, because then I would be out of a job right now. Well, I wouldn't be out of a job again. I would be out of the specific thing I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I was so interested in it. I love science. My freshman year of high school, which the state I live in isn't the best when it comes to education, but I had advanced biology, and then the next year I had anatomy 1 and zoology at the same time. And then my plan for school was to do, I didn't even have to take zoology. I chose that as one of my electives. But then the next year I was going to do anatomy 2 and chemistry, and and ecology, because they were starting an ecology class that next year. And then my senior year I was going to do chemistry and physics, and then I ended up just graduating early. And I don't know, something about science. Love science. I fucking love every aspect of science and math. I do like history too, just not as much. English can fuck itself. I speak it, like that's all that really matters to me.
I have a love-hate relationship with literature and English.
Yeah. I love reading. I love literature, but the classes were just, I don't know.
When you're
where I went, ass.
When you're forced to analyze literature, that's when I start hating it.
Well, that, and when it's like, in your opinion, what's this? And then they're like, listen, you asked for my opinion. Okay?
Yeah.
I can tell you whatever the fuck I want. You cannot tell me I'm wrong when you're asking for my fucking opinion.
It's like, they want you to, the idea is, they want you to critically think about things so you can like think about art in a way. But the problem is, trying to critically think about something, a work of art or literature that doesn't like connect with you, or you don't emotionally like feel, is kind of a pointless task.
Yeah. Well, I also had one of those teachers that would be like see how they said in this sentence how they're wearing a blue sweater, like that shows the like sadness they were going through at the time, and I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up. Like that's just what he wanted his character to look like. There's
Yeah.
nothing in this story of there's nothing sad about this story.
Yeah.
Okay, like chill out. Come on.
Yeah, it's like that's the other thing is like deliberate versus it's like deliberate artistic choices like fucking The Great Gatsby. Did you ever
Yeah.
have to read The Great Gatsby?
Actually no.
Okay. Are
We
you
read, like,
familiar?
yes, yeah.
Okay.
I've seen the movie basically, but I read like they made us read what was it? Well, one, The Glass Castle, amazing book. Like To Kill a Mockingbird.
Mhm.
I actually also was one of the kids that was in the class that didn't read Old Yeller.
Oh.
What else? We read The Help. We read a couple others, and then we like, God, this is the same teacher made us read this book, and it was like, I can't remember the name of it, but it was like a kid who goes into like the dream realm, and like half the it was like set in India, but half the characters' name was like were butts or butt this, butt that, like BUTT. I was like, you're sitting here making us read this story and analyzing it and talking about how like deep and mature the meanings of like certain things are in the book when half the characters' name is literally butt.
That sounds familiar to there's a book I read in I know it's not the same one, but it sounds familiar of like I forget what the name of it was. I actually really enjoyed it, but it was a book where basically it's American isekai, but the dude goes to like the Grand Canyon with his dad or whatever on a camping trip, and then he like sees a comet and he wakes up in an alien world.
What the fuck?
He wakes up in like an alien world in the jungle and he has to like survive in the jungle, and then he like meets alien people and like has like a life, and then suddenly he gets teleported back to the Grand Canyon. He's like, oh, ooh.
Oh shit.
I remember really
Funny
liking that book.
I enrolled in college the day before classes started. I unenrolled all of a sudden and went to the military route. Good for you.
Yeah.
If that's what like you decided, like good for you.
Ultimately, yeah, it's like I'm not gonna be like, oh, I don't really want to talk shit about anything, but it's like ultimately, if you decided where you wanted to go and you did it and you had a fulfilling experience, I mean, that's I guess the whole point.
Yeah, exactly. And I know a lot of people who have gone into the military and then go to college in the military. So,
Yeah.
and they pay for it. So you might even get the best of both worlds.
Mm-hmm.
What's that? Why was the door blue to symbolize the depression you went through because of the dodge pack? Could have just liked blue. Exactly.
Yeah. Where it's like there's shit like that, and then there's shit like in The Great Gatsby. So the way it's written, and even in the movie, well, you good?
Oh, you know, I was like, oh yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah.
In The Great Gatsby, it's deliberately written in a way, and even in the movie, I don't know if you it's probably been a while since you've seen it, but you can recall in the movie, you have the main character Nick. It's like he is the narrator, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it's written. Is Nick is the narrator, and technically speaking, it's like, oh, he's going to be the protagonist because every book ever where it's spoken in the first person, it's like, oh, they're the protagonist. But I mean, ultimately, you kind of figure out Gatsby is the protagonist in these books, or in the, well, not these books, in this book. It's like, Gatsby ends up being the protagonist that you like, oh, he's the center of attention. He's what everything is written about. So much so that people are like, oh, Nick and Gatsby have like a gay relationship.
Oh my god.
But that is a deliberate choice.
Yeah.
Fitzgerald wanted to write a book in which like you had this outsider looking in on like on essentially what was the 1920s and what was Gatsby's life in the pursuit of the American dream. Gay. Great Gatsby was the OG American yaoi.
I need someone to quote that. I need someone to clip that, make it a quote on Twitter right now.
But it's like you have shit like that where it's deliberate artistic choices versus like, sure, they might have done that, but it's like, it depends on how the author writes.
Yeah.
The big turning point for me, this is gonna be a short finish off to this, but the turning point for me was I fucking in over the summer I started listening to audiobooks of Lovecraft.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever read it or listened to his works, but his works are very. There's always the show don't tell. Lovecraft tells, he doesn't show. If that makes sense. Like he describes, he uses adjectives, but there's never a noun.
He's the one that wrote the Call of Cthulhu, right?
Call of Cthulhu, Horror from Beyond the Stars, basically had a lot of like, I'm not going to lie, a lot of his stuff is very thinly veiled like racist allegories for like immigrants bad.
Yeah.
Like one of his elder gods is straight up the N-word. Its name is straight up the N-word.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read the Call of Cthulhu in middle school.
But it's like
if I was gonna say, if I remember right, they're like on an island, and there's like a bunch of dead people. That's all I really remember. Like a lady's on this island and finds a bunch of dead people. That's all I really remember about it.
A lot of the stuff he writes is almost dreamlike trances. I'm a fan of his more unknown, like there's the elder god like Cthulhu mythos shit, but there's the other stuff like was it the Color Beyond the No, it's not the Color Beyond the Stars. I forget what it was. There's one where basically this dude visits an old friend who's this like this dude visits this old friend who he passed off as a madman, and he got an invitation saying like, oh, I discovered something. And he goes to this mansion and there's like a bunch of weird happenstance going on. And it's just a really interesting way of describing like, because it uses the science of how we see things to be like, what if there are things that we physically just can't see because our brains, basically the idea is our brains didn't want us to see, because if we saw them, we would like lose our minds.
Oh, kind of like a trauma response thing.
Yeah, and that's it uses that whole like fear of like, what if there's stuff that we just can't see out there, and it gives like, I wonder, a scientific like, oh, this makes sense reasoning for it.
I wonder if that's where Rick Riordan got his inspiration about like the mist in the Percy Jackson series.
Very possibly. I mean, or it was just a matter of like, hey, this makes sense as a literary device. Yeah.
True. But
we'll like, know. I mean, we will know. You will know if you ask him. But like,
yeah, I don't know, because he even talked about like the people who can see through it usually like end up like crazy.
Yeah.
So no, that's kind of interesting.
But that's the fun part about like, that's the fun part about analysis of literature. It's like, if you're interested and you like a piece of literature, it's like you start kind of thinking about like, oh, if you can just read through it and be like, yeah, I enjoyed that, or you can be like, huh, like, was this word choice deliberate, or like, were there things that I noticed about it that I liked how they wrote? And it's like, oh, how did they write, and what word choice did they use? And it's like, if you want to, you can get in depth with it if you want.
Yeah, and I feel like that's easy when it's a book you enjoy versus like, hey, read this, and then here, fill this paper out about the book.
When it's a book you enjoy, when you're not forced to read it at a specific pace, and when you're not forced to like come up with things.
Yeah.
When it's just you thinking, when it's either someone asking you like, hey, what did you think about this? And you're free to answer how you want, or like you're just thinking to yourself, it's a lot easier and more, it's almost kind of relaxing or fulfilling to do it yourself, is what I found.
Yeah.
For me, at least.
Yeah, I recently reread the Teledespro, and because the last time I read that book, I was in 3rd grade. But I recently reread it, and oh man, there's just so much to it that like went over my little kid head. Like, yeah, I understood the book. Yeah, it was a book for elder kids, and I did like all the like tests online or whatever about it, like I forget what they call them, but you like take a test to see if you can comprehend the book, and I got 100 on
Yeah.
that. But like reading it now as a 24-year-old versus like a 9-year-old, or
Yeah,
8-year-old, 9-year-old, like I'm like,
yeah,
holy shit.
because you learn more
Why
about
did I read it?
the
Oh no, what were you
world,
saying?
and you have like different experiences that hit you differently.
Yeah.
Why did you read it
Uh,
again?
I read it because I read it to Ray because I wanted to read
Ah,
it again. Yeah. And so I read it, and phenomenal, actually. Fuck, dude. I'm thinking about it now. I'm like, I just love that book. I love that book. And like, okay, now I'm going into more lore here.
lore time, lore time.
My mom gifted me that book last year,
Mm,
for my birthday actually. So I actually read it almost a year after I got it. And I actually like, okay, me and my mom haven't had the best relationship, but the fact that she remembered that, I'm not gonna lie, like I sobbed. When I opened that present up, because she mailed it to me, I fucking sobbed, and then I was like, I have to read this book. But I had been putting it off because I was like, this book meant so much to me. Like, it was like, it's the whole thing. So now I'm gonna have to explain it because I mentioned it, but
we got
it was one
time.
of the first big books I ever read.
Mm-hmm,
Um, it was like the copy we had at school was like 500 pages,
mm-hmm.
and I read it, and my teacher, Miss Redacted, goes, "Holy shit, my middle schooler is reading that. Like my daughter is reading that book. She did it for a book club. We should start a book club." And so me and a bunch of other kids, well, I had already read it at that point, but a bunch of other kids read it. And then each month she'd pick a new book, and we would read these like quote unquote uh higher books or whatever you want to say, that us third graders shouldn't be reading,
Mm-hmm.
basically. And if you like scored well on the test, she would take you after lunch instead of going to recess. You load up in her minivan with your parents' permission, of course, and she would take us down to Sonic, and we'd get ice cream cones. Like,
Nice.
amazing. And then I learned from my cousins, my younger cousins who had went there her last year teaching, because she ended up becoming the librarian there, that
Mm.
she was still doing that. And like,
Nice.
I don't know, that book is what made me start like reading actual books, right? Because before that it was like Captain Underpants and Fly Guy and stuff like that, and like the stuff, it wasn't anything serious. And then I think the next book I read after that was like The Lightning Thief.
Mm.
And like, I don't know, that book specifically is what turned me into like the book lover I am now. And so there's a lot of emotion tied to that book, even though like I haven't read it in however many years. It was just like I had been putting it off for so long reading it, and I just finally did, and it was nice. It was very pleasant, and now I want to read it another time.
Yeah.
I fucking love it.
It's-
Oh, you meant the first time? Uh, I saw the cute mouse with the needle sword, and was like, that looks so cool, and that's why I read it the first time.
You go through this whole heartwarming story about like, oh, this was this book that like kind of, I don't say it was a rekindling moment with your mother, but like it was
Yeah.
a moment of like kind of emotional feel good with your mom, and you're like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, this reminded me of all these good times from elementary school and yada yada. And it was like, nah, why did you read it the first time?
Yeah. Which also, now I gotta mention this. Harry Potter's tied into this story, because
Oh,
before I read the Teledespro, this is the reason I have and probably never will read the Harry Potter series. Okay, y'all haters come at me. I like the movies, but the librarian we had, I was like, I want to read a different book, right? I had just checked out and rechecked in uh like returned where the sidewalk ends, but we had that book
mhm.
at my house
Yep,
before, like when I was a kid. I
I
just
got it
wanted
as
it
well.
myself. Yeah, I fucking love that book. And then like I wanted to get what is it? I think it's Lights in the Attic. It's like same author,
Mhm.
similar
Not
style,
Upton Sinclair.
whatever their face is.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, this book's on hold. So I said, what should I read? And the librarian goes, this, and hands me the Goblet of Fire. And I go, I've never read the other ones. Oh, that doesn't matter. I start reading that book, and I was like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on. Who's this? What's a fucking Death Eater? Right? Like, and so I was like,
Yeah.
immediately returned it as soon as I could, and was like, I'm not listening to you. And so anytime she recommended a book, I wouldn't listen. So because she goes, okay, then try this. And I'm just ignoring it. And I see it was like the book was displayed sideways so you could actually see the cover. And I saw his ass with the little needle sword. And I was like, that looks so dope. I'm grabbing this book. So it kind of worked out.
I feel like it's always kind of hard. I don't know. You can give your opinion on this, but I feel like it's always hard to find like a book to read. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Like it feels like I'm just kind of like aimlessly looking at a book and I'm like, I guess the cover is the cover, but like I'm always kind of aimlessly looking for a book, and it's like just by chance that I'll like find one that I just want to pick up, I guess.
Something I used to do, which I haven't been able to do because the Dollar Tree here stopped stocking good books. I would go there. It's $1. If something looked interesting and I read like, which I miss when they actually had like not a summary of the book, but like, you know, the hook and all that on the back of the book instead of fucking reviews. I don't give a fuck about the reviews. Give me like a little tidbit about what the book's about.
Yes.
But if that catches my eye or like the cover enough, it's $1.25. I'd buy it. So I have one bookshelf, but I have like 180 books, and I think the majority of them I haven't read. Oh yes, The Forgotten Colony. Ray did recommend that, and I have that. I'm on like chapter here. Let me just grab it. It's sitting right here. I'm on page 63, chapter 7.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's actually been good.
The funny thing was, now that I think about it, you want to know what actually got me on the Lovecraft stint? There were some things I heard like, oh, about like oh, Lovecraft is a well-written author and things like, I hope I didn't just drop. But anyways, like
Good night,
Lovecraft,
Pastel.
Night Pastel, Lovecraft was a well-written author and things like that, and like an American founding father of modern American horror. I was like, okay. There's a game. There's a game called Cultist Simulator. It is a card game.
Looking at it right now.
It's on Steam. It's relatively cheap. It's kind of like a resource management game.
Okay.
I know I've streamed it before, but it plays very heavily into, so it pulls from some Lovecraftian stuff, but it pulls actually from the Yellow Door. Is it Yellow Crown? Yellow Door? Which is a Lovecraftian, it's another American horror collection. It's a horror collection. I forget who it's written by. I think it's the King in the Yellow Crown. Oh my god, what is it? Is it the King in the Yellow Crown? Yellow.
I googled it. The Yellow Door is a realistic fiction book about the slave trade.
No, it's not the Yellow Door.
Okay.
The King in the Yellow is the King in the Yellow Crown? The King in Yellow. I believe it's the King in Yellow.
Aha.
Yes. So The King in Yellow is a collection of stories. It's written by Robert W. Chambers.
Wow.
This was written in the late 1800s, early 1900s is roughly it.
It was banned throughout the world because of its corrosive effect on the human soul.
Yeah. It's
crazy.
It's like it's written by a madman. The stories themselves are like, I don't even know how to describe it, but like essentially they are all it's a collection of stories that are basically completely random. They don't share any characters, they don't share anything except for a feeling of lucidity in the books. Like listening to I listened to the audiobooks of them. Listening to them and having them read to you and taking it in, it's like it's a feeling of lucidness. So like I don't know if you've ever, well, you've definitely stayed up late, but like the feeling where like you've been up for a really long time but you don't feel tired but you're not energetic.
Yeah, the 24-hour Raz stream.
Yeah, kind of almost sleeping with your eyes open.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like listening to it.
1895.
And the only tying thing is the book references itself. So basically the only tied thing is the book referred to as The King in Yellow is referenced in the book, and it's essentially all the characters somehow are either looking for the King in Yellow or read the King in Yellow or have some interaction with this book, The King in Yellow, and it basically like enlightens them.
Fourth wall.
Sort of, it enlightens them and like basically makes them go mad in search of this King in Yellow. Some people, they read it and they discover through madness that they are the heir to this magical throne of the world, and they're here to usher in a new era of humanity. Or it takes them to a random fantasy world where they wake up and they have interactions with people and they go on hunting trips. Or what was the other one? They had shit where it was like people interacting with mysterious alchemical fluids and love and emotions, and it's such a batshit insane like collection of stories that you read them and you're like, I literally was like, I got into a trance and the day would go by like that and I'd be like, what the fuck am I listening to? But I couldn't stop listening to them.
I didn't think that was 200, like almost 200 years ago. Well, I guess 150 years ago.
But it's like it's a collection of that where it's like that's often tied with like the way Lovecraft writes. It's a much more complicated, like, how do I describe this even? Like Lovecraft, it's not necessarily difficult to pull like what Lovecraft is trying to do. What he does very well, which is why his shit is good. But it's not necessarily like hard to tell like, oh, he's basically, the horror in his writing is it's something so horrendous and so alien to the viewer or to the writer that they cannot put into human words and language what they are witnessing or what they are encountering. And that part is just chilling to read. There's themes and shit that I'm like, ooh, you have to like sit down and think about if you want to pull the full like, if you want to pull like full meaning, like why is this book making me feel the way it is? You gotta sit down and think about it.
I think I'm gonna have to read this book now.
I was like, dude, I would highly encourage it if you can get it from a local library, or even like if you have Spotify Premium. You can definitely get it. For Spotify Premium comes with like an amount of audiobook per month. You can definitely get the whole audiobook read to you. I'll see if I can link you the section I read, but like, yeah, you can get it all read to you.
You can also get it on the Kindle store for 99 cents, and then the Internet Archive has it for free as well.
Yeah, I was like, it's a pretty available book because it's not really like, it was received by the public with mixed reviews because of how complex a piece of writing it was.
1895 is insane.
If you're looking for a bit of a brain twister, give it a read and see how it makes you feel.
Oh, 100%. But I just want to point out that Dr. Pepper's 10 years older than that book.
But like, it was literally, that was the book that got me into this, because the game, the cultist simulator isn't based on the book, but it pulls like it pulls inspiration from it. Yeah. And then essentially like it pulls it from like the human psychology and like, why do we do things Do you do
Yeah.
things for power? Do you do things for enlightenment? Why do you do like terrible things? Do you do it because you're curious about things? Do you do it because you want power? Do you desire something? It's one of those kinds of books, like why it kind of jumps into the human psyche of like, why do we do things?
Yeah, so it's gonna fuck me up mentally. I love those books.
It can. I can't promise it'll do anything to you, frankly, because it hits everybody differently because it's written in a way. But
I'm just gonna like disappear for 2 months. I'm gonna read it and disappear.
it's literally gonna be a before and after Hood reading The King in Yellow. He's gonna be changed forever.
I'm gonna come back and be like, so I just finished my 6th bottle of water today.
But no, I was like, if the concept is interesting and it sounds interesting, you give it a read.
No, that sounds fucking amazing.
Especially if it's available for free on the internet. It's like there's no harm, no foul if you can find it for free on the internet.
Fuck yeah. Oh hell yeah.
What's up?
Here, I'm just gonna
IJG.
keep this tab open.
It's also a matter of like,
Hello.
I love collections of short stories are great as well. I like anthologies and collection of short stories just because I like being able to sit down and crank one out in an hour.
I get that. Gotta be honest, I'm hoping you do another like horror story time in October.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a returning thing.
Ugh,
I want to
thank
do
God.
more.
I fucking loved it. I'd like honestly, I got so much shit done listening to you read Stephen King.
I gotta
would just put it on, or the VOD, or I think you were uploading them to YouTube too. So the ones I missed, I'd get on YouTube and listen and just like clean the fuck out of my house.
I got a few.
Do something I've been putting off.
I've been really enjoying it. Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I want to get better with my mic, and I want to get I don't know which. There's the think of like I'm currently fine with my mic, and I've learned a bit more about it since doing it. So it's like I think I can do some better things with it.
Yeah, let's all start chipping in to get you that $1,000 ASMR mic.
Oh heavens no! I have other priorities before I have other priorities for the ASMR mic.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You put it on your throne and you make it a pool or whatever, and we all just chip in till you get it.
Part of me doesn't want to make a throne. Excuse me. Part of me doesn't want to make a throne because I'm like I want to put everything I get from streaming back into streaming because I will have. I mean, I've stated this plenty, but like this is a hobby to me. And I'm gonna be in my source of employment. I should be well off. So it's not like I'm not necessarily doing this for money or for fame. I'm like, which is where I'm like, I don't want to make a throne because like, then it feels like that's almost like, personally for me, that's almost like a thing for people to be like, oh, like here, if you want to send me something, it's like, here you go. And it's like, I don't know. I don't even want to do that. There's no disrespect to people who like do that instead of thrones. It's like, no, I understand that.
You know. I get that. I literally just filled it with a bunch of shit that either one I never bought and I've always wanted. Unfortunately, the Lego sets I wanted weren't available. Not all of them. There's a couple. But I was just like, I'll put it in there. Whatever. I think I have 20 cases of like a 12-pack Dr. Peppers in there. I have like a Choco Taco hat because I'm like, this is stupid. Like it's a bunch of stupid shit. And I was like, yeah, whatever.
That's fair. Like, I respect that.
All the cheaper things in there, I should say, the cheaper things are things that I plan on buying myself. But if someone buys it before me, fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I was like, I literally do not. It's like the throne. I understand it. It's actually, thrones are great. It's just like, I'm like, I don't know. It's a weird personal hump that I can't get over, which is odd because I'm completely fine with it. Like, I love that other streamers and things like that do it, and that's a thing that exists for streamers. I don't know.
Someone's actually used my throne. I got a Ditto plushie.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think it's
fucking love Ditto.
I think it's because, okay, so hold on. This is kind of it's sort of not, sort of is, sort of isn't. So speaking of Ditto plush, do you decorate your room?
Oh,
Dude, yes. My
Okay.
fucking dude, I don't know if I've showed you my setup. Like the whole like back like behind my two monitors, I have a Zelda poster, two framed Zelda canvases, a local piece of artwork that someone drew of the three shields from Ocarina of Time. I have a wooden plaque. I have two pieces of Zelda artwork. I have the blade from Tears of the Kingdom uh on a freaking whatever it's called. It's displayed on a shelf. And then I have my Zelda hats hanging off said shelf, and next to that are like the shields. I have a shit ton of Funko Pops, rocks. I got some cool cups in here, puzzles. I have a whole shelf that's just Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
That's based actually.
Yeah, Donatello. I have another one that's mainly Donatello and other Ninja Turtle stuff. I have a D&D shelf with a dice tower, my first D&D character miniature, a ceramic dragon that my great aunt actually made. My Ditto shelf. I have the Ditto plush, the Ditto little like Lego thing that they made, a Pillsbury Doughboy figure, an ET figure, a Sasquatch Lego thing I put together, a 3D printed pumpkin and skeleton guy, and like it just keeps going. Like my room, I got all kinds of shit. I got signed posters from bands. I got a signed drum head from a band. Oh, I have the sign from Long John Silver's. I have a stop sign. I have the no parking fire lane. You know, so in conclusion, my room is very decorated.
Okay. I will send. I can send you a. I was like, yeah, I can send you a photo of my setup, which I know this isn't technically my room, but it's like, even my room is.
Setup.
But no, my setup is very. My setup in the places I live are very sterile. Is the word I'm gonna use.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't have any customization on my desk. I mean, I guess technically there's customization in the fact of there's a deck box of some magic cards a magic deck I was fiddling around with, which I don't count as just I don't technically count that as decoration because it's not. And then I have a box of dice, but again, not decoration. It's literally just like a black desk. Everything is black. It's black desk. My keyboard's black. My mouse is black. All my monitors are black with. It's just like the normal black plastic. I got a 3D printer that's almost entirely black. I have two side tables that I'm using as like add-ons to my desk. Those are both solid black. My chair's solid black. Mic stand, mic, those are both black. My phone and my phone's gunmetal gray. My stand that I use for that's black. It's very sterile. Not a lot of color.
Yeah. Still a theme though.
The theme is the color black, matte black basically. Which I guess
well, I just assume it looks professional, so.
Sure, we'll go with professional. It's basically a bad cave. But even like I don't know, I don't know why I don't do it, but like I don't do a ton of like interior decoration, at least for like personalized stuff.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know. I love things.
Nah, I get that.
I'm like I like things. I sent you a pictures of my setup. I don't know. It's just I like things. I like books. I like little figures and bookmarks and rocks and pins and puzzles and cups. I have a whole section of just Zelda cups sitting here in my room that I'll never use because I like the way they look.
That's fair though, but it's you decorate your room to the. That's where I'm a little envious, and not like a bad way. Cause like
what in the Batcave?
It's basically. But like that's where I'm a little envious. Don't take that. I'm not like gonna be like
No.
This isn't from a place of negativity. This is like you have the ability and you like take initiative to like decorate your stuff, and it's like all my decorations that I have around I don't stream in my room. But like even in my room, it's very like technically if the stuff I have in my room I have in there because it's just been there for was like, ooh, this is cool, and I put it on like a shelf, and it's been there for upwards of, well,
Ever
not saying
since.
necessarily 2 decades, but at least a decade now.
Woo.
And I just never took it down, even though I like had fallen out of love with it. But like, even if I had to like customize my walls, again, it's all stuff that people got me. Like, I got some.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Junji Ito's writing.
Mhm.
And so there's a collection of posters that Crunchyroll sold, and so I got those as a present from the parents. It's like a collection of like 7 posters, I want to say. I got a collection, or I got a few posters from one of my friends, Zulu. He went to a convention and he got me some stuff. He got me a Violet Evergarden poster.
Oh, I fucking love that anime.
Violet Evergarden's great. It's, I want to say, my favorite. There's
It's up there for me.
a Chainsaw Man poster of like a not really graffiti art, but it's a splash art with like this was again another con one that was made by an artist, but it's got Makima and Denshi in his Chainsaw Man form. And then he sent me another one of a Legion kind of stencil art from Titanfall 2, because Legion's my go-to Titan. That one hasn't been put up yet because I haven't gotten a frame for it. But again, it's like, to be fair, those would be the big ones. Then I have some Gunpla that I have some Gunpla that I made a while ago. I haven't touched it since. I haven't touched Gunpla since because I don't have room for it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to do a Gunpla stream at some point. I think that's fun. But
That'd be interesting.
Like literally, if I had those things in my room would basically, like, I don't really paint my room any colors, so like it would
Mine's
be
just white.
Yeah, it would be like a white room with 7 Junji Ito posters. Which I don't know if you're familiar with how his artwork looks, but he is a horror artist.
Yeah. If I'm about to say, they just adapted one of his mangas into an anime, right? And the first episode was fire. And the rest of it looked like a PowerPoint.
That pissed me off so much. I was like, and I know the ones because it's Uzumaki.
Yeah,
it's Uzumaki is the one, and I'm like,
that's it.
I learned what they literally. Ray, actually, you got to the point ahead of me. I was like, if I was in a relationship, I think I would. If I was in a relationship and I brought them, I was like, hey, let's come. I was like, haha. Hey, baby girl, let's go back to my room. They'd open the door, they'd see my shit and immediately leave. They'd be like, hey, can I go to the bathroom? I was like, yeah, I'll just wait for you here. And I would never hear from them again because they'd leave because they'd think I'm some sort of fucking serial killer. White walls and Junji Ito posters.
White, yeah, I get that. I don't know. I get the opposite. People go, are you sure you're not autistic? And I'm like, I don't think so. And like, my whole living room is also Zelda. Like, posters and puzzles and the swords and another banner shield, and my whole entertainment stand is amiibos and consoles and this and that and more posters and paintings. And even my key thing that I don't use is it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and for you to hang your keys on. Like my whole living room Zelda, my bedroom where my setup is Zelda, and the rest of it's just like artwork and music and books. And I have a fancy hourglass that does 45 minutes with black sand. Like,
it's not about it's not about the theme. It's about like, because you can do like video games, things like that, but it's like, it's a matter of like, can you make it work? Can you work it, girl?
Yeah.
Can you work it?
My shit is like set up in a very specific way too, especially in the living room. But I finally got to the point where I do not have enough room. Like, I have not enough wall space to hang up all my posters. I have, I think, 1 or 2 Zelda wall scrolls in my closet because I don't have anywhere to put them.
That's where, like, that's the other thing where I'm at, where I'm like, I'm scared, or I'm like, I don't want to, like, I think part of the reason why I'm subconsciously scared, because like I don't like throwing things out. Whether it be clothes, whether it be
same.
And it's not like a hoarding thing. It's like I'm a very like I don't like wasting things, and it's like it feels like unless the
Mhm.
clothes I'm wearing are which like yes, I don't throw them away. I give them I
Donate
donate
them.
to a thrift store.
Hmm.
It's like that's
Yeah,
what you do, and it's like yeah, okay.
bro.
But it's like I don't know.
I I get that. I just last year threw away a pair of shorts I've had since like middle school because the last the elastics finally went out on it and it just fell apart. It literally fell apart into layers. And there were
Yeah,
basketball shorts I only wore when like sleeping or if I had to paint. But like I had those fuckers for years. And I don't like throwing shit away. I do not like throwing shit away. Um I just collect. I don't know. It's I don't know.
that's where because I'm like I don't know. For me, it's a place of like which if it's not like clothes, if it's
Mhm.
not like clothes, it's like there's things I don't use anymore, but they hold like sentimental value. Like
Yeah.
I got a crocheting. We're gonna get a little real here, Hood. Um, before my which you can stop me if this also gets like
No, no. Go for it.
before my it's almost been a decade now. My grandmother on my father's side passed away.
Mhm.
Um, when she was alive, and I went over to her place, we would often crochet.
Mhm.
And so she gifted me a crochet hoop. I think it's technically what it's
Mhm.
called. I don't know if it's actually technically crochet or not, but you could use I don't know if you ever like have seen those like yarn hats.
Yes.
Yeah, you could use to make those. Um,
Gotcha.
I haven't touched it in years, but I keep it around because of sentiment, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's not like
Yeah,
it's even
no.
necessarily like it wasn't like I don't know.
No, I know what you mean. I have stuff from my great grandparents. I have like a little eagle statue. And then fuck, I always forget what they're called. Like the German it is I think it's a Stein or Stein.
Yeah, I got
Um
actually a thing. I got a thing for you. Speaking of Steins, after stream.
yeah. My great grandma had this like one that she apparently got in Germany like years and years and years ago. And I'm the one that ended up with it. And it's sitting on my desk. Am I ever gonna use it? No. But it was theirs.
I'll give you a reason to use it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's
Should
funny because next
buy
to
your
it
ass a
I
ticket to
have a
TwitchCon.
oh yeah. Oh
Uh,
yeah.
honestly, I'm
Oh,
fucking. I continue your story. Then we can talk about this after. We can talk about
okay,
this
okay.
afterwards. I'm not gonna derail you.
Um I also have a BMW Stein because my uncle worked for BMW for years. And when he was working at the dealership, they had like a bunch of them. And mind you, you can't just buy them. They were going to toss them because they needed the display case like to be filled with something else.
Yeah.
And they were like, you can just have these. So he took them home and he goes, pick one because I have too many. And there's like, he had one of every like they only made like 50 of them or something, and there's like
Mm.
a different car. I picked the stupidest car looking car. It was like a three-wheeled car, and I have that Stein 2 next to my great grandma's. Am I gonna ever use them? Well, you said you're gonna change my mind, so we'll see.
No, I'm like, there's God. Every time it's like TwitchCon, and I see like streamers
Mhm.
being like, "Oh yeah, TwitchCon," they get together at TwitchCon. I'm like, I was like, I've never been a big con guy, and even if I did a con,
Mhm.
I'd be like, I don't know how much I would actually enjoy with cons, but there's that always that like there's that getting together, and I'm like, I kind of get it now. I
Yeah,
kind of get it
I,
now. But also at the
I
same
get
time,
it.
TwitchCon is always at like the most inopportune times.
Yeah, like wasn't it last year? It was I think in June. It was in June or May, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, because like for me, it was roughly around. I was like, I couldn't go, which I mean, I really didn't have a reason to go because at
Yeah.
that rate, I wasn't even affiliate. I wasn't even really like, I was Twitch stream, but just barely. But it's like I didn't
Correction.
have a reason.
September. It was in September last year. But
Oh,
like, I don't know. It's just I don't know. Like I don't know. Pick like spring break or something to do.
Yeah,
You
at some
know?
point, it's like when I'm not a student, I was like, yeah, I guess I could take time off for it. But like, if you're not a full time Twitch streamer, or like, if you're not at the point where you're like in an unemployed like bubble, or if you're not like in an unemployed like, oh, I just like I'm in between jobs or things like that, or if you're a student, it's like, when the fuck are you gonna be able to go to Twitch Con?
Exactly. Exactly. Or unless you're doing it full time, but I
Yeah.
never plan on doing that. I plan on you had mentioned earlier like the job course you're going on, like you're gonna be
Yeah.
set. Like that's my plan. I my plan is to own where I work eventually.
Nice.
And I don't know, I do this for fun.
It's like that's
Shout out
ultimately
being unemployed.
shout out to being unemployed.
Self-employed, but we do not tell the IRS.
Oh, that's the main reason where I'm like, that's the main reason I that's the main driving force behind me being like, I kind of don't want to grow, because like it's already even
Yeah.
this year, I think I'm gonna have to fucking probably file taxes for this, but I'm already like, it's not like normal taxes because you're and this is
Yeah.
technically self-employment, and it's always a nightmare, and you have to describe.
Yeah.
It's like I'm lucky because of some personal circumstances that I'm not gonna go into, but like,
Mm.
yeah, no, having to describe the situation and having to like figure it out is, to somebody who does taxes, is to the tax specialist, is fucking, ugh. I couldn't imagine
Ridiculous.
it.
I pay too much in taxes. I fucking hate it. It's and then I have an IRA too now. Dude, I stopped filing my taxes. I got partially through it and started asking me questions about my IRA. And if I sat there and like actually read it through, I could do it. But I was like, I got better things to do.
I got better things to do. I
I
will
got
say,
till April to figure this out.
yeah, I was like, I will say, if you do go through a specialist, this isn't just for you, Hood. This is in general. If you do go through a specialist,
Mhm.
please, uh, try to keep your stuff as organized as possible. And if they say they need something, or if you're not certain if
Mhm.
they need something, be sure to like ask them as soon as possible, because the sooner you get it to them, the better.
So my step siblings, their mother, insert redacted name, does taxes,
Mm-hmm.
and a couple years ago she was like begging me to do it, right? Then I learned after the fact she gave everyone else in my family a freaking family discount and I didn't get
Yeah.
one. I
Oh,
was like, listen, that's fucked, right?
that
And I
is
was
kind
like,
of
I know
fucked.
why, because she gets like commission or like a part of it, and I make more than the rest of my family.
Ah.
I was like, that's shitty. That's shitty. So I stopped going to her. But am I gonna ask her questions if I need them? Yes. Why? Because I do her favors. Like yesterday on my way home, she asked me to stop by her job to notarize some things. Because yes, I am a public notary, and
Do
it
that, chat?
turned into like 8 pages.
Oh,
And
you.
I was like, it was like 8 different papers I had to notarize. And I was like, all right, insert name. Like she did send me some money to get some Dr. Peppers because uh oh wait, I don't know if this is everywhere, so I'm not gonna say that. But my state like has a cap on how much you can pay a notary, and
Mm,
then like absentee ballots are illegal to charge to notarize.
yeah.
But yeah. So maybe I should call her up and tell her she needs to help me.
Yeah.
Because I keep notarizing shit for her ass.
I will say as a quick side, on this show, if you're ever like, if you ever feel like maybe I shouldn't do this, it's probably on the safer side to not share. But
Yeah, to
yeah,
not, yeah. But yeah, Doctor, Reverend, Public Notary, Dark Hood.
fellow dude, bro, man.
Yeah, which I don't know if anybody told you, but during one of my last streams, not only talked Silky but Cal into becoming ordained Dudas priest.
Have they seen the Big Lebowski?
Uh, I think Cal has.
Cal would make sense.
I don't think Silky has,
I
but
don't know how
Silky just thought
Silky
it was
would.
cool. To be fair,
Silky
like
might
I
explode if they
explained,
watch the Big Lebowski.
yeah, Yeah, but yeah, probably. I didn't explain the movie, but I did explain like the outlook on the religion, right? It's
Yeah,
basically Buddhism, Taoism with sprinkles of the movie mashed together in like this perfect child into a perfect child.
it's
And
a yeah.
love it. And yeah, they're both ordained now. They just have to, if they want to get registered to do weddings, they have to order the certificate offline and then go register with their local county clerk.
Absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. I find it interesting. I almost became a lord too, and right before I finally bought it for myself, because for years I had been asking my family to buy me that quote unquote square foot of land in Scotland or whatever.
Ah,
It came out that it was a scam, and I was like, "Oh my god! Thank God no one ever bought that for me." Uh, I'm trying to have all the titles, man. I'm trying. I want to be that guy where like fuck Death's Door, the Frog King. When you fight him, it always says like their titles, and his just kept going and going and going and going. That's how I'm trying to be.
collecting the billion cajillion medals of honor.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to be that guy.
We need to
I
get you
want to be that guy.
doctor.
Yeah, I
I
mean, I have honorary doctorate, so I can legally use the term.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hmm.
My friend Zulu,
Hmm.
Eastern account. Every single time, I love the man to death, but holy hell. He would be generally, the general consensus with like colleges, like, oh my god, I'm struggling with this homework or this paper, like constantly. Like
Yes.
the general consensus for college is it's a struggle.
Yes.
Boy, howdy, he did not make it seem like he was struggling. And
Motherfucker.
we'd always be like, oh yeah, I only have to spend like, we're like, oh Zulu, how many hours a week do you spend on homework? For college, it depends on the amount of credits you're taking and such and such.
Yeah.
It also depends on the classes. Like, to be fair, I'm only taking 2 classes this semester, but they are very in-depth classes,
Advanced.
and so it's not even that. It's I have to write papers, which are college papers suck ass because they nitpick the fuck out. They nitpick the shit out of them, and they like don't
Ugh.
necessarily give you a lot of time to do it.
Mhm.
But like, so I'm spending probably, I would say probably between, if you're taking a full coursework, I want to say I probably spent between 12 to 72 hours on, no, probably 12 to 36 hours, not 72.
Woo.
Spent purely on homework. So like assignments out of class, and then that would also be including like the 4 or 5 lectures. 4 or 5
Yeah.
lectures I'd have to do, which would be 2.5 hours a week, I want to say. Is that right? But he'd be
Close
like,
enough.
yeah, he'd be like, yeah, so I got a quiz due at midnight. It would be like 11:30.
Uh.
And then he'd be in the Discord call, and then he'd start it like 10 minutes later. Yeah, okay, so I finished the quiz. And we're like, like a test quiz or just like yeah, he's just like, yeah, it's worth like 10% of my grade.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a final. Whatever.
And we're like, what? You really?
That's crazy, bro.
Um,
I think I genuinely tweak out on
yeah,
call.
it gets me bear and Demosthenes. It gets our goats a little bit. Well, I got our goats. Since we were kind of graduating, we've gotten past it, but the thing that irked us the most is out of all of us, he's the closest one of us to being having a PhD.
That's crazy.
So
And
he
this
would
man,
be
ugh,
Dr. Zuluman.
that's
And
crazy.
I cannot tell you how much that fucking salted that chapped my nuts. I was like, I would be so upset if I had to call him Dr. Zulu.
Doctor. I have a similar story. It's not as extreme because it's not college or like doctors or anything,
Yeah.
doctorates. But so after I finished school, I was told like, hey, you just have to wait till May to get your diploma.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, whatever. It's December. So I finished school at 16. I didn't technically get my diploma until 17. Well, April comes around and my mom calls me and I go, "What's up?" She goes, "Hey, by the way, um you have to go take the ACT." I was like, "What are you talking about?" She goes, "Yeah, it's a requirement for you to graduate. It's
What
in 2
the?
days." I go, "What?" It's
What
in 2
the?
days? Yeah, so I had to go back to school for a single night months after I graduated to go take this test. I wasn't prepped for it. I didn't take any prep classes for it. I just went in there, guesstimated on most of it, answered the ones that I thought were like easy enough. And I had a friend legitimately stop talking to me because I scored higher than them.
I believe I already know what you. Okay, first of
Mine
all,
was I got a 25.
okay, never mind. All right. I will
Yeah.
say what was it? For those of you that are unfamiliar, because there's a regional test. The ACT is similar to the SAT. For those of you who
Mhm.
know, it's an America. For those of you who aren't from America here, it's
Yeah.
a national test basically that tests your generic knowledge. I believe it does. Is it literature, English, mathematics,
And science.
science? Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
some of it I'm like, you expect me to just know this? Like,
yeah. And then it gives you
like,
it gives you a score
ugh,
from, is it 0
I
or 1 to 32?
think it's 1 to 32.
Um but yeah, and then it's like a lot of times college will use it for like a baseline of like, oh, this is yada yada. And a
Yeah,
lot of people would be like,
scholarship or this or that.
yeah, scholarships or even just base entry.
Yeah.
So we got pretty close.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like obviously I could have done better if I went to classes and stuff. So I was a little salty with my mom, but at that point I had also like, wait, why do I care? I already decided I'm not going to college because I
Yeah.
crashed out.
Yeah.
But I had a friend, insert her name. She scored a 21. She had been taking she took a summer class the year before and was taking like a course throughout the school year, like a prep course,
Hmm.
and got legitimately so upset that I scored higher and with no prep that she stopped talking to me.
Damn.
I was like, okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, because I got a 28. So we scored pretty similarly, which is where I'm like, again, you motherfucker, you can't say that. You can't say, oh, Foo, you're so intelligent, and then say that you're not smart. Because I guarantee you,
Ends call.
if you had prepped, I want to say if you had prepped, that could easily have been 3 points.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, because some of it was like, I was like, there's no way I would just know this without a prep class. Like they wouldn't have taught this in any of the math
Yeah.
that were like available at my school.
Hmm.
But it's whatever.
But it's
I was
again, you can't. I was like, that's where I'm like, I'm not gonna take you saying that. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, it's like,
ends call. Not kidding.
I was like, bitch, you're fucking. There's testing results to say. It's like, regardless of if you think testing is bullshit or not, it's like me and you tested similarly.
Yeah, I can't rebuttal.
You can't refute it. You can't refute it.
I can't
The
I can't
paper number
refute it.
says so.
So I sit corrected.
You sit
I
corrected.
sit corrected. I sit corrected.
Like
I am not standing.
it's literally, it's purely interests. It's
Yeah,
purely
that makes sense.
interests.
Yeah. I always scored high on science and math. And dude, I was
Because
so
you
pissed.
enjoy it.
Yeah, 4th grade, I only missed 1 point on the state test for math.
and it was a geometry question. I've always hated geometry. I think it's stupid.
Not a fan of it.
I've never been a fan of geometry. I'm like, when am I ever gonna need this?
I have a
And they're like,
story.
well, if you ever build a flower bed, I'm like, then I'll build a flower bed. Where's
Build a flower
like,
bed.
like that was one of the things that my teacher at the time like argued. Like, well, you got to use math to measure this out, and that's all geometry. I'm like, nah, I would just like screw a bunch of 2x4s together, you know, and like put it in the ground. Boom, flower bed, soil.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Yeah.
well, no, you have to make it this depth because of roots, and you got to make it do this and this. And I was like, nah,
But
I would
like,
never do that.
but it's like, even still, it's like volume is not too terribly hard. Like, especially if you're doing like a,
Yeah.
if you're doing like a rectangle, it's like, okay, just take the measure how deep it is and then measure how long and wide and just take a calculator and multiply the 3 numbers and boom.
Yeah.
Make sure you have
Geometry's not
enough soil.
hard. It's just annoying.
It's
like,
the thing that gets people's goats with geometry is triangles.
That's probably oh shit. I'm
It's
about
the-
to sneeze.
It's the trigonometry.
Yeah, also having to teach myself pre-calc was the worst fucking experience of my life.
Oh, I can
Um,
imagine that.
Yeah, because like I had to graduate early, so I had to teach it to myself, and I was given a book that my mom
Oh.
used when she was in high school.
You had to learn
And, like,
pre-calc to graduate?
Yeah, so we got fucked. Okay, so
Interesting.
this is what happened. They specifically told us, hey, if you take Algebra 1 in middle school, it counts as one of your credits. One of your, yeah. It does, but it doesn't count towards like a math credit in
Yeah.
high school. So we still
Oh.
had to take 4 classes in high school. And I'm like, y'all need to stop lying to kids, because most of us did that because we were like, okay, then we won't have to take pre-calc or statistics, right? Nope. You had to. You had to. So
Hmm.
if you took, yeah, so I took pre-algebra 7th grade, algebra 1 8th grade. Freshman year I took geometry, then algebra 2, and then or it's 3 maths, my bad. 3 maths. Now it's 4. It used to be 3, but when I was in high school it was 3. I then had to teach myself pre-calc. And yeah, straight booty cheeks. Because it was like a teacher's book too. So
Mm.
like it showed the formulas, but and like let's just say you didn't know subtraction. It would show like, let's just say you didn't know subtraction at all. It would show like the 4 minus 2, right? But
Mhm.
like you don't know how that works. And then the answer, and would not explain how
There
it
wasn't
got
anywhere.
to that. Yeah, it was just like, here's the equation and here's the answer. And I was like, what the fuck? So I just, for a month straight, I did not work. I went to class and helped other kids graduate.
Incredible.
I just started tutoring kids. And then the principal came in and looked at me and goes, "Why the fuck are you still here?" I was like, "Damn, that's a good question." Went and got my paperwork and I said, "Fuck this." And I taught myself part of it, and then I was like, "You know what? I'm leaving here tonight." And I found a website that like has the calculators for the different formulas.
Yep.
And just opened up a tab, because so much pre-calc is literally just, okay, so plug these numbers into this formula, get the answer, then plug that answer into this formula, get that answer, plug into this formula, get the answer. So that's what I did.
Calculus is a
just
lot
ran it.
of memorization.
Yeah,
It
I was
sort
like, fuck
of.
that.
There don't even okay. Two things. First thing, trigonometry. This is a fun little anecdote. So in one of my courses, we are talking about extrusion of polymers, also known as extrusion of plastics. The general consensus is plastics come in pellet form. I don't know if you've seen like wood pellets or things like that. They come in these pellets and you throw it into an auger that is heated. It heats, and then like the actual screw part, the center kind of, it's easier to show like an actual like drawing of it, but the center part gets thicker as you move towards the exit. And
Kinda
so
like
what
cotton candy.
sort of. And so what happens is the polymer pellets melt and they form a continuous like silly putty Play-Doh kind of thing that we call a polymer melt. It then pushes it out the front of the die or the front of the extruder into a shape that we call a die. Think it's literally the Play-Doh where you put them in you put your ball of Play-Doh in the top of the thing and then you push
and then press the thing.
Yeah, it shits out like a block or a loaf of bread or something.
Gotcha.
It's that, but
Okay.
yeah, it's that. But if you got your arm cut in it, you wouldn't. If you got your like finger caught in it or something like that, you wouldn't pinch your finger. You would tear your whole arm off.
Lose it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's yes. It's adult Play-Doh. No, that came out wrong. It's
dangerous Play-Doh.
Yeah, let's go with that. And we were going over the science of basically like how do you very, very, very long story short, the pressure that you subject the polymer to is very important. And so we were basically calculating how you do that. And one of the main driving forces is how fast that screw is turning. Because obviously the faster you turn the screw, the quicker the polymer is going to travel along the screw.
Yeah.
I mean, think it's like a conveyor belt, whatever. And so we were doing that, and it involved calculating the angle of the extruder screw, because that's going to affect how quickly it moves. And so my professor's like, this is a room full of just about to graduate college students, including me. And he goes, okay, is this cosine? He's like, okay, so are we looking for cosine or sine of alpha, where alpha is the angle that the screw's making? And he's like, show of hands. Then nobody answered. He's like, okay, show of hands. And one person in the room raised his hand for cosine of alpha. And looked behind him, saw nobody else raised their hand, and he put his hand down. And then the person was like, okay, what about sine of alpha? Nobody raised their hand, and he looked back and was like, oh. It was the answer was cosine of alpha. But it was a combination of people. We just didn't really we weren't necessarily following what he was saying because my professor has a very, very thick accent.
Oh,
or that professor.
That.
It wasn't the usual professor for the day. Essentially, it's split between two. The usual professor was out on he was traveling for a conference or something. And so it was this other one who had a very, very thick accent. And so it's either a combination of we just didn't necessarily understand what he was asking, or it was a matter of just like we were too tired and didn't want to answer the question or literally think about trigonometry.
And that one guy was like, oh shit.
He got it right, because before we were doing shit and the answer was sine for I think it's called the gauge length, which is if you look at the screw, like if you take like a side profile view of the screw and it's the length between the slants. Again, this is something easier to just, much like with a lot of things in geometry, it's easier to show with a
diagram.
A diagram. It's if you imagine like a screw, it's the distance between the threads. I forget what it's called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that distance, and we calculated it using sine alpha.
Fun.
But there's that with trigonometry. It doesn't get. It's like even if you go to college, it's like you still end up hating it. But calculus, however, calculus is a doozy because everybody has an opinion on it. Everybody has an opinion on it.
Fucking stupid. Maybe if I would have been actually taught, right? Maybe I'd have a different opinion. But teaching myself pre-calc pissed me off. Pissed me off. I don't know. I've always been good at math, but to then not be given the proper resources to learn it absolutely pissed me off. Like, example, 4th grade. My teacher put me in the hallway and I had to do 2 you learn that subject, or each day it was when you got to math, it was hey, the next I don't want to say subject or chapter, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The next lesson. I had to do 2 of those a day while everyone else did 1.
Damn.
And then a month in, she brought in a good friend of mine when I was in school, at least. Insert redacted. And she had him take the book home and over the weekend like catch up to me. And
Mm.
so every day we end up finishing the 5th grade book and got halfway through it when the school year ended. And so then 5th grade came along and we just blew through the first half of the year, really, because we know all this, but
Yeah.
like, why was I able to do that? Because the book actually like explained what the fuck was happening.
Yeah.
And then I have to teach myself pre-calc, and it has no explanation whatsoever. Just the
Yeah.
beginning and the end. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck pre-calc. I can't stand it.
It's like it very is. It's very much like a different. I'm gonna describe it as a different level of math. So like you get algebra and geometry in high school, and then you go to like calculus. When you go to calculus, things get a little abstract. Is the word I'm gonna use.
I see.
For those of you who aren't interested in math or didn't take calculus or whatever, calculus is it's the mathematics subject of dealing with rates. So how quickly things happen.
Whack.
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 It's basically, the idea is like you can take a look at, if you have a function for how quickly something occurs, i.e. an equation for how quickly something occurs, you can or say how a position of something. I know that's not really that great of a descriptor, but like if you could say like at time t the car follows this function, so like y equals the symbol y equals mx plus b. You can use that where it's like, okay, you know what m is, you know what b is, you say at time 1 it's at this, and then so you plug in 1 for x and you get whatever y is. You can use that to basically say this is how fast the car is going.
Yeah.
That's calculus. At least that's calc 1.
Yeah.
My education, and as far as I can tell, other people's education with calculus, it's broken up into typically 3 to 4 components. Barring pre-calc. Pre-calc gets it starts you off with like, okay, this is what a rate is.
Yeah.
At least I guess I don't know what your experience was specifically with it, because it was so very different from mine, but
it's a fever dream because I just ended up
yeah.
using calculators and finished that day because I was like, fuck this. Fuck this.
I imagine it was a lot of stuff with like slopes.
Yeah.
They talk us a lot of stuff about like graph slopes, and then also like limits.
Yeah, I think that's like what it mainly was.
I'm trying to remember back to my pre-calc stuff, but
I remember seeing like slopes on graphs in the like websites in the tabs, so I can confirm that. The rest of it, no clue.
Yeah,
no clue. Like, in one ear, out the other, or in my eyes and then out my brain, because I was like, fuck this, I'm leaving. I'm done.
Limits are so confusing. Well, limits can be confusing just because of their nature. It's like, oh, you're supposed to just assume what happens when something goes to infinite or gets really, really small. Because that's what calculus loves to deal with, is instantaneous change.
Yeah, fuck that.
But no, Calc 1 is all about, so you have pre-calc that gets you introduced to like slopes and things like that, and then you have Calc 1 introduces you to derivatives and integrals, which are effectively, derivatives are rates, or how thing changes in regards to thing. So like for reference, how position changes with time is like a speed. How quickly you're going.
That makes sense.
Yeah, miles per hour.
Yeah.
How your position, miles per hour you're traveling. Calc 2 gets weird, or I guess integrals are the antiderivative, which means nothing to a lot of people. It's a fancy way to tell you how much area is underneath a graph, which is important for some things.
See.
Yeah, I can't really describe it. It's one of those things where it's like you have to learn calculus to know what an integral is, unfortunately.
Yeah, and like maybe I just got fucked. I don't know. I feel like maybe if a teacher had actually taught me it, it'd be different. But I'm just like, fucking hate calculus.
Time to not a lot of people share that sentiment. Time to break out Futacular teaches calculus. Prof. Fu. Nah.
Oh God.
There was
I have nightmares where I wake up and get a letter or a call from my school that says,
Hey, there was a fucking problem with the like your specific grade, and everyone has to repeat like their last year. And like I'm a grown ass man in high school with all these grown ass people I went to school with. Yeah.
nah, I'd help you.
Anyway.
If you had to redo pre-calc, I'd help you shit. I'd help you out with that shit.
Thank you. Here, food. Do my homework. Here's $50.
Hell yeah. I want to say the only math class I've ever failed was calculus 2.
Yeah, we offer. No, we didn't. It was because we had pre-calc calc 1. But oh no, we had like an offsite college thing if you want to do calc 2.
Yeah.
And I've only heard bad things about calc 2.
Because calc 2 does, they're called series, in which fuck, these are even more abstract.
In conclusion, calculus is fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's if you have like a say you wanted to add up like a function, or say you wanted to add up something where it's like it's increasing by 1 every time.
Okay.
Kind of like you had 1 plus, you wanted to do 1 plus n to the n squared. And you wanted to figure out, okay, what is the value if you took all of these functions and you added them where it's like n1 through 5. So you did n, so you did like 1 plus, if n equals 1 plus 1 squared, and then you added that to 1 plus 2 squared, and then you added that to 1 plus 3 squared, and then you added that to 1 plus 4, and then 1 plus 5 squared. It's that, but on a large scale. And then estimating what it is. So, okay, what is 1 plus n squared, where n is to infinity?
And beyond?
Yes. And it's like, oh, well, because it diverges to infinity. It's like, fuck off. This doesn't make sense. And then
that's annoying.
I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it until I had to do a fuck off coding class.
Ugh.
Calc 3 was cool.
That would have made me crash out, I'm not gonna lie.
It made me crash out. Calc 3 was cool. It takes Calc 1, all the rate stuff, but it makes it in 3 dimensions.
Ooh, that actually sounds fun.
That one was interesting. And then Calc 4 was technically calculus. You relearn algebra in a funky way. Basically, the idea is instead of solving one equation for y equals x, you solve 4 equations at the same time.
What the fuck?
You do it. It's a lot of computer stuff. It's like, what the fuck? But it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting and actually useful if you like learn it. Unfortunately, trying to learn it by yourself, trying to learn math by yourself without a teacher or professor is actually infuriating because it's abstract.
It was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I would not wish that on my worst enemies. And I feel bad for like some of the other kids in there because I originally wasn't going to be able to do night school because the principal said that my GPA was too high. And I was like, okay, well then I'll just drop out. And he goes, whoa, wait, we can't be doing all that.
What the kind of fuck ass logic is that? Oh, your grades are too good, you can't go to night school.
Yeah, because he straight up said it was for the troubled kids. And he's like, I don't know if I want you around those
hoodlums,
those kids. Mind you, I'm in the office sitting next to my fucking dad who's covered in gang tattoos. Right? Like
it's like, sir, I appreciate the sentiment, however.
My dad just looks at him and is like, he can handle himself. he can handle himself. My dad literally on his biceps has "what bitch" because he threw his hands up all the time and would yell that at people. So now
incredible.
He throws it he has his gang name, he has where he repped, he has too many tattoos. Some of them are stupid. He has a nerd's tattoo, like the little nerd candy guy with the little beanie and the spinny hat. He has a tricks tattoo because tricks are for kids.
Uh, he has a juggernaut tat. Like this man is tatted. He has a lot of tats, and a lot of them are stupid, or it's either stupid or gang related.
Mm.
And my dad just looks at him and he's like, "Nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine." And yeah, so I kind of felt bad though, because right before I went in there to talk with the principal, there's a kid that was having a yelling match with him, and as he was walking out, he was like, this is my life you're ruining." Like, he's like, "I'm sorry, dude, there's just no room in night school for you." And then he let me in.
Yeah.
I was like,
There's
that's
yeah.
shitty. It was a numbers thing. Because he goes, "Oh, we'll lose that GPA."
Yeah. Public school,
Uh,
there's
yeah,
a lot. There's a lot with
yeah,
public schooling that's like irritating, but there's also like
yeah.
there's a lot that's irritating, but it's also like you want to
I
be
know.
able to point a finger, and it's like, well, you want to no, I don't know if I want to actually get into this because this starts getting into political matters because it's dealing with
Yeah.
money spending. But
In conclusion,
in
public
yeah,
schools are something. There's something else. Like,
public schools are something,
uh,
and they I do think they
yeah.
need a bit of TLC.
I agree. I agree. Off topic, but kind of. I remember trying to go to the bathroom, and there was a whole ass fucking cooked chicken breast sitting in the fucking urinal.
Damn,
Yeah.
we didn't have any of that
I was like,
shit. We
damn.
always had like fucking
No,
people
wasn't from the school.
people would
Oh,
like
never
break the
mind.
fucking urinals open.
Oh, we in middle school, we had this kid who we all knew who it was, but we ain't no fucking snitches. Actually, like top of our class, kept shitting in the urinals.
That's
Yeah,
that's technically harmless and silly, but also you gotta feel bad for
yeah,
the janitors who have to fish that
yeah.
shit out, quite literally.
What 100%, 100%. I think the craziest shit that though happened at my school, like other than the pregnant girl who fought the teacher, um, people constantly getting caught fucking in class or like on the school bus or like
Yeah.
in the locker room, and like snitches get stitches. Exactly. But yeah,
Well, there's
that was a big thing.
there's that one story that I don't think is good to tell on stream.
I
The
haven't seen this one
bleacher.
yet. Oh, oh yeah, there's that one. Yeah,
I don't think that
yeah.
one's really stream friendly.
Oh, crazy lore here. Okay, the kid who was part of that, right? The kid who was part of that, uh how do I say this without giving up? So you know the story.
I'm gonna say, okay, for without going into too much detail, a bit of there was a school assembly. There was a school
Yeah.
assembly. Correct me if I'm wrong on this summarization. There's a
No.
school assembly, and a pair of students were engaging in some physical intimacy, and one of the students decided to share his marshmallow fluff
Yeah.
with an
yeah,
unaware
yeah.
student.
So the kid who shared said fluff, okay? His uncle is the one who we believe I said that. Did I say this earlier? Did I say that my childhood home burned down?
Yes.
Yesterday?
Oh,
Yeah. He's believed to be that kid's uncle is the one to believe that is believed to be the one who started the fire.
the plot, it thickens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Much like
Yeah.
marshmallow fluff.
I was gonna say that, but I ended up not. Yeah, so that's kind of crazy. Yeah,
That's
it's one of his uncles that apparently
crazy.
did that. And yeah. Oh, dude, I'm gonna send you the picture. It doesn't show anything, but oh my god, it's fucking crazy looking.
God, I know this is like the what's the meme when the homies like when everybody's having when all the homies having fun at the get together, and the one motherfucker says, God, we need to do this more often.
Yeah.
It's like Drake, the type of motherfucker to say, God, we need to do this more often when the gang meets up. I was like, the thought
Uh,
always occurred to me. I was like, I really need to do this shit more often because I forgot how much fun it was to just sit down, mono
And
e
yap.
mono with people and just talk for hours.
Oh, I fucking love it. I'm a yapper. Okay, so I think it just sent. I sent you a picture of my fucking house burnt down. Well, in the process of burning down, I should
Out
say.
of context. Out of fucking context. Yeah, so I just sent you a photo of my house burning down.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
It's like fucking Krakatoa up in this bitch.
Yeah. That's the trailer I grew up in. Fucking
God
turning to
damn.
nothing, dude.
God damn.
Yeah. That's not even the first time like a fire's happened out there, which that one was like obviously something happened, but there was like, I'm not gonna, okay, a certain thing happened and there was a lot of fires.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say what caused them because it would like 100%
Well, yeah,
dox me.
yeah.
But in conclusion, I was on a fucking church outing with my brother Glads, and we went to leave the water park we were at, and they said, hey, we can't take any of you back to the church or home because the church is out by that house, and they were like, there's fires everywhere. And we're like, what? Crazy as fuck. House survived that. And then when I lived in San Diego as a kid, which I'll say this because I don't live there anymore. But when I lived in San Diego as a kid, this is actually something I have written down. We lived in the mountains. Okay, so we lived in the mountains with this tin roof, and we had our neighbors had zebras.
Tin roof.
Yeah.
Rusted.
Yeah, one time there
Sorry.
was like an earthquake. No, you're good. There was an earthquake, and like a bunch of rocks had like slid onto our roofs, and my mom thought the zebras escaped and were running on our roof. Um, Also zebras are mean, bro. We had to go up there with our great uncle and help feed them when the neighbor was gone because the neighbor
Yeah.
asked him to help, and the motherfuckers were trying to bite us.
I mean,
Like,
they really, I mean, technically speaking, zebras haven't been a domesticated animal, so it probably is understandable what they mean.
well, that and they have so many natural predators that they're super aggressive.
Yeah.
Fuck them. But anyway, the mountains caught on fire and we had to evacuate. And fucking I remember I was like 3. We're in our minivan and our parents were like forcing these gas masks onto us. Like that shit was insane. And just like I remember my mom saying something like, you need to hurry up. My dad's like, it's not that bad. It's not even that close. There's just a lot of smoke. And then like I see him look in the rearview mirror and like horror in his eyes. And I just turn around and you can just see as like fire, like it's going over the peak of the mountain, which our house didn't burn down, thankfully. But it's weird to think that like there's a lot of fires. Thinking about it now that like my family's been involved with. Like
I mean,
last
you
year,
are a demon.
yeah, you're right.
So true.
Damn. Last year, my mom and stepdad moved out of their apartment, and they still had shit in there because they were in the process of like completely moving, and they had it for like another 2 weeks or whatever. And the people below and across from them is an old couple, RIP. One of their oxygen machines or tanks like caught on fire and caught the building on fire and burned their apartment building down.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that'll do it.
And then it's just like, man, I'm just like, there's a lot of fires in my life. I'm realizing now. Only one of them has successfully burnt down a place I lived in, and it was, well, 2. I guess you can count my mom and stepdad's apartment because I lived there for a couple months as I healed from. Okay, hold up. Now I gotta go into this tangent.
Another tangent.
So I came out because I was living with my uncle actually in said house that burnt down, which is funny. He bought it from us when we moved out and fixed it up and stuff. So it was weird living there again, but with in my old bedroom, but as my own, like it was my own bedroom. Because like I grew up with 3 brothers and 3 sisters, so I always shared rooms. Sometimes with 3 other people.
Yeah.
so it was kind of weird. But anyway, I came into the city to help them move into the apartment that's now burned down. And I had told my dad, like, hey, you're going to be in town in 2 days for your, because you have to go see your PO. You might as well pick me up then, and I'll just stay at mom's. He goes, okay, that's fine. Because also, fun fact, my dad was living out there. He moved in. This is my mom's brother. So he moved in with his ex brother-in-law.
Huh.
But anyway, yeah, very weird situation, especially because I moved out to be away from my parents. It is the whole thing. Anyway, so I have a friend hit me up randomly and it's like, hey, you want to go explore like a haunted hospital that used to, or a haunted hotel that used to be a hospital? I said, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. So she swung by, she picked me up. I was like, I'll be back later, Mom. I'm 17 at the time. My mom didn't give a fuck. And she goes, hey, by the way, I brought my friend. This is insert redacted. And I'm like, oh, nice to meet you. 30 minutes later, we're up in the city, and we're there. I fucking pick up the chain link fence so they can crawl under. Then they both hold it in. We're doing delinquent shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were trying to find a window to break because what else are you gonna do? You're gonna break shit.
Yeah.
We found one on the 4th floor that wasn't broken, mind you. It was a hotel and also used to be a hospital. These windows are supposed to be extremely difficult to break. Well, she kicked it and nothing happened because again, you're not supposed to easily break them. I wanted to try to crack it, and so I kicked it and I kicked straight through that fucking window. I kicked straight through the window, and I instantly know I got cut because there was blood. Fucking
Yeah, it was
everywhere.
like
I had to. This is gory, so if those who are listening don't want to hear it, mute for a couple seconds. Physically pick my leg up off the shard of glass that was still attached to the window. It was terrible.
that'll do it. That'll do it.
I then was just put pressure on. Is like, I'll be fine, guys. Remove my hand. Was not fine. I was like, nah, I'll be fine. I was being too stubborn, and I
You're
fucking
being
tied.
stoic.
Yeah. I tied my sock to it with my lanyard, which, mind you, my keys were still attached to. So every time I walked, you heard my keys jingle. And we walked around for an hour. Went to go get on the roof. Someone had put screws and nails in it and hammered it so you couldn't. And I was like, hey, I'm going to take my keys off and use my shoelace instead. Smart, right? Then we walked around for another hour. I was like, okay, just take me home.
I was like, you didn't like start feeling woozy or like, I don't know, collapse?
No, I stopped the bleeding. I stopped it with the sock when I initially did the sock thing.
Yeah, but I still feel like you probably would have lost at least an amount of blood.
Yeah, so we're getting to that. We're in the car and she starts heading the wrong way, away from like
the wrong direction.
And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what are you doing? And she goes, I'm taking you to the hospital. I said, I'm 17. Like, you would have to wake my parents up. I said, my dad lives out in the country and there's no signal. And my mom, I said, I'm not waking her up. My mom, when she got woken up, my brother, not Glad's, but another brother, his appendix was about to burst and he refused to let us wake my mom up. That's how, like, if you woke her up in the middle of the night, she went the fuck off. Like, she doesn't remember any of it, right? Like, but she's like a sleeper agent, literally.
I wonder if that's where they get the term from.
Yeah, he quite literally chose death over waking her up, and I was choosing it too. And so she called the hospital, was like, does he, and they basically say, I'll need permission over the phone. I was like, fuck. So I call my mom. I call her like 12 times and she doesn't answer. I call my brother, he doesn't answer. I call Janae, she doesn't answer. I'm calling them over, and then finally Glad's answers, and then I tell him the situation. He gets a hold of Janae. Janae goes, wakes our mom up. She's instantly mad, but I tell her, hey, you don't have to drive up here. She goes, perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm at the hospital now. Okay. So we're at the hospital. We get up to the thing. She says, fill this paperwork out. There was a lot of people there at the ER. We got there at exactly midnight. I go sit down, fill out the paperwork. They get up and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna go get something from the vending machine. Do you want a Dr. Pepper?" Crazy enough, I was like, "Nah, I'm good." Right? Should have known something was wrong right then. I then get up and I go hand her the paperwork, and then I sit back down. And then like literally 2 minutes later, she calls me, and like a lot of people in the emergency room were upset. Like I saw one kid with a very visible broken arm, but I had an open wound. It's a little different.
Yeah,
And
broken
then
arms aren't lethal if left on.
yeah, yeah, and I have a sweaty sock holding like holding pressure on my leg. So I go sit down and she's talking to me, and my friends get back and they're pointing over where we were sitting. I was like, "Yeah, I didn't grab y'all's purses. Like, my guy, I'm holding shit and I'm hobbling. Like I have a cut in my leg." And they're saying something, they're shaking their head. And I was like, "Man, my
Puddle of
foot
blood.
feels wet."
Yeah.
Yeah, I left in a trail. And the
Hood.
nurse, yeah, the nurse sees it and literally goes, "Oh shit." And I bled through 5 packs of gauze. They then immediately rushed me in the back and were like, "We need to get a parent on the phone because when they pulled that last gauze pack off, it squirted." They were like, "We think you hit an artery." No, I
You
was stressed and
probably.
have high blood pressure. Um, uh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So then they are like, "You need to call your mom because we need permission to do this. And if you end up having to have surgery because it's an artery, like we can't operate on you without your parents' permission." I'm like, "Oh, so you just let me fucking die? What the hell?" Right? Like what? My mom doesn't answer. She went back to sleep, bro. She went back to sleep, and so I had to call her like, I think it was like 14 to 16 times, and she finally woke up, and they just needed her info. I did not hit an artery. They
Really?
stopped the bleeding. Yeah.
Huh.
I was just bleeding a lot. Again, high blood pressure.
You're a bit of a
When I donated
gusher.
blood, yeah, when I donated blood, the shit squirted at me and I jerked a little bit. I have a video of it somewhere, but I'm not sending that or showing anyone that.
I
Um,
I'm not. I don't get grossed out by blood. However,
yeah, yeah, no. I quite literally have the video on my personal Instagram. Like,
take me on the 4th date before you
yeah,
show me the
yeah,
video
yeah.
of yourself squirting blood.
Yeah, I also have a picture of my fucking wound on my leg on there too, which there's a like a warning. So, um, and like a description, like, "Hey, don't swipe unless you want to see that." But
Viewer discretion is advised.
yeah. So they had a new doctor putting. It was her first time ever doing stitches on a person. And the whole time the senior doctor was talking shit to me, which I get it. I'm a 17-year-old who just like kicked through a window in an abandoned place, right? Um, but like doctor, whatever it's called, confidentiality. They can't
Yeah.
go tell the cop up front that I broke in somewhere and kicked through a window. Uh, but
How
the
did you
whole
get?
time she's like, huh?
How did you get this cut? I don't know. It just appeared.
Yeah, exactly. And the whole time she was just talking shit, like, "Oh, you should feel so lucky. You have 2 doctors in here right now. There's people out there who haven't been seen for hours, and you had 5 doctors in here at one point when they thought I hit an artery." You know, it was just talking shit the whole time. I was like, "Bro, I'm not here for this yap fest. Like, come on, like, just do the fucking stitches." Her first 2 stitches she had to redo because she went too far out. The rest were fine. They then don't wrap it up. They do not give me any type of antibiotics. Nothing. They just go, "Okay, you're good to leave," and some crutches. The second I stood up, all the blood rushed to my leg. That was the most painful thing. Getting stabbed with glass did not hurt. The lidocaine shots did not hurt. The fucking stitches didn't hurt. That felt like someone poured gasoline on my leg and lit it on fire.
It was probably because the adrenaline wore off at that point.
Oh, it was bad. It was so bad, and it was also clotted, I guess, because I instantly just started bleeding everywhere through the stitches. Yeah. Uh, so they set me back up, cleaned it off, and then wrapped it, and then sent me on my way. Still no antibiotics, by the way,
They
which
give you a
wasn't
band-aid for your
surprised.
boo-boo.
Yeah. When I went to go get them removed at urgent care, they were like, "Nah, bro, this shit's infected. Take these antibiotics." I was like, "Yeah, I wonder why," because they didn't fucking clean it. Fuck the ER. But we left at exactly 5 in the morning, so we were there for exactly 5 hours.
Or was bleeding out on the operating table for 5
Yeah.
hours.
And they told me though, if I would have went home, I would have bled out in my sleep, and I was
Yeah.
that specifically hit me. Also, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't talk to any of these people anymore. No, show me it all. No, I'm not doing that night.
Do not show the chatters your gushing wound.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't actually talk to those people anymore, but like I will say, fucking like ride or dies. Like again, that one girl that she brought as her, like I first time meeting her, 30 minutes after meeting me, I kicked through a window, and then a couple hours later, she's cleaning up my blood in an ER and is sitting with me, hanging out, taking Snapchats like the whole time. And like I will always respect that girl because you just met me and went through all that trouble with me, and we're like, anyway, nice meeting you. Like, so respect there, but yeah. And now I have a scar right above my ankle that is in the shape of a penis.
Oh, I was about to say, bro, you got the cool scar. And then you said in the
No.
shape of a penis. I was like,
Pinar and testes is what it looks like.
Pinar. Nah.
Which it looks different now, but it's healed really weird. But it's what's really weird about it is now I'm sitting here doing it, rubbing it, like I can just feel that there's no muscle. Ugh. It's just like a void.
Mods! Mods!
I think my mods are sleeping.
Bake that bot into a bread dough.
It's not letting me delete it.
Okay.
It's not letting me delete it.
Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think I got it.
It's just being weird for me.
Yeah, there you go. That deleted in your end or no?
No, it's still showing up on my end.
Shit.
But it's like I'm clicking and nothing's happening.
Oh, that happened to me with pinning.
Let me refresh the page and see if that does anything. Oh, it's gone now that I refreshed it. So
Nice. Excuse me.
whatever.
Fucking mine is not nearly as heroic and or life-threatening. I've never really been in life-threatening situations, which to be fair, I'm not exactly an adventurous individual when it comes to like thrills. I'm not a thrill seeker.
I've been through a couple.
The one time I decided to be a thrill seeker, I was with friends on some bikes and we were going over some like jumps near a garage. I don't really know how to properly describe this, but basically on one of the bumps, I hit it wrong. My tire turned. Ideally, if it were to turn, it should have turned to the left. It turned to the right and sent me sailing into a garage. However, instead of hitting the garage door and, you know, just like, I don't know, maybe getting a concussion or some shit, I hit the corner of the garage. So, you know, where it's like some garages will have like, stone outlays on the corners, like little stone bricks that go up like halfway. Yeah, you know those things. I headbutted the corner of it.
Holy shit!
So I head over handlebars. I basically hit the thing, turned left. It threw me head over handlebars, and I headbutted the corner of it. Lots of blood.
Do you have a Harry Potter scar?
I have a Harry Potter scar.
So do I.
You can't see it, but you can barely. Well, yeah, you can't really see it because I got some other things, but
I have mine. It's prominent. I got mine when I was 2.
I think it was. Oh, so yours actually is a Harry Potter scar.
Oh yeah, I guess he was a baby.
You're the boy who survived. The boy who lived.
The boy who lived.
The boy who lived. You've had multiple boy who lived moments.
Yeah, I'll tell you that story once you finish yours. It's actually fucking insane.
I mean, my story's pretty much just done. It's I headbutted the garage. I got 4 stitches.
Damn.
4 stitches, a bunch of Vaseline rubbed on my forehead, and now I'm here. No concussion, no split skull, no nothing. Literally just like a cut forehead. That's all it was.
I'm trying to edit shit out, but
Other than that, I got a scar on my pinky because I was. You ever ride a ripstick?
Yeah, fucking dude. Uh, I wrote it one time, ate shit so hard, I thought my fucking soul got knocked out of me, and was like, I'll never write one of these again.
Oh, the f-
Anyway, yeah.
the funny thing about it, basically, I was riding a ripstick, and then I somehow landed. I guess I landed, uh, hand down. One of my hands down, one of my hands up,
Ooh.
and I don't think it was down to the bone, but it was enough to scar my pinky knuckle.
Mm.
That one's not bad,
got-
but it's the only other scar I got. Oh no, I got one more. This one is me being illegitimate. This one is actually I'm a little embarrassed about. So I was making a cardboard pinball machine for like a summer project thing.
Uh-huh.
And because we were fucking grade schoolers, they couldn't give us actual scissors, so I was given safety scissors. But I had to make a hole in this cardboard to like put a thing through. So I was holding it with one hand and I pushed the scissors to the other and I sliced into my index finger with safety fucking scissors.
Oh my god.
And so I pushed it through, safety scissors, and I was like, I went to the teacher, I was like, I cut myself. And they're like, okay, go to the nurse's office, give me your pair of scissors, because obviously, you know, you don't want to give another kid a bloody pair of scissors because obvious illnesses.
Health risks.
And and they're like, that's the story of how I got my tetanus shot. Because the nurse was like, hey, do you have your tetanus shot? And it's like, they weren't rusty, but you know, just in case. And I was like, I don't know. Fucking grade schooler man. I was like, oh.
That's crazy, dude.
And then I got my tetanus shot.
That's how you got your tetanus shot. That's crazy.
That's how I got my tetanus shot and a scar on my index finger that's basically at the base of like, I guess it's technically the cuticle, but like the base of my nail.
Huh.
I think that's all the scarring I got. I'm a pristine little baby boy.
Nah, so I got a couple from my last job. I had one that I don't ever see unless like I somehow tan on my arm. It's in the shape of a sailboat. Went straight against an exhaust pipe. I have one scar on like the back of my forearm from a computer chair at my dad's house when I was a kid. Instead of like throwing the chair out, the arms were duct taped over. Well, yeah, they were duct taped because a dog had chewed it. And there was just a piece of plastic. I sat down, cleanly sliced me all the way down my arm. I have another one on the
I'm not gonna lie, when you said this isn't one I see often, I was like, please be on like the inside of his ass crack or something. There's gotta be a story there.
Crazy. Nah, not that I know of.
Hold on, bend over and spread them. I gotta make sure.
Nah, I ain't trying to let you see the horse over there, bro. Oh shit. But anyway. I got another one from okay, I'm gonna say it, bro. I got hemorrhoids, bro. You don't want to see that shit.
Live! You heard it here!
Yeah, that's me. I should be on the commercial.
He got the fucking hem!
I got the, I like to say, I'll be like, I got a hemi.
He got the roids! Yo!
Anyway, so yeah, I'm not gonna let you see that.
Watch out for the other person's hair while you... Yeah, alright. I'm gonna peel the other person's hair out of fucking Darkwood's butt crack. Most satisfying experience ever!
I'd rather shoot myself. Oh my god.
Sorry,
now, okay. Scars. Okay,
scars.
So I have
scars.
Other forearm. I was in football. We were doing a scrimmage against the grade below us. So they were putting all the kids who weren't like in positions, whatever we wanted.
Yeah.
So I was a lineman and a tight end, and they had my ass as a linebacker. And I creamed the quarterback so fucking hard that we skid, and we went over rocks, and I sliced my forearm completely open.
Jesus.
I have one on the back of my left hand, a scar from an incense being put out on it. I have a scar on the same hand from a exhaust manifold. I have one on the other hand on my ring finger knuckle, the bottom knuckle, from when I worked at Long John Silver's. The manager overloaded the fryer with hush puppies,
Oh no.
and there were so many, I had to use a fry basket to get them out instead of the skimming basket.
Yeah.
And she was too weak to do it herself, so I had to do it. And on the last, because you had to shake it like 5 times to get all the oil off. On the
Yeah.
last shake, it was like in slow motion. A hush puppy rolled out, and as my hand was the lowest it could possibly be, it splashed hot oil on my hand. Let's see.
Bro, you're built like a milk silk plushie. Got that wear
Yeah,
and
bro.
tear.
I got 2 on each side of the outside of my calves. I was in a wheelchair. Not for any reasons other than just popping willies in it.
Yeah.
And the part that was supposed to have your like the feet
The
holders
rest, the
was
feet
like,
rests.
yeah, was broken off. And anyway, I fell backwards finally, and it sliced my legs open. One of those scars again only pops up when I like tan. The other one faded away. I don't ever see it. And then the one on my forehead. This one is a story.
My forehead.
My Harry Potter scar, as my dad's always called it. I was 2. We lived in the same townhouse I brought the cops home in. So my elder sister, biological sister, goes, "Do you want to play house?" I was like, "Yo, my sister wants to play with me? She never wants to play with me." I was like, "Hell yeah." She goes, "You can be the dog."
Oh.
Made me get on my hands and knees and put a rope around my neck.
Oh.
She then started dragging me around the townhouse. And to not die, I was like launching myself with my like on my hands and knees into the air.
As you do.
Yeah, and she was quite literally running with this rope tied around my neck. Anyway, I was in midair when she turned the corner, and so I went flying right into said corner, busted my head open. Mind you, my mom does not have a car. She does not have a cell phone. My dad had both of those at work. She's freaking the fuck out. She pulls me in the master bedroom / bathroom, where she grabs the med kit out of the bathroom, and we're standing in her bedroom, and she's freaking out. And I didn't think it was that bad. Adrenaline in a 2-year-old, I guess, kicked in. And I just remember my mom freaking the fuck out. And I remember going, "Mom, it's okay. I'm not bleeding." And I turned because we were standing in her bedroom, but the door to her bathroom was open still. I turned and saw the mirror straight out of Carrie, dude. My whole fucking face was red. Never went to the hospital. You could see my skull.
That's the quirky part
Yeah.
is the doctors told me afterwards. They're like, yeah, he didn't get a concussion because allegedly that is brow ridge.
Uh-huh.
That is the thickest part of the human skull.
Oh, perfect.
Like if you are to
mine's
get
right
hit
above
anywhere
it.
and not have it crack, that is the location.
Mine's my forehead. And yeah, she put 6 butterfly band-aids over it and then covered it with a big band-aid and then wouldn't look at me for 2 weeks because I freaked her out.
Damn.
Yeah, so that's how I got my Harry Potter scar. Because my eldest biological sister is a fucking bitch. Anyway. I know I just said that she was 5 when that happened, but like, come on.
Time for the new Footacular segment. Family Matters with Footacular.
Yeah. Family Matters.
Time to repair familial bonds.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm just kidding.
Nah, I'm fucking with you. I have a decent relationship with most of my siblings and my parents, but it's been weird lately. But
oh no.
Oh yeah, my
What's
dad
up?
started saying racist shit. Yeah, well, homophobic. So okay, hey, actually, I planned on doing this. on your stream, so this kind of works. So if anybody's watching the VOD, the day after my birthday, February 8th, I came out to my family as queer. So like this is
Oh,
my official
Pog?
coming out.
Wait,
Yeah, so
Pog? I didn't know that.
yeah. Yeah, I haven't said it anywhere, and that my plan was to say it at the beginning, and I kind of forgot until now. So,
Congrats.
hello, thank you. Well, the day before my birthday, my dad calls me, and he's like, "Oh, you know what month it is, right?" And I'm ignoring him because he gets on my nerves sometimes with this stuff.
That's yeah.
And he was like, "You know, it's fudge packing month. It's this, it's that, it's that." Mind you, I haven't said anything to my family about any of this yet. And then I just was like, uh-huh. And he goes, "Bro, I'm trying to mess with you. I'm trying to tell you it's insert slur for gay people that starts with
yes,
S, month." And I said, "Okay, Dad." I said, "First of all, that's a fucking like I kind of went off on him. And then
rightfully.
He goes, "It's not like I said hard R." And I just go, "Okay, this conversation is over, Dad. Thanks for calling me and wishing me happy birthday. Bye." Right? I then 2 days later, like it was just it hit hard because I had already been like, "How am I gonna tell my family this?" Because they're full of a bunch of bigots. And 2 days later, I come out to my family that live here in my state at my birthday lunch. Janae wasn't there because Janae was sick, and Janae goes, "I'll tell Dad." I go, "Please," because last time I spoke with him, he called me a slur without knowing. And then she tells him he thinks she was joking and proceeds to call me said slur again. So anyway, I've been talking to his ass, and then I get put in a family group chat on Facebook with my grandma and him and my aunt and my siblings, and my sister, because she was sending pictures of herself and the kids.
Yeah.
And my sister smokes weed. I'm just you know, most people do that.
Yeah.
I know. But so she looked really high in the photo, and he goes, "What's up with that? That doesn't even look like you." She goes, "Well, I just smoked." He goes, "Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna say you looked more insert name of my half Asian niece's name, like." And I said, "You did not just say that. So let's just say her name was Rebecca." He goes, "Oh, I was about to say you looked more Rebecca like." And I was like, like, what's up with that comment? He goes, "Hey, at least I didn't say she was insert C slur for Asian people eyed." I was like, "All right, Dad."
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was like, "I'm good." And I just immediately left the chat.
That's
I
fair.
was like, "I'm
yeah.
good." Yeah. So, yeah. In conclusion, things have been weird lately. But yeah,
welcome to the club.
we are your new
my stuff
family,
has been a
though.
little different weird, but things have been weird recently.
I feel that.
2025
no
is the
pickles.
weird year.
Nah, bro. It feels like it's already fucking March, dude.
Don't say that.
It's March 1st right now.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
I can't. It can't already be a quarter of the way through the year.
I know. I feel like it just fucking started too.
That's how it always is.
Anyway, fucking crazy lore there.
Crazy lore drop.
I got rid of this. Let me mark this out.
I was like, how long? I'm curious. How long was your list?
Let's see. Let me mark. I might as well just count all of them. If you want to know the full list, so.
How far? Like, how much of the list do we have? I'm curious. How much we got?
We've done 3 things. And some of the things I brought up weren't even on the list because I forgot about it.
Well, I mean, yeah,
1,
that's
2,
where
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's why I was like, you can make a list if you want to talk about things, but I'm like, ultimately with how these things go, it's literally just like we go from one thing to another where it's like there's something I want to talk about, so I'll talk about it.
15 things.
Oh. I'm not gonna lie, Hood. I don't think we're gonna get through them.
No, definitely not, unless I just like spit them out really fast at one point.
It's like, yeah, if we want to get through it, we gotta go rapid fire, but I don't think that would be very genuine.
Oh, well, okay, here's one that I mentioned, and I might as well finish the story to it.
Yeah,
I said the house, the townhouse we lived in where I split my head open, I said it's the one I brought the cops home in, right?
Yes.
So this is the story.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, we lived in a very big apartment complex or townhouse complex, whatever you want to call it, condos, whatever.
Mhm.
To the point where it's like a couple like blocks wide. It wasn't a quick walk to the office. It was like a 15-20 minute walk.
Yeah.
And my mom, we used to go to the office every day. My dad was at work. So this was, I can't remember if this was before or after the accident with my head, but I do remember that my mom this time had a cell phone. No, it was a house phone. Correct. Hold up. Something's not lining up here. We had a phone. So, you know what? I think they got an extra phone because of the situation that happened with my head. Yes, that's what happened. Because
The details are a little foggy.
yeah, it's now lining up it's now lining up. So we go to leave to go to said office because we'd go to the office every day, hang out with her friend who worked there, and she would get us candy from the vending machine. Well, she gets a phone call as we're walking out. She turns around and walks back inside. She's holding my eldest sister. Glad she's holding his hand. Mind you, I'm the youngest, and she's like free walk. I don't know that she fucking turned around, and I just kept walking. I went over the duck pond on the bridge, and I went to the office. She's on phone call.
You do the thing that young kids do where they just they go.
Yeah. So I'm 2, and I go to the office. I then walk in, and my mom's friend isn't there. It's a new girl, her first day. So she calls the cops. The cops show up because the police station was across the street. They show up, and they're like, "Hey, buddy, do you know where you live?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I do. I just walked here. Of course I know where I live."
Exact quote.
Close enough.
Exact quote from 2-year-old Darkhead. Fuck yeah, I know where I live. Come follow me.
I didn't say that, but I was like, yeah, I know where I live.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, now I kind of wish I did actually say that. Fuck yeah, bro. Follow me.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. I remember this very vividly, this part, and it was recently confirmed by my mother that I was remembering it correctly. What I remember is I just took off running. I was like, follow me. Okay. I took off running, and I remember turning that last corner where I'm on the sidewalk, and I can see my front door of my townhouse, and my mom's standing there, and I just see her. She sees me, and she immediately starts crying. She's outside freaking out because I used to hide, I guess, as a kid. So she thought I hid somewhere in the house, could not find me, walked outside, looked around, and her first thought was he drowned in the duck pond, right?
Yeah.
So that happened. And I remember just looking at her, turning back. Mind you, she can't see the cops because they're down the sidewalk. There's a building hiding them. And I just start waving my arm like overhead, like, come on, hurry up. Right. And then I start sprinting towards my mom. And then here comes the police officers. Immediately, my mom starts crying. And then, they're like, how this happened, yada, yada. My dad got off work early, sees his wife standing there with one of her kids sobbing and 2 police officers. And he hopped the curb in our SUV and pulled it right to the cops and got out. Was like, what's up? This is the situation. And he goes, okay, y'all can leave. And just took me and my mom inside.
Fucking incredible.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
My dad did not fuck around. Yeah, so my dad is an ex-gang member. He was part of the Bloods, and then when we moved out to insert state I live in now, he became a juggalo.
That is one of the transitions of all time.
Yeah. That
is one of the affiliation transitions of all time.
Yeah, on one of my dad's pecs, he has a pot leaf. On the other one, he has a hatchet, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're like a freaking painting. Every time you say something, every time I listen to you, you get more and more complicated.
Yeah, my dad also. Oh yeah, here's something I can bring up because I have this in here. I mentioned it on Raz's stream when he asked for lore, and I didn't know he meant. I didn't know he meant like our personas. He goes, "What's your craziest lore?" I said, "I got raided when I was 14." He was like, thinking Twitch. He's like, "What's so crazy about that?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm the one that answered the door." And then like everyone's brains started clicking in VR chat, and they were like,
Wait,
"What?"
wait.
My dad ended up being the biggest drug dealer in our state, dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh shit. Yeah, same man. Yeah.
Oh my
Uh
god. Brother is fucking hell. I knew
yeah,
this shit was gonna I knew this was gonna be a good ass fucking
yeah, bro.
episode.
Yeah, he got away with it though for the most part. He got put on weekend jail and 10 years probation.
Oh,
And
that's not so
that is
bad.
because
Well, I give
well,
him a,
yeah,
you know.
considering what he had,
Yeah.
the literal pounds of shrooms and weed and pills and everything else and all the money,
The
a handful.
smorgasbord.
Yeah, it was insane. A handful of things happened that caused him to get that sentence and a really good lawyer. First thing,
Was it so?
they did not say police once when they raided in. I opened the door and they were covering the peephole and they just like guns blazing. 2, they did not read my dad his Miranda rights.
That's yeah.
3, there's a lot of shit that was not put on the official police report that went missing, such as thousands of dollars that were hidden in one of my dad's boots. One of the literal pound bags of Xanax gone.
Mm.
Yeah, they also, one of them was riding my longboard in our kitchen and ate some of my sushi and drank one of my Red Bulls.
What an asshole. Wait, that was just
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
just
because they open the fridge and they go, "Oh, what the hell?" We're like what? We know there's nothing in the pantry, right? He's like, they're just like, "Yeah, it's weird to actually see food in like a drug house," and it's like, we're big backs, and like my dad cared about his kids somewhat, right? Like,
yeah.
so we had food, right? And so they were just like, "Well, this is gonna go bad," and just help
Damn.
themselves. Yeah, we had a couple other things disappear, which I was upset about. We had a sealed gold edition original trilogy of the Star Wars series. It was like in a metal tin, a
What the
gold
fuck?
metal tin.
They
That went
took
missing.
like the most irritating
Bro.
things.
Yeah, I knew when they got to the box I had hidden under the bed because young Darkhood used to collect weapons. I have a lot of them still now, but I've given most of them away because I'm like, I don't need these. And they open this box and it's just full of samurai swords and brass knuckles and switchblades and throwing stars and more and more. I had Persian swords and Bowie knives and a blow dart gun and all kinds of shit, right? And I just hear him go, "Oh fuck!" And I was like, they found my box.
They
They
found my
found my box.
box.
Yeah.
The
So that was
box.
crazy.
TM.
Yeah, the box. Let's see. Did I? Let's see. I got that off. Oh, the rating thing wasn't even on my list. That's crazy. Cops being brought home at 2. I can add that to being done. Let's see. Here's one. Before this happened, my dad lived in the city with my uncle at one point. We got to see him for Thanksgiving that year, and while we were all sleeping, someone did a drive-by in the neighborhood, and our house got shot up. And thankfully, we were all sleeping because the bullets were head level.
Part of me was hoping you said drive by. I was like, I really hope it's just somebody ripped ass. And then you said the bullets flew by, and I was like,
Yep.
oh.
That's one
I
thing.
knew it. I knew it wasn't, but part of me had just kind of hoped.
Yeah. Oh, you know the house I was telling you about? That I said that we lived in San Diego on the mountains.
Yes.
Okay,
Tin
three
roof.
things. Yeah. One, there was a giant snake one time that stretched across our driveway, and we almost died because my mom started hyperventilating and
Oh.
didn't put the car in park, and we started rolling backwards. So that happened. Yeah. She barely put her foot on the brake, like quick enough. And then my sister, who I think was in the front seat, grabbed the shifter and put it in park.
Hmm.
Same house. We got home. This is like a week or two after this incident with the snake. We get home and she had left one of our windows open and there was a giant ass lizard on our wall. Started freaking out, and called one of my cousins, and he came and chased it out with his shirt. He
That'll do it.
he took his shirt off and just started popping it like guys in the locker room and chased it.
Like
Chased
kind
it
of
outside.
like coiled it up
Yeah.
and then whoosh.
Yeah. So that's one. Same house. I was playing outside and got too close to the hedge and I slid down the mountain and fucked my leg up.
Another hood injury.
Yes.
Do we have a
This
hood
one didn't leave
injury
scars.
counter?
I've been in 5 car accidents and my back's fucked up. I've
Jeez.
never been the driver though. Knock on wood. I've always been a passenger.
I do recall that one.
Yeah.
That one.
Um,
Or that
let's
hood
see.
statistic. I'm gonna call them hood facts.
This is hood facts. Here we go. We once lived in our van for 2 months. We packed up our lives and we're like, we're moving to California. This was after the stuff at the townhouse, and we were moving to California, and we ran out of gas and money, so we just like lived in our van. My dad's stealing food for 2 months, and money for gas, so we could at least have like the AC and stuff going. And then we made it there, and then so many months later, Janae was born. Hood facts.
Yippee!
Yeah. There we go. I'm actually blowing through these, which I have so much more, but these are like, I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got 20 minutes. I was like, we got 20 minutes till the next pre-rolls, and I was like, I probably wanna round it off here because we are getting towards 3 a.m.
There was a time I almost lost my ear. You can add that to the injuries. Walking, it was a weekend, way out in the country. I was living in a house that just burned down. I was over at a friend's house. His name was redacted, and we went over to his house to play. I think it was on his Wii because he had a game that we wanted to play. I believe it was like this paper airplane game. You like made paper airplanes and threw them. Really weird game. But on the way back home, he had grabbed a golf club, and he was like practicing swinging, and then he got next to me and he did like the full arc, you know, where you like throw it over your shoulder before swinging down with it. And I was standing next to him, and so it just came down on my ear and like practically ripped my ear off. That was crazy. And then we didn't want to get in trouble, and so we didn't tell anybody, and I just like cleaned it up, and it's healed now. It feels weird. I've never looked at the back of my ear, but it feels weird.
No issues like hearing at all?
No, that's my other ear. I'm partially deaf in my left ear.
I was joking about you being built like a freaking milk-soaked plushie.
Yeah, I used to get really bad ear infections, and my left ear is like significantly smaller than my right ear. And I don't know if that's why, but I was supposed to get tubes in my ears, and my mom didn't want to do a major surgery, so it never happened. And then so I just got like hearing loss in that ear. And it's gotten better actually over the years. Like one of the last times I did like a hearing test was like, I think I was in high school, and I scored like better than I ever had. So it's somewhat healed, I think.
Recovery.
I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, but it was one of the reasons I had a speech impediment. Oh my god. They said because
You're not helping your case there.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't pronounce my R's. I had to be in speech class for 3 years, from 3rd grade to 5th grade. Yeah, and it acts up sometimes. It's like, I don't know. I'll never. They basically said like because I developed it when you're of a developing child, so it's never gone. But I'm like, unconsciously doing the practices I learned to pronounce things right.
Kind of muscle memory-ish.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it acts up if I'm emotional or tired or excited. Sometimes it like acts up. I'm angry, it acts up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had to do that for 3 years. That was cool. What else? Ear gloves. Oh, when we lived in San Diego, the time when we moved there after the living in the van thing, we lived in this not a townhouse. It was a duplex. It was a duplex trailer. So it was a super long trailer.
Yep.
And there was 2 of them next to each other, and the trailers were just split right there in the middle. And there was a back alleyway. Me and Glads, mind you, I'm 2 at the time, about to be 3, and he's 3, about to be 4. We're in this back alley, and there's like one gate to get in there, because the other one's like chain locked. And this Dalmatian came in through the door, or the gate, I should say. And she was very like timid and kind of like watching us, but staying away from us, which was like, cool, whatever. But then the male came in and was like super aggressive and kept nipping at us. So then she got super aggressive and they started fucking trying to attack us. So we climbed on this random person's car and we lured them to the trunk area. And when they went to hop up there, we then ran over this person's car, off the hood, hopped down, and closed the gate behind us. And we don't know what happened to the Dalmatians. We just know we locked them the fuck in there and went home.
Someone certainly got a surprise when they went to get in their car.
Yeah,
I mean, unless that was their Dalmatians.
Oh, maybe that's why they were aggressive. I don't know. But yeah, that was 2-year-old hood. I was getting attacked by Dalmatians and shit, cracking my head open. Do you want to know about the time I ate cigarettes or the first 3 times I had alcohol?
You see, you're speaking to my sensibilities of food and alcohol. Let's do the cigarettes because I feel like I've heard. Well, yeah, you've talked about drinking alcohol on the stream before.
Okay, so eating cigarettes.
So
Same
eating
townhouse.
cigarettes.
Yeah, same townhouse where I cracked my head open. Yes, my favorite food, cigarettes. So fun fact about Darkhood. I was not allowed to play outside with my siblings at one point because I would run straight to the road.
Hood facts number 2. He would always run straight to the road when he was younger.
Yeah. Apparently one time my mom looked away when I was in diapers and I had just learned to walk. And we had like a low sitting sedan. And there was like hail a couple days before and our windshield was cracked. She looked away. And when she looked back down, I was gone. And when she found me, I was crawling on the windshield. So I would do that, or I would run straight to the road. So I wasn't allowed to play outside with my siblings. So my mom would sit on the porch with the glass door closed and the door open, and so she could quote unquote watch us both. And I remember I was banging on the door going, "Mom, I'm hungry. Like it's time to eat. I'm hungry." And she's like, "Bro, I'll be in like in a couple minutes. We'll eat then." I remember like looking down and seeing like 1,000 steps. When mind you, it's like a 3-stepped townhouse. But in my little kid head, I remember going, excuse me, I just burped. That's a lot of steps. And she was like, dude, like in a couple minutes. So I was like, okay, fuck her. I'm hungry. And so I go to the kitchen. I remember looking at the coffee table and I see this ashtray and I'm like, oh, people put those in their mouth all the time. I walked up and grabbed the biggest handful of cigarette butt and ashes and just shoved it in my mouth. It was so bad.
I'm assuming you spat it out immediately.
Yes. Coughing, all that. I still remember how that tastes to this day. And it is so bad.
Yeah, it's like I can't imagine you're
it's been
jumping at the bit. You're jumping at the bit to consume more cigarette butts.
Yeah. Yeah. Ashes and cigarette butts. Nope. No, ugh. Anyway, there's that one. And now the first 3 times I've had alcohol. All right. I had to say it this way because anytime I would tell a story, like I think this is the first time I had alcohol, I would then remember, oh no, I had alcohol this time. Oh wait, no, I had it this time. And then I like sat there for a while and actually was like, okay, what was the first couple times I had it?
You did a little bit of inward seeking or
Yes.
inward
yes.
thinking on the times you
Yeah.
consumed alcohol.
The first time, Janae was just born. It is 2004. We are living in San Diego. We're at my great grandma's house. My mom's doing something, and my dad's at work. My great aunt was watching us, and she was a raging alcoholic. She was like, I'm taking y'all to the park," but was like, "Hey, you're not allowed to drink out your water bottles." And we're like, "Why?" Like our parents bought those specifically for us to have. Whatever. Whatever. I get thirsty, and I didn't want to drink out of the nasty ass fucking public park water fountain.
You didn't want the lead poisoning from the public
Bro, I had
fountain?
just seen a kid fucking tonguing that thing down. I was not drinking out of
And
that
that
thing.
didn't entice you?
Nah, bro.
You didn't see that? You were like, God damn, that water must be good.
Nah, I was like, that's grody. Like, I know what germs are, you know?
Bro's afraid of cooties. Can't believe this.
Hey, Osmosis Jones, bro.
Osmosis Jones! Fuck! The perfect argument! God damn it!
But exactly. Anyway, we get back home and she puts our water bottles under the sink and I'm still thirsty. I was like, nah, fuck that. She ain't my parent. I'm drinking out my goddamn water bottle. Straight vodka. We couldn't drink out of them because she filled them with vodka so she could drink vodka at the park.
Straight vodka to the dome. Also
First
under
time
the
I had
sink.
alcohol. Yeah. Yeah. First time I had alcohol. Second time was
Oh no.
I was in first grade. We had just moved into said house that burnt down.
It's got you laughing,
And-
so certainly this one must be.
This is so stupid. It is so stupid. My mom, 2 sisters, biological sisters, and my grandma went and had like a girls' night. And my dad got wasted and was like, we should have a boys' night. If they're gonna have a girls' night, we're gonna do something I never got to do with my dad. Crack some cold ones open. And he got some Coronas out and he cracked some Coronas open for his children in elementary school.
Yeah.
And was like, I took a sip, was like, that's nasty. He goes, oh, I forgot the best part, the lime. Put it in there. I was like, this is still nasty. I don't want it. Glad's drank his and mine. Freak. He's
Freaky.
a freak. Yeah, that was the second time. And I still think about this because I'm like, this motherfucker is so stupid. Third time, my friend, redacted.
Redacted.
We're at recess. I'm in second grade at this point. So it's been a year since the Corona incident. And he goes, hey, do you want to taste some of my mom's juice? Like she drinks that shit every single day. Like it must be good. I was like, bet. He said, I'll bring it to school tomorrow. Bet. He filled his little water bottle up with her wine, and it was the nastiest shit I've ever had behind the cigarettes.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I just remember going, that's nasty. He's like, I know, right? I don't know why she drinks it all the time.
You just didn't drink enough. That's
Yeah, that's what it was, right? Yeah. So that's the first 3 times I had alcohol, all before the age of 7.
add it to the wiki. Hood facts.
Yeah.
www.hoodfacts.com. Don't actually go to that.
Please
don't go
don't.
there. Don't go there.
I don't know what's there.
I also do not know what's there. Don't go there.
The last thing on my lore list.
Oh shit, we made it to the list?
Yeah, I started rapid spitting them out, and like I think I still did them justice. So I think I was able to combine some stories. So
I'd say at some point you're probably gonna want to snooze your ads because we got like At least I had 3 minutes on mine, so you're probably gonna be pretty close to
I don't know
autoing here.
how mine unsynced because now I have 7 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sitting at 8, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So I've said a lot of dadhood lore, and I've not dropped any momhood lore. So I wanted to drop the craziest momhood lore I have.
Oh, first momhood lore drop here on the Footacular channel?
So my mother at the time, she lived in this very small town in Redacted. And her and my grandma and my mom's stepdad at the time lived in a 1-bedroom house that was like tin roof. You could see like the stars.
I won't
at
say
night.
I won't say it again. I'm sorry. I really like Love Shack. It's a good song. Love
It's
Shack
fine,
is
it's
a
fine.
good song.
Sing it, sing it, sing your heart out.
And interrupt your story? I could never. I would be such a bad host.
It happens. But during the winter, they would apparently throw a tarp over it and use the one oven that was not only the oven for cooking, but it was the like fire burning oven. It was just that big,
Like heating?
it was a big cast iron like metal oven in the middle of like just a metal pipe that stuck out the ceiling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, they lived there. Very sketchy. She would walk herself to the bus stop every morning. She was like, I think she was 6 or 7, she told me. And every single day she would go to the bus stop, it would be like dead. Nobody else is on the road until the bus pulls up. One day, she tells me she walked up there and it was like weirdly busy. Like there wasn't a single second there wasn't a car passing. And she was like, I just remember this so vividly because I remember sitting there thinking to myself, this is the most cars I've ever seen on this road before. The bus pulls up. She's getting on. And the guy goes, oh, someone walked you to the bus stop today? She goes, what? He goes, the guy right there. And she goes, no. Told her to get on, slammed the door shut, locked it. Zoomed off, called the cops. The guy got fucking like picked up. He'd apparently been stalking my mom and noticing that she was alone every morning and was waiting in the ditch next to her bus stop to snatch her. And it happened to be busy that day on the road. The next morning, my grandma walked her to the bus stop with her rolling pin and never walked her to the bus stop again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, at least there was the one day.
Yeah. So yeah, that is the lore of how Darkhood was almost never born because his mom almost got fucking kidnapped.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah. Yep.
Holy shit.
That's all for my list.
And that is the list.
I made it. That is the list.
I only got one thing off the. I thought of it halfway. I thought of it halfway through your list. I was like, wait, I was gonna ask him this, and then I never. I'd forgotten about it. What's your to-go lunch, or what's your go-to lunch meat? This was back when I was referring to the like why peanut butter and jellies are so good.
So I was gonna bring this up. Actually, I cannot do lunch meats. Hear me out here. Actually, I guess I should say like pepperoni salami, because a handful of years ago, I like to get, you know, those like pre-made subs at like Walmart or whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing bad. Well, I got it on my way home from work. It was the last thing I grabbed because it was at the deli right by the front. Drove home, which I live like 5 to 10 minutes from a Walmart. Put it in my fridge, walked my dog, came upstairs, grabbed it, was like, this can be my dinner. I noticed while I started eating it, like this cheese is a little melty. I was like, I must be imagining stuff. In conclusion, I think someone left it somewhere else in the store and then someone returned it back to the deli section because I got food poisoning. And since then, I have refused to eat a sandwich that is like turkey or ham. I can't do it. It makes me gag, and I feel like I'm gonna vomit. So pepperoni and salami is my go-to lunch meat.
Honestly, yeah, that's I prefer the pepperoni and salami. But I
Yeah.
don't typically, if I'm getting a sandwich, it's usually ham or turkey because it's usually
Mm.
ham because it's cheaper.
I miss it.
But I
I tried
do,
it not that long ago and almost puked everywhere. So
damn, I can agree with the pepperoni salami grind set.
mhm. It's
I
shit goes hard.
I think. Well, I mean, that's technically, I don't know. It didn't have a list. It was like at the forefront of my mind. I was like, that's all I got.
I got some questions for you.
Or fire.
Do you remember when you gained consciousness?
I had a feeling. I was like, yo, bitch, you fucking you pulled things like, oh, I was 2 years old. I was like, you were born sentient. I couldn't give you an age. I could not give you an age.
Do you remember that memory by chance?
Not really.
Damn.
It's bits and pieces of like, oh, I remember it, and it's not even like I remember this stuff. It'll just like a warm summer breeze. It'll float into my brain, and then I'll forget it, and then never again.
I get that. It was like the alcohol thing for me.
Yeah, I was like,
So I
sorry,
was
I
like-
couldn't give you a more interesting answer. Like, oh
No.
yeah, I know.
No.
I remember this specific.
No.
I remember this specific memory, but I'm not. I'm gonna be honest. I don't actually like recall gaining sentience.
I have one memory about it, and something happened. I'm gonna assume because I've always remembered like since I was before this time. I remember like the head splitting, all that. At some point, there's no memory. Okay, between this point to this point, nothing. And I remember, I don't want to say regaining consciousness, but that's the experience I had.
Yeah.
I was sitting in our house in San Diego in the duplex, playing with my Hulk toy. I've never been able to find this toy again. His hand came off, but was attached with like those shitty like strings that were in like toys like that, and it like wound it up. It was like a retracting hand.
Like it shoots out a little punch, and then it shoots out like
Yeah.
the fist for like a punchy thing, and then it reels back in. Yeah.
But you could like pull it out and hook it on something, and then like crank it, and it would like pull them up, and it was a whole thing. And I remember going, "What the fuck am I doing? Who am I? What am I doing? Who's Glads? Who's this lady?" And like, I remember having like this little crisis moment, and then like an hour or two later, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is just my family." Don't know why that happened, but that happened, and that was after me splitting my head open and bringing the cops home and all that other crazy shit. It just there's a gap that it like disappeared.
The sentience leaked out, and you regained
Yeah.
it for you regained it.
Yeah. Weirdly enough. Okay. What makes foo?
What? You getting philosophical
you,
all of a
you?
sudden? What makes me me?
What makes you?
That's a hard question because I'm one of those people that, I mean, personally, I feel
JG.
like I lack an identity, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
It was
Yeah.
ironically, it was actually a paper I wrote for a scholarship,
Mhm.
about what makes me unique. Or that was one of the questions is what makes you unique, which I'm going to plagiarize myself. Ultimately, I don't think
Hello.
asking anybody like what they think makes themselves unique, at least from my point of view, people don't necessarily see that. And so the idea is the people you surround yourself with pull out the uniqueness and the individuality within us all. I know that sounds very hallmarky, but
No. That is one of the best answers I've ever been given to that question.
and so I would say, who is Footacular? Well, who is Footacular? I mean, Footacular is putting that into using my own thesis, and putting that into sorry. I'm taking the piss by calling this. I'm taking the piss by fucking giving it like a college research paper. But if I had to say who is Foo, Foo's the combination of. I mean, Foo is a personification of my creative efforts. It's the ideas I have in my head that I was like, this is funny, I'm gonna do it, and I show it to other people, as well as the people who come by and experience the ideas, and the other people who I meet throughout. Well, just Twitch. The streamers, the chatters, the whole kit and caboodle. I would say that is who Foo is.
Foo is the village, is what I'm getting from that.
Foo is the village.
I like that answer.
Foo does the cooking. Foo does the cleaning.
Does the cleaning?
Foo keep the banana. Oh my god, what the fuck? I do the cooking, I do the cleaning, I keep the banana.
That's
is it
all
ripe
I
for
know.
the eating?
Oh, yes. I'm concerned about that. I don't want to know how you keep that ripe. But
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
What's something that your IRL life and or job actually helps you helps you stream? Without doxing yourself, obviously.
Well, I'll be
What's
honest. I've already said this. I was like, my real life, the way I live my real life does not help me stream at all.
Oh,
Like,
I was like, you said it, and I was like, I'm still gonna ask this because
yeah,
there must be something, right?
I could probably
Like,
come up with something here. Because like ultimately, the way I live my life is very quiet. I'm a very quiet individual. When I'm a quiet individual until you get to know me, and then I become a Yapasaurus Rex.
I get that.
Like, if you ask any of my classmates or peers to be like, who? Oh, that guy. Yeah, he sits in the back of the class and doesn't really talk much, which I don't. But in terms of my job, I mean, there's an amount of like attention to detail that kind of helps with streaming, or like
Creativity.
There's creativity to it, but it's an attention to detail and being able to like prioritize things. Or like force yourself to prioritize things over others. Like you gotta streaming, you got a bunch of little blinking lights and shit that you have in front of you. You have audio levels, you have bit rates, you have, you know, numbers if you're looking at them, you have chat speeding by, you have to make sure. Yeah. And there's attention to detail to be able to
just have an answer.
I do technically have an answer that my fondness for engineering has given me the ability to isolate blinky lights and which one is the most important.
That helps. Mine, I would say, is just I can type fast. I'm an accountant. That's it.
Impeccable.
I can't say attention to detail because I fuck one thing up every stream. Well, this one has seemed to be going rather.
I would say this has been going good. I mean, I don't know. I'd say in terms of like maybe not your profession, but like in the way you live your life is very. Whether you choose to do it or not, the way you live your life is very. You have a very rich and interesting life.
Yeah, I am a yap of motherfucking holic, so that helps me stream because I like to talk.
I feel like to talk. Yeah, that's definitely one thing you kind of have to have for streaming is you have to kind of like talking.
Yeah, I could yap about almost anything. I could yap about something I have no idea of the subject, but once you talk to me about it enough, I can then start replying. You got to give me some information first. I will literally yap about fucking anything.
All right, Hood, we're gonna start next week. We're gonna start the pre-calculus tutor.
Fuck.
Go get your textbook. Go get your textbook and your pen and pencil. I'm gonna be talking in this voice for a solid 50 minutes. Every week we're gonna do a 50-minute session, and by the end of the month, you will learn pre-calculus.
He doesn't know I know this, but I'm gonna skip class.
I'm gonna grab that Hulk toy with the punchy claws, and I'm gonna drag you back in here.
No.
I'm gonna hit you with the little plunger toy with the string attached and yoink you back in.
Dude, that would actually be so cool. Not gonna lie, like go gadget foo arm. And you just fucking let's go sneak out Hood. Yeah, exactly.
Go gadget yowie hands.
Oh my god. I had one last question.
Oh.
Okay. What is the biggest challenges you've had so far moving from PNG to model?
Oh, PNG to model? I'd say, I mean, ultimately interaction. PNGs are so much easier to get like chat interactions with. With VTubers, it's you have to wrestle with VTube Studio, and it's like that's the biggest thorn on my side. Other than that, I mean, having the webcam in front of me having the iPhone on the stand in front of me is the like. Sorry if this is fourth wall breaking for some of you guys, but having the having the iPhone in front of me is different because I have to like adjust how I have my hands on the keyboard. I have to adjust it kind of.
see.
That's I know kind of like, oh, just it's literally I need a new mic stand. But other than that, it's kind of constantly looking at my model and being like, I wish I did this a little differently. I wish I did this a little better.
You could always just subtly change it.
I could, but then I'd have to stop. There's other things I want to dedicate my time to instead of making it so like, oh, can I make it so I can raise my eyebrows individually? I technically can't, but I can set like emotes for it.
That'd be cool though. I want to see you do the schmolder.
But other than that, things of the VTube. I mean, the VTube model is honestly, well, I feel like it's pretty obvious, but I feel like it's been more positive than negatives.
Yeah. Yeah,
really,
I actually love it. I love the hats, I got to be honest. I know you're working on those, but like I fucking love them.
I want to show off Ray's art so badly. I've been so upset that I haven't had the time to like sit down and try to troubleshoot what's going wrong with this.
Bruh, you got a big old life outside of streaming. Don't ever feel
There is also
for living it.
I also need to figure out what's going on with the UFO because I'm missing my the UFO's a little busted on my end because I think of my
exactly
chroma
what
key.
it is.
It's my chroma key.
Yeah, I was about to say it's the chroma key, but just need to change the color of it, I guess.
Mm.
Make it blue instead of green.
The big one was which is weird because I think it's weird that it's that because I think the chroma key is fine on the hat. The hat has green on it. Oh, I think my chroma key is cyan.
Oh, and it is blue. Got it. So it needs to be changed to green.
Maybe wait, let me see. Oh, I gotta change my never mind. I was like, I gotta change my scene, which I'm not gonna do live.
Yeah. That probably wouldn't be a good idea. Oh shit.
I'm gonna well, I don't think I wasn't able to make it to ads like finishing out. So I'm gonna run I got a minute to ads. I'm gonna run them here real quick, and then I think unless you have anything else, I think we should close out the show here.
Yeah.
Alrighty, viewers.
Solid.
We'll be back in, well, I guess on my side, I'll be back in 3. Feel free to get up and stretch. Nothing.
I've still got a minute 50. I used all my snoozes.
Damn. I was like, we'll be back in 3. Until then. I say that like the subs aren't gonna be here, but
yeah. Correction. I'll have a minute 30 when your ads are done.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, ultimately, I guess my big question is, I know I should write some stuff down. I don't know. I like how conversations flow naturally.
Yeah.
I guess how was your first technically, well, not technically first time, but first actual like session of the Foonight Show?
Amazing. Absolutely lovely. I love yapping. I love yapping with you.
I'm glad to hear it because it's like I stopped doing it because I had other things like I had other collabs, I had other segments, I had other games I wanted to do, and I just kind of like it fell by the wayside, and I was like, you know, I was like, oh, Foonight Show, I haven't done that bit. I haven't done that session.
I haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah, I haven't done that what is it? Segment in a while. And I was
absolutely
like, let's give it a go.
adore it.
I was like, yeah, I was like, this is a lot of fun.
Absolute yappers. Okay. Honestly, if we knew that how do I say it? If we were gonna be awake and yada yada yada, I could yap for probably another like 8 hours. There's so much stories I have to tell. I just was like ping 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 these ones.
Yeah, and I mean I haven't had a repeat guest yet. I will say I got a list. I don't actually have a list. I got a thingy in my brain where I was like, of people, and so it's like, yeah, I am gonna be going down that list. But again, there's nothing to say there can't be repeat guests, or even just like, oh, we don't have to be on the Foonight Show to talk about.
True.
It's like there's not. It's like, oh, if we're outside of just chatting, say collab, we can't talk about anything. Like, nah.
Oh, when your ads go to end, tell me, and I want to just say something crazy as fuck and be like, well, I'm not gonna go into further detail.
Are you gonna go into further
Oh,
detail? You still got 30
yeah.
seconds here. But no,
Okay,
I'm
let me think
glad.
of something crazy.
I'm glad you enjoyed it here. I try to make a warm and welcoming studio space.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal.
I'll give you a countdown from 15.
Okay, I'm making something up here, by the way.
15, 14,
Mhm.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Anyway, and that's the time my arm got amputated. Anyway.
Whoa! And you're telling me it grew back?
I wish. No, a lot of extensive surgeries.
Are you
But yeah,
the $1 million dark hood?
I wish. Oh, I wish. I need my fucking knees replaced so bad.
You're gonna be the freaking Terminator.
Oh, please, dude. Please. Ugh. Oh,
And
both my knees just popped.
and I think with that insane story, I believe our late night has come to an end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me yap and yap and yap and yap. I love
It's
it.
always a pleasure. That's what we're here for. I know. I'm sorry.
Laura's crazy. It was a good stream. Thanks. Yeah,
I
thank you for
know.
stopping by.
I was so excited. I was like, I knew y'all were gonna love to hear about Hood.